Chapter 433. Although the reward of 350 ninja coins broke the highest record, what really caught Rog's attention was not the reward of ninja coins, but the description and the content of the commission. Records like this, as long as he continues to accept commissions, sooner or later it will be refreshed. The difference is just sooner or later. What attracted his attention now was Loki's name in the commission. Loki, who was imprisoned in the dungeon, appeared in Odin's bedroom and accompanied Odin's bed. And now, Saul had added Loki's name to the list of requests. This also means that Thor really forgave Loki. If Queen Freya didn't die, she would be very relieved to see this scene. After throwing the commission scroll that had completed the mission back into the summon scroll, Rog took a deep breath and directly entered the work state. Now let's sort out the current situation. First of all, I want to know, is there anyone who knows whether Hela has escaped or not? Hela's current situation is directly related to their next plan. If Hela has escaped, it means that they have completely lost the initiative. After hearing Rog's question, Thor and Loki shook their heads silently. Very good, they know nothing about the enemy's whereabouts. Then do you know the specific location where Odin imprisoned Hela, such as the specific location of the seal's exit? I only know the approximate location of the seal is in Norway. Rog continued to ask. Then Saul and Loki shook their heads at the same time. This is work, I can't be angry, I must not be angry. Then can you tell me, in addition to what I already know, do you have any other information about Hela? Rog controlled his emotions and asked again. Then he saw Thor and Loki shake their heads tacitly. Good job. At this moment, Rog began to doubt whether Thor and Loki really want to protect Asgard. As a ninja with good professional ethics, he knows that at this time, he must control his temper, especially now that the commission has just been signed. It's alright, we'll do it step by step. Let's first determine the current state of the seal. If Hela hasn't escaped, we'll think of a way to strengthen the seal. Although the success rate is very low, it's still worth a try. The seal that imprisoned Hela was personally placed by Odin, the Heavenly Father. In terms of strength, they had not reached the level of Heavenly Fathers, so it was unlikely that they could repair or even lay down a seal that was on par with Odin's. However, Rog knew another Heavenly Father level existence. Supreme Wizard Ancient One. As long as Ancient One is willing to make a move, it would not be difficult to make a seal similar to Odin's. I can go to Earth to confirm it. After discovering that they could go to Earth, Loki stood up and said righteously, "No, you can't. You are on Kamartaj's blacklist. You are an unwelcome guest. You will only cause more trouble if you go." Although Thor had forgiven Loki, Rog had always been on guard against him. The name of the god of trickery was not for nothing. If he let Loki check the seal, Rog was afraid that he would see him in Hela's camp. Let me go to the seal. I happen to know some top people in the field of magic. I can find the specific location of the seal as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Rog decided to make a trip himself. I will ask Heimdall to pay more attention to the situation of the nearby star fields and the 9 worlds to prevent Hela from secretly entering Asgard. After Rog finished speaking, Thor immediately said, Hela was very strong, otherwise Odin would not have helped Thor prepare a backup plan in advance. In order to prevent the already troublesome Hela from becoming even more troublesome, it was necessary to prevent her from setting foot on Asgard as much as possible. If Hela secretly entered Asgard and cultivated for a period of time, even if the 3 of them were tied together, they might not be Hela's opponent. Of course, with Hela's arrogant personality, she might not choose to sneak in secretly. Thousands of years ago, Hela dared to fight Odin head-on. After knowing that Odin was about to die, she would be even more unscrupulous. Loki, go to the royal library and see if you can find any records about Hela. I want to know what Hela did back then. Thor did not forget to arrange a mission for Loki. This was also hinting that Loki should not have any thoughts of leaving Asgard. You are the regent. You have the final say. As long as Thor did not inherit the throne, he could not be considered the king of Asgard. Furthermore, Loki might not give up his desire for the throne. Then let's split up first. If anything happens, let Heimdall contact me at any time. After saying that, Rog opened the portal connected to Kamartaj and left Asgard. He didn't know why, But when he set foot on the land of Kamartaj, he suddenly found that he seemed to have forgotten something. However, this doubt was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. It shouldn't be anything particularly important, so it's fine to forget it. In the reception hall, Rog saw the long-lost Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Teacher. In front of Ancient One, Rog said respectfully. In front of others he may appear very strong, but Ancient One is definitely not one of them. What's the trouble? Ancient One, who was making tea, looked up at Rog and asked in a calm tone. Teacher, you should know the father of all gods, Odin, right? He had a rebellious eldest daughter, and in order to discipline her, he sealed his eldest daughter somewhere in Norway. Odin's divine power has already begun to dissipate. I hope that teacher can help find the seal he left behind in Norway. Originally, I shouldn't bother you with this matter, but as you know, I only know a few spells, so, after taking the tea that Ancient One had just brewed, Rog quickly said the purpose of his visit. You're talking about the goddess of death, Hela. You're late, she left Earth an hour ago. After hearing Ancient One's words, Rog almost spat out the tea in his mouth. How can it be so coincidental? No, how can Ancient One let Hela go so easily? Even Loki can be on Kamartaj's blacklist. Now that the goddess of death is free, how can Kamartaj still be so calm? This is not Kamartaj. Teacher, do you know where she went? Rog asked unwillingly. Kamartaj won't intervene in things outside Earth. You should know that. Ancient One took a sip of the freshly brewed tea and said calmly, well, this is really Kamartaj's style. As long as Hela doesn't make waves on Earth, Ancient One won't do anything to her. Chapter 434. Jotunheim, the Kingdom of the Frost Giants. On the deathly silent ice field, a figure was slowly moving forward in the freezing cold wind. This person in black and green tight clothes was none other than the goddess of death, Hel, who had just gotten rid of Odin's seal. After getting rid of the seal, Hel did not return directly to Asgard, but through a secret space channel hidden on Earth. She came to Jotunheim, the hometown of the Frost Giants. Although Hel got rid of Odin's seal and regained her freedom, but the seal imposed by the Heavenly Father-level existence was not so easy to break. In order to leave the cage that had imprisoned her for thousands of years, she almost consumed all the death power in her body. She knew that Odin was not really dead yet, and she also knew that her current state was not suitable for returning to Asgard. So she came to Jotunheim, planning to restore some strength here, and then return to Asgard that she had been dreaming of for thousands of years. In the beginning, going to Jotunheim was not in her plan. However, the moment she successfully broke through the seal, she saw a bald woman in an orange-yellow mage robe. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. As soon as Hel, the goddess of death, escaped, she met Ancient One, who was at the Heavenly Father level like Odin. Under the friendly advice of Ancient One, Hel decisively gave up the idea of restoring her strength on Earth, and left Earth for the first time. The ubiquitous cold wind continued to blow towards Hel, who was slowly moving forward, blowing her slightly messy long black hair. Because of excessive consumption of divine power, the clothes on her body, which were like tight clothes, were torn everywhere, revealing the white skin under the clothes. In terms of age, Hel, who had lived for nearly 3,000 years, was an old woman. But in terms of appearance, Hel was no different from a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Strictly speaking, there wasn't much of a difference. At least, the innate aura of a queen on Hel was not something that ordinary people could have. Under the cold wind, Hel walked step by step towards the end of the ice field. Although she was not a frost giant, the cold wind, which was tens of degrees below zero, did not affect her at all. It even made her feel a little warm. Compared with the underworld, where she was imprisoned, the harsh environment of Jotunheim was no different from a beautiful paradise. Hela was going to meet an old friend who had once submitted to Asgard. Frost giant Laufey. Back then, when she was fighting with Odin in the Nine Worlds, Hela had dealt with Laufey quite a bit. In her memory, Laufey was one of the few frost giants with developed limbs who had enough intelligence. However, when she dealt with Laufey was not the frost giant king yet. At that time, the one sitting on the throne was Laufey's father. But at this moment, she would never have thought that Laufey had died in the hands of her own son a few years ago. when Hela, who was wearing thin and tattered clothes, continued to move forward on the ice plains. A few storm giants hiding in the cold wind noticed her. Although Jotunheim was the kingdom of the frost giants, there were also storm giants, mountain giants, and other giants here. However, the frost giants had the absolute advantage, so Jotunheim became the kingdom of the frost giants. These storm giants hiding in the cold wind immediately noticed Hela's existence and confirmed her identity as a member of the Asgard god race. Whether it was the frost giants or the storm giants, they did not have a good impression of the Asgard god race. Therefore, these storm giants decisively chose to attack, intending to have a taste of the Asgard god race. However, these storm giants would never have thought that Hela, who seemed extremely weak to them, actually had strength far beyond their imagination. Just as they appeared and were about to say a few harsh words to Hela while enjoying the look of fear on her face, Hela slowly raised her right hand, and a ghostly green flame filled with the power of death appeared in her palm. Before these storm giants could react, the green flames in Hela's hands had already appeared in front of them, and started to burn their invisible storm bodies. In just a short 1 or 2 seconds, the dark green flame burned the storm giants' bodies to ashes. Under the entanglement of the dark green flame, 3 irregular green crystal-like crystals floated to Hela's right hand. Without hesitation, Hela directly crushed the green crystal in her hand and absorbed the soul energy contained in it into her body. With the influx of soul energy, the hole in Hela's clothes was rapidly repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the soul energy of the 3 storm giants only repaired the smallest hole in Hela's clothes. After doing all this, Hela continued to walk into the distance. The soul energy of the 3 storm giants could only restore this insignificant amount of strength to Hela, who was only half a step away from the Divine Father level. However, she did not care too much about this. Although Jotunheim was a barren country where not even a blade of grass grew, there were an astonishing number of frost giants here. With these frost giants, she did not have to worry about recovering her strength at all. After learning the news of Hela's escape from Ancient One, Rog did not stay in Kamartaj for too long, and directly used teleportation magic to return to Asgard. When he returned to the magnificent Golden Palace again, he finally remembered what he had just forgotten. Tani. The drunk Tani had just been forgotten in the Golden Palace. However, this matter was quickly resolved perfectly, and even Tani himself did not notice. Under Saul's arrangement, the drunk Tony was brought to an extremely luxurious room by a few pretty maids with good temperament and appearance. As for what would happen next, Rog was not very concerned. Having lived in Asgard for a period of time, he was very relieved to leave Tani to these professional maids. Hela has escaped, and she has also left Earth. In the meeting hall where Thor usually worked, Rog told him the news he had received. I will let Heimdall do his best to find Hela's whereabouts, but now, I have a small matter here that I need your help to deal with. After that, Thor handed a top-secret letter that had just been opened to Rog. Although the wax seal on the letter had already been opened, he could still recognize the pattern on the wax seal at a glance. After all, in the process of going to Warnerheim, he had received many similar letters. Chapter 435. This was an urgent confidential military document from Warnerheim's frontline camp. The content was very simple. There was only one sentence. Half an hour ago, Warner Protoss attacked 3 frontline camps at the same time. After reading the contents of the document, Rog frowned slightly. This wasn't right. It was very wrong. It had only been a few years since the last war. If Warner Protoss didn't know something, they definitely wouldn't start another war at this time. And the timing couldn't be so coincidental. It seems that Asgard's confidentiality needs to be strengthened. After handing the letter back to Thor, Rog said quietly, I've already blocked the news as soon as possible, but it's impossible to completely hide the fact that Father's divine power has dissipated. As long as you have enough strength and are familiar with Father's divine power, you can detect this. As Asgard's archenemy, Warner Protoss didn't lack such people. Ocean god Njord and Gulwig both had this ability. From the looks of it, you want me to go to Vanaheim. If it wasn't for him going, Thor wouldn't have shown him the document. At this time, I can't leave Asgard. It's not a problem to let Loki be the commander in the rear, But he's not strong enough. He can't compete with the strong Warner Protoss. You fought with Warner Protoss before, and the soldiers in the camp also recognize you. Even if Ocean God Njord personally makes a move, you're strong enough to compete with him. Thor quickly explained. Although Asgard was a martial artist, there were very few people who could cultivate to Rog's level. Besides himself, Thor couldn't think of anyone more suitable than Rog. It's not a problem to let me go to Warnerheim, but I want to know, what's your psychological bottom line this time? When he only had the second last chakra, he dared to fight Ocean God Njord one-on-one. Now that he had the six-tailed chakra and young nine-tailed, he was even less afraid of Njord. There's no bottom line. Thor's answer was simple, but Rog could hear the uncontrollable killing intent in his answer. Odin's divine power had just begun to dissipate, and Warner Protoss couldn't help but start a war again. This was a naked provocation. In this situation, if Thor still tried to solve the problem with mercy, then he wouldn't be worthy of inheriting Asgard's throne. A qualified monarch must have a benevolent heart, but that also depended on the time. Blindly paying attention to benevolence was not the ruler of a country, but a brainless saint. All right, I'll help you with this. If Thor asked him to spare the lives of Warner Protoss soldiers as much as possible like last time, then he definitely wouldn't accept Thor's request this time. The mission he accepted was only to stop Hela from seizing Asgard, not to help Asgard maintain his rule. More importantly, he didn't want to be friends with a coward who couldn't see the situation clearly. If you need any help, you can tell Sif. I'll let her go with you. Thor continued. No need, I'll go alone. Rog directly rejected Thor's suggestion of arranging helpers for him. By the way, if you really want to help me, arrange a comfortable trip for Tani to Asgard and fulfill his wish of traveling to outer space. After saying that, he left the meeting hall without looking back and used quantum teleportation to arrive at the Bifrost Hall. I'm going to Warnerheim's camp, the one with the most intense battle right now. According to the secret report, Warner Protoss had only started attacking the camp half an hour ago. As long as the Asgard garrison in the camp wasn't too trashy, the camp shouldn't have been completely overrun yet. Okay. Heimdall didn't hesitate, and directly inserted the Guardian sword in his hand into the console in the middle of the hall. Then the entrance of the Bifrost Bridge shone with a gorgeous rainbow light. The next second, Rog, who was standing at the entrance of the Bifrost Bridge, disappeared and followed the teleportation beam to Warnerheim. The teleportation process didn't take too long. In less than a minute, Rog and the Bifrost Bridge arrived at Warnerheim. When the brilliant light disappeared, he saw a bustling campsite. Looking at the camp full of corpses, arrows, and energy beams flying everywhere, Rog remembered the scene when he first came to Warnerheim. At that time, a similar scene appeared in front of him. But that time he didn't come through the Bifrost Bridge, and he didn't come alone. At that time he had Thor, the three warriors of Sengoku, and an entire Asgard army by his side. But now he was alone. When the Bifrost Bridge arrived at the camp, whether it was the soldiers of Asgard or the soldiers of Warner Protoss, they couldn't help but look in the direction of the Bifrost Bridge. Then they saw Rog alone. Only one person? After seeing this scene, the soldiers of Asgard and the soldiers of Warner Protoss had the same question in their minds. Then, they saw an even more incomprehensible scene. They saw Rog psychically summon the Yondaime Hokage's Haori and the Thor Kunai, and then he put them on as if he didn't see the fierce battle around him. The last time he came, he wore Madara's armor and imitated Madara's battle. This time he planned to imitate the Yondaime Hokage Minato. When he completely put on the Haori and the Kunai, the closest soldiers of Warner Protoss tried to attack him. People who can teleport through the Bifrost Bridge at this time are definitely not weak. Asgard and the soldiers of Warner Protoss were very clear about this. Just when the Warner Protoss soldier took the first step, Rog suddenly disappeared in front of their eyes. Body flicker technique. In just a moment, Rog came in front of the soldiers of Warner Protoss, holding the Thor Kunai in his right hand, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, cutting their throats. Chi. Without any suspense, the Thor Kunai pierced their throats like piercing a piece of white paper. The soldiers of Warner Protoss didn't realize what happened at all. The only thing they felt was the severe pain from their throats. Without waiting for the soldiers of Warner Protoss to fall to the ground, Rog threw the bloody Thor kunai, the flying thunder god kunai, which seemed to be thrown out casually, hit the forehead of a Vanna warrior with great precision. After doing all this, his figure disappeared once again. When he reappeared, he was holding 2 clean flying thunder god kunai in his hands. Chapter 436. Although he intended to imitate Minato, Rog didn't throw out all the flying Thor kunai at the beginning of the battle like Minato did. He didn't have as many flying Thor kunai as Minato did. In addition to the 9 flying Thor kunai made of vibranium that were enchanted by Odin, he only prepared 30 ordinary flying Thor kunai. If he wants to use these 39 flying Thor kunai to cover the enemy in the entire camp, he needs to calculate the landing point of each flying Thor kunai. So before throwing out the flying Thor kunai, he doesn't mind using these kunai to deal with some enemies. Rog appeared again like a ghost, and the flying Thor kunai in his hands once again crossed the necks of several Warner Protoss soldiers. Then, just like before, he threw out the flying Thor kunai in his hands. His throwing skills are comparable to a real Uchiha, so he doesn't need to worry about the landing point of the flying Thor kunai. After he once again killed several Warner Protoss soldiers, the Asgard soldiers who have been paying attention to him finally remembered something. Rog. He's Rog. In the last war, although he didn't hold any role as a commander, his achievements were more dazzling than any other commander. Even Thor, who was the commander, couldn't be compared with him at that time. At that time, Rog changed Asgard and Warnerheim's view of the Earthlings with his own strength. He let these arrogant Protoss see the strength of the Earthlings. At this time, after witnessing Rog's incredible killing efficiency, these Asgard soldiers finally remembered his identity. When the first Asgard soldier excitedly shouted out Rog's name, one after another, eyes gathered on him. Some of these gazes were from Asgard warriors, while others were from Warner Protoss warriors. At this moment, they finally understood why the Bifrost only sent one person over. This was because Rog alone was enough to contend against an entire army. Rog noticed the gazes of these people, but he didn't take it to heart and didn't stop what he was doing. Flying Thor kunai were pulled out by him, and Warner Protoss warriors were killed by him one after another. It didn't take long for him to throw out all 39 flying Thunder God kunai he had on him. When he threw out these flying Thor kunais, over 100 Warner Protoss were killed by him. After finishing this simple preparation work, he sensed the flying Thor kunai in every corner of the camp, and his expression became extremely serious. When Minato first used this tactic, he killed 50 Jonin from the Rock Village at once, thoroughly establishing his high status as a Golden Flash can directly give up the mission without being punished. So Rog also wanted to know how many Warner Protoss warriors he could kill by using the same tactic. At this time, there were more than 1,000 Warner Protoss warriors in the camp. If his operation was subtle enough, he could break Minato's record by a large margin. Looking at Rog, who suddenly stopped, Asgard warriors and Warner Protoss warriors couldn't help but take a few steps back. Although they didn't know why Rog stopped, their intuition told them that Rog was preparing to use a powerful killing move. If not necessary, try to stay away from the area where the high-level combatants are. This was the knowledge they learned in the first class of combat training, and it was also the lesson they learned with blood and tears on the battlefield. Just when they were thinking about what kind of killing move Rog was going to use, Rog's figure disappeared from their eyes again. Wasn't it a powerful killing move? Just as these Asgardian warriors showed a trace of disappointment, they suddenly found that the warriors of the Vannas, who had been attacking them frantically, fell to the ground one by one, as if they had been hit by a fatal curse at the same time, and lost their lives one after another. What's going on? Before these Asgard warriors could react, the Warner Protoss warriors near them became motionless corpses. In addition to those Warner Protoss warriors who temporarily withdrew from the camp because of injuries, all the Warner Protoss warriors in the camp lined up to report to the Grim Reaper in less than a minute. The clamorous battle cries suddenly stopped, and the entire campsite suddenly became incomparably quiet. It was so quiet that it was like a ghost town without any life. Until now, these Asgard warriors still didn't know what was going on. The only scene they saw was these Warner Protoss warriors falling down one by one. Finally, these Asgard warriors saw Rog's figure in the area with the most corpses. Rog, wearing the fourth Hokage Haori, stood motionless in the middle of the corpses, his right hand holding a flying Thor kunai that was still dripping blood. Around him, there were Warner Protoss warriors who were still alive and kicking a few seconds ago. A breeze gently blew through the camp, slightly blowing away the bloody smell that filled the whole camp, and blew up Rog's Haori. 45 seconds. 1,106 people. This was the final result Rog achieved by imitating Minato. In order to achieve this result, he performed more than 800 flying Thor moves, consuming more than half of his chakra. This was the craziest use of the flying Thor since he mastered it. Although he had previously killed 400 people in 10 seconds, he still had the record of killing 400 people. But at that time he and his 32 doppelgangers had worked together to accomplish the feat, but this time he was alone. After this crazy killing, he finally understood why Minato only used this tactic once in his life. In addition to the environmental reasons, more importantly, although this tactic looks extremely overbearing, it's not cost-effective. Yes, it's not cost-effective. Consuming more chakra than the Sambai, and only killing more than 1,000 enemies, it's not worth it. If it wasn't for imitating Minato, he could have used more efficient and labor-saving tactics. For example, releasing several large-scale ninjutsu to directly clear the battlefield. After calming down a little bit, the chakra still boiling in his body, he used quantum transmission to the nearest Asgard warrior, and raised the flying Thor kunai that was still dripping blood. Ask your commander to arrange for people to collect this weapon from the battlefield, wash it, and send it to your commander's residence. The commander, he died. After hesitating for a few seconds, the Asgard warrior replied with a trembling voice, "Then from now on, you are the commander of this camp." After saying that, Rog left without looking back and walked toward the largest barracks in the camp. The largest barracks in the camp is the commander's residence. This is a general rule in the Asgard army. Chapter 437. Asgard has a total of 23 camps in Warnerheim. Camps are divided into 3 levels according to the number of troops stationed and the area under their jurisdiction. The campsite that Log was in right now was one of the lowest leveled campsites. Among the 23 camps, half of them are level 1 camps with about 1,000 troops stationed there. Level 2 camps have about 2,000 to 3,000 troops stationed there. And the highest level 3 camp is in Warnerheim. There are a total of 3 camps, each of which has more than 5,000 Asgard soldiers. The 3 camps that were attacked this time are 3 level 1 camps, 12 level 1 camps, 8 level 2 camps, and 3 level 3 camps, a total of more than 40,000 soldiers. After the last war, Asgard didn't increase the number of camps in Warnerheim. They just made up the number of soldiers in the camps, which is considered to be giving face to Warner Protoss. Of course, Asgard didn't forget about the war reparations and the loss of personnel. After arriving at the commander's residence, Rog directly found Asgard's camp distribution map and found the location of the other 2 camps. After confirming the location, he once again used quantum teleportation. Another camp that was attacked, Boulder Camp. "Captain, haven't the Golden Palace and the other camp's reinforcements arrived yet?" A young Asgard soldier who looked like he just reached adulthood asked the captain next to him. "They will come, the reinforcements will definitely come." While answering, the brawny man with a huge scar on his face used the giant axe in his hand to cut down a Warner Protoss soldier, who tried to step forward. "Bring it on, you Vanir bastards. My axe is thirsting for blood." After cutting down a Warner Protoss soldier, the brawny captain shouted at the Warner Protoss soldiers in the distance. "Captain, you should stop shouting. If you shout a few more times, our defense line won't be able to hold on." "Bell, how many times have I told you? You have to show the dominance of the Asgard when facing these Vanir bastards." As soon as he finished speaking, the brawny man with the giant axe took the initiative to rush out. Like a crazy brown bear, he wantonly attacked the surrounding Warner Protoss warriors. Just as the young warrior named Bell was about to rush out with the captain, a brilliant aurora-like light appeared in front of him, stopping him from trying to rush out of the defensive line. When the brilliant light dissipated, Bale saw a person he had only seen in videos and posters. Rog. He was Rog. Unlike the Asgard warriors from the previous camp, Bale recognized Rog at a glance. His face was filled with excitement, as if he had met his idol. In a sense, Rog was Bale's idol. In the last war, Bale wasn't part of the Warnerheim garrison, nor was he a member of the Asgard reinforcements. However, after he learned that there was an Earthling named Rog who shone in the battlefield of Warnerheim, he began to pay attention to Rog. At first, he was like the other Asgard people, not believing the battle reports from the front line. But as Rog's battle records increased, he began to collect information about Rog. Through some channels, he bought magic stones with recordings of Rog's battles. Even now, he could still remember clearly how excited he was when he saw Rog fighting the 3 Storm brothers alone and successfully killing them. At that moment, it was as if he saw a living heroic spirit walking out of the Hall of Valhalla, a glorious warrior forever remembered in the glorious history of Asgard. From that day onwards, he became a fanatical fan of Rog. He collected all the magic stones with recordings of Rog's battles that he could find. He even hung a huge poster that was more than 2 meters long in his room. In order to get closer to his idol, he even took the initiative to apply for a transfer from the city defense to the Warnerheim garrison. Although he knew that Rog might never appear on the battlefield of Warnerheim again, this didn't affect his determination to follow in Rog's footsteps. Since he came to Warnerheim, he would go to the places where Rog fought whenever he had a holiday to see the traces left behind by Rog's battles with his own eyes. And now he finally saw his idol. After teleporting to Camp Boulder, Rog wanted to directly join the battle and quickly finish off the Warner Protoss soldiers attacking the camp. But when he felt Bel's strange gaze on him, he turned around with a puzzled expression. At first, he thought it was someone he had dealt with before looking at him. Then he saw the unfamiliar young face of Bale, and the eyes that were not unfamiliar to him. This guy, is he my fan? He had seen Bale's eyes on a lot of young fangirls. Those fanatical fans showed the same look when they saw their idols. He just glanced at Bale, then withdrew his gaze and observed the situation on the battlefield. Compared to the previous camp, Camp Boulder's situation was obviously much better. Not only did Camp Boulder's defense not break, but they were also evenly matched with the Warner Protoss army, which had twice as many soldiers. In terms of individual combat power, Asgard's soldiers were stronger than Warner Protoss's soldiers. This was one of the main reasons why Asgard didn't increase the number of troops stationed in Warnerheim. However, this wasn't the only reason why Camp Boulder's defense hadn't been broken. The reason why Camp Boulder's results were so different was because of the command of the camp's commander. They were both level 1 camps, and Camp Boulder faced more enemies, but the combat power they displayed was completely different. After a few seconds of observation, Rog had a plan. He didn't need to kill these Warner Protoss soldiers alone, he just needed to give Camp Boulder's garrison a chance to counterattack, and Camp Boulder would be able to defeat the enemy. After discovering this, he didn't hesitate and cast a high-level ninjutsu that could change the terrain. Would release Tree World Descent. He clasped his hands together, and chakra in his body quickly operated, and huge trees that needed several people to wrap their arms around came out of the ground. After a few seconds, a lush forest several times bigger than Camp Boulder was born, shrouding the entire battlefield. Asgard soldiers and Warner Protoss's soldiers didn't know the name of this ninjutsu, but they weren't unfamiliar with this ninjutsu. Back when he was fighting the god of the ocean, Niold, Rog had used Tree Realm Descent in his Sage mode. But at that time, he used Sage mode. Would release Tree World Descent. Asgard soldiers and Warner Protoss's soldiers couldn't tell the difference between would release and would release, but they knew that this move belonged to Rog, the same Rog who once injured Njord. When the lush forest created by Tree World Descent descended, Camp Boulder's commander didn't hesitate and directly ordered the entire army to counterattack. If he couldn't even seize such an obvious opportunity to counterattack, he wouldn't have been able to rely on his own command to defend the camp so well. All troops attack. The high and majestic horn sounded, and Asgard soldiers who had been suppressing their anger rushed out of the camp like a pack of wolves. Chapter 438. Rog's Tree World Descent completely changed the situation on the battlefield. At this time, Asgard soldiers turned into deadly hunters, crazily chasing after the Warner Protoss soldiers in the unreasonably lush forest. After using Tree World Descent, Rog didn't immediately choose to leave. Instead, he manipulated the trees in the forest, turning the forest into a hell that the Warner Protoss soldiers could never escape from. Relying on the huge advantage provided by Tree World Descent, Asgard's soldiers erupted with strength far beyond their usual, directly pushing the battle into a one-sided situation. When most of Asgard's soldiers crazily rushed into the forest, continuously reaping the lives of the Warner Protoss soldiers, Rog's fanatic Bell still stayed in place. Looking at Rog, who was only 2 or 3 meters away from him, Bell suddenly had an idea in his mind. I have to go up and say hello to him. I have to say something to him face to face. After barely suppressing the uncontrollable excitement in his heart, Bell put away the long sword in his hand and walked step by step toward Rog. Although Rog's main focus was on controlling the trees, he still immediately noticed Bell's action. What does this guy want to do? Just when he was thinking about whether to distance himself from this somewhat abnormal fan, Bell with a nervous expression came in front of him and said in a trembling voice, "Sir Rog, hello. I'm a sword and shield soldier from the 27th Squad of the Boulder Camp. My name is Bell." Looking at the nervous young sword and shield soldier, Rog slightly frowned. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Your mission now should be to chase after the enemy, not to come and say hello to me. Do you understand, soldier?" If it was any other time, he wouldn't mind taking a photo or saying hello to his fan. But now it was obviously not the time to do these things. Bale never thought that he would receive such a reply. Although Rog didn't say it explicitly, there was only one meaning in his words, and that was Bell didn't listen to orders and left his post without permission. For a warrior, this was a very serious accusation. If strictly pursued, this could even send Bale directly to the military court. "Lord Rog, I'm not," Bell wanted to explain, but when he saw the increasingly impatient expression on Rog's face, he finally chose to shut up and lowered his head. In the end, Bale, who was hit by reality, turned around with a lonely face and ran towards the forest. "Live well, don't die in Warnerheim," Rog said silently as he looked at Bale, who was obviously not in his right state of mind. He didn't reject young people chasing stars, but he didn't like young people chasing stars regardless of the occasion. Although he was dissatisfied with Bale's untimely behavior, he didn't want to see a young man like Bale die in the forest, so he silently reminded him. After hearing the voice behind him, Bale suddenly stopped. A few seconds later, his lonely mood was replaced by excitement as he ran towards the forest. Bale's sudden episode didn't affect Rog's control of the world of trees. More than 10 minutes later, most of the Warner Protoss soldiers who attacked Camp Boulder were forever left in the forest and became nutrients for the growth of the forest. When the battle at Camp Boulder came to an end, Rog didn't stop and began to rush to the next camp. A brilliant aurora-like light flashed on his body, and in the next second his figure disappeared with the light. The third camp to be attacked was a camp called Fong. Unlike Camp Maple and Camp Boulder, which were located near the forest and plains, Fong was located on a mountain peak that looked like a beast's fang. It was because of this mountain peak that the camp had the name Fong. Camp Maple was the first camp Rog went to, and it was also the most intense camp with the most losses. Because of the death of the commander, Camp Maple didn't organize an effective defense, and nearly half of the soldiers died at the hands of Warner Protoss soldiers. The situation at Camp Boulder was completely different from Camp Maple. When he used quantum transmission to leave Camp Boulder, Rog slightly sensed the number of soldiers left in Camp Boulder. More than 800 people. Even in the face of twice the number of enemies, Camp Boulder only lost less than 200 people. At the cost of less than 200 deaths, almost all of the invading Warner Protoss soldiers were wiped out. This was a glorious record. Although this exaggerated loss ratio had a lot to do with Rog's world of trees. But no matter what, it couldn't be denied that Camp Boulder's commander's exquisite command and the strength of the camp soldiers. Among the 3 attacked camps, the situation at Fong was neither good nor bad. The sharp Fong camp's defensive line was not completely breached like the Maple Leaf camps, nor was it completely defended like the Boulder camps. Unlike the last teleportation, Rog didn't teleport directly to the K9 camp this time. Instead, he was teleported to a 20-meter tall tree near the camp. He hung upside down on a 10-centimeter thick branch like a bat. After observing the situation in the camp from above, he quickly came up with a plan. In fact, this wasn't a plan, it was just a decision on which ninjutsu to use. Camp Maple suffered the most losses, and what they needed was him to turn the tide and directly defeat the invading enemy. And Camp Boulder, who was in the best situation, needed him to provide a perfect opportunity to counterattack and create an opportunity for Camp Boulder to take the initiative. As for Fong Camp, the help they needed was very simple, and that was to help them make up for their disadvantage in numbers. Although Asgard's soldiers were better than Warner Protoss's soldiers in terms of individual combat power, their strength hadn't reached the level where they could directly ignore the advantage in numbers. Since Fong Camp needed help in numbers, Rog, as the reinforcements, would naturally fulfill their wish. Rog, who was hanging upside down on the branch, suddenly raised his hands and imitated Naruto's multiple shadow clone jutsu, forming a seal. For him, who can cast ninjutsu without seals, forming seals or not doesn't affect his release of ninjutsu. But sometimes he will release ninjutsu through hand seals like a real ninja. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Chanting in his heart, Rog's chakra ran wildly. In the next second, thousands of white smoke appeared out of thin air near the camp. When the smoke dissipated, rogues who were either standing or squatting appeared on the battlefield one after another. Multiple shadow clone jutsu and shadow clone jutsu have no difference in principle. As long as the caster has enough chakra, he can create thousands of shadow clones at once. Chapter 439. What kind of experience would it be to suddenly see thousands of people who looked exactly the same in a stalemate on the battlefield? A lot of people wouldn't be able to answer this question. After all, twins were common, but thousands of people who looked exactly the same weren't easy to find. At this time, the Asgard warriors and the Warner Protoss warriors who attacked the camp had the qualifications to answer this question. An incomprehensible miracle. Whether it was the warriors of Asgard or the warriors of the Vanir gods, after seeing these thousands of shadow clones, the same or similar thought came to their minds. Just as the Asgard warriors and the Warner Protoss warriors were looking at these shadow clones in disbelief, these shadow clones tacitly attacked at the same time. When the shadow clones attacked the Warner Protoss warriors who obviously hadn't reacted yet, Rog, who was hanging upside down on the branch, suddenly used the body flicker technique. In the next second, he was hanging upside down on another branch. Standing in a normal posture, he silently observed the battle around him. Gathering chakra at his feet allowed him to hang upside down on the branch like a bat, but chakra couldn't change gravity, so hanging upside down for a long time would cause blood to rush to the brain. At first, the Asgard warriors in the camp didn't understand what was going on. But when they saw that the shadow clones only attacked the Warner Protoss warriors and didn't attack them, they instantly reacted. Reinforcements. These are reinforcements. Although these reinforcements were completely different from what they imagined, but no matter what, these thousands of shadow clones were genuine reinforcements. With the addition of the shadow clones, the stalemate situation quickly lost its balance, and the scales of victory quickly tilted towards Asgard's side. Although the shadow clones didn't have strong resistance, as long as they were hit by a sword, they would turn into smoke and disappear. But it wasn't easy to hit these shadow clones. These shadow clones not only had all of Rog's fighting skills, but they could also use ninjutsu like him. Except for the fact that they couldn't use Kekkei Genkai, and those spells and abilities that didn't belong to the ninjutsu system. These shadow clones weren't much different from Rog himself. The only difference was that their resistance was weakened to the extreme. When these shadow clones joined the battle came to an end at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 minutes, all the Warner Protoss warriors who came to attack fell on this Fong-like mountain peak. When the last Warner Protoss warrior fell down with a face of disbelief, Rog removed most of the shadow clones, leaving only one. However, the remaining shadow clone didn't stay in the camp for too long. It used Flying Thunder God to return to Maple Leaf Camp where it first started. Rog didn't forget that his 38 Flying Thor Kunai were still in the camp, southeast of the Fong camp, in a temporary camp more than 60 kilometers away. Is there still no news from the troops that attacked the Maple Leaf, Boulder, and Fong camps? In the commander's tent, Victigny, wearing a pale golden armor, said in a dissatisfied tone. More than half an hour has passed since the agreed time of attack. According to normal circumstances, the 3 vanguard troops should have already sent back the battle report. Sir, we haven't received the battle report from the vanguard troops yet. More than 10 minutes ago, the signal soldier that attacked the boulder camp sent back an incomplete report. This is all the content of the report. After that, the commander, who was at least twice as old as Victigny, handed over a piece of paper with only a few words written on it. The content on the paper was very simple, only a name and a description. Reinforcements. ROG. From a military point of view, this wasn't a qualified military report. But this didn't prevent Victigny from understanding the meaning. After seeing ROG's name written on it, the serious Victigny suddenly showed a puzzled look. ROG. How could it be him? Of course, Victigny wouldn't forget ROG. After all, this was a man who almost killed her and defeated her. However, at this time, she didn't understand why ROG, who had disappeared for several years, suddenly appeared in the boulder camp. He joined Asgard? This was the first thought that appeared in Victigny's mind. But in the next second, she ruled out this speculation. After the end of the last war, she specifically asked people to investigate ROG's background, and knew that he coincidentally joined Asgard's army. And if ROG really became a member of Asgard after the war, Warner Protoss's spies would have sent back the information early on. Seeing Victigny looking at the paper in her hand with a puzzled look, Weigelf, who was standing next to her, took the initiative to walk over and took the paper from Victigny's hand. When Weigelf took the paper from her hand, Victigny finally reacted. Then, she returned to her previous serious look and said without any emotion, "The 3 vanguard units in front have failed. Pass down the order." The army immediately returned to Asia. Victigny's order made the other generals in the tent show a puzzled look. Even if the 3 vanguard units failed, the main force of the army was still there. There was no need to retreat. "My lady, should we reconsider?" After a few seconds of silence, a general tried to probe. "Are you doubting my judgment?" Victigny glanced at the general, and said in a cold tone, "This subordinate doesn't dare." In a few seconds, the generals in the tent disappeared completely, and began to arrange for the return of the army to Asia. "Sister, if he really comes, what should we do?" Weigelf's right hand gushed out a light blue energy flame and burned the paper in her hand. "I don't know, I really don't know," Victigny replied with a bitter smile. A few hours ago, they had learned from their mother, Gulwig, that Odin's divine power had dissipated. Not long after they learned the news, ocean god Njord gave the order to attack Asgard's camp, and appointed the 2 of them as the main generals of the army. Although they didn't think that this was a good time to attack Asgard's camp, they couldn't disobey Njord's order, and could only lead the army to set off. Before attacking the camp, they had considered that Asgard would send reinforcements. However, they didn't expect that the reinforcements sent by Asgard would be ROG. Therefore, things suddenly became a little out of control. When Victigny ordered the army to withdraw to Asia, ROG took the clean Thor kunai from the shadow clone, and left the camp alone. Chapter 440. After knowing that ROG was going to attack the main forces of Warner Protoss, the commander of the Fang's camp wanted to lead the troops to go with him. But ROG rejected the proposal. Bringing them along with him would only slow him down. ROG didn't plan to stay in Warnerheim for too long. He had a bigger problem to deal with and didn't have that much time to waste. While waiting for the shadow clone in the Fang's camp, he used chakra to confirm the location of the Warner Protoss army. The Warner Protoss army that attacked the 3 level 1 camps was clearly just the vanguard. If he wanted to calm Warnerheim down again, getting rid of these 3 vanguard forces was far from enough. So he decided to take drastic measures and get rid of the Warner Protoss army, more than 60 kilometers away. Only in this way could he completely dispel the thoughts of Warner Protoss that they shouldn't have. The reason why he made this decision was also related to the 2 familiar life energy signals he sensed. Victigny and Weigelf. He was still thinking about who would lead the Warner Protoss army this time. He didn't expect it to be the Victigny sisters. After considering the strength of the 2 Victigny sisters, He decisively made the decision to charge into the enemy camp alone. At this time, the Warner Protoss army was making the final preparations to retreat. They planned to retreat to the main city of Asia City behind them. But they didn't expect that they were about to see a nightmare that they couldn't forget until now. In front of the gate of the temporary camp, a gorgeous light suddenly flashed. Then Rog, who was wearing a white haori, appeared. The Warner Protoss soldiers responsible for guarding the gate of the camp immediately noticed Rog's arrival. But before they could shoot the arrows in their hands, 100-meter-wide orange-red flame arrived in front of them like a tsunami. Fire release. Grand fire annihilation. Boom. The orange-red flame that covered the sky fiercely hit the gate of the camp and the wooden fence next to it. In an instant, the gate and the fence were swallowed up. The Warner Protoss soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were instantly wrapped in the flame. They let out miserable screams and died with intense pain and unwillingness. Rog's grand fire annihilation shocked everyone in the camp. He used his own method to announce his arrival. After he announced his arrival in a domineering manner, dark thunderclouds quickly gathered in the sky above the camp. Muffled sounds of thunder could be heard from the thunderclouds. In the next moment, two huge bolts of lightning, several meters wide, struck the ground dozens of meters in front of Rog. After the lightning disappeared, the Victini sisters appeared in front of him, wearing light golden armor. "We're old friends, I won't waste words. Surrender or die." As soon as his voice fell, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword was summoned into his hand, and light blue lightning instantly wrapped around it. "Now you're even more domineering than Odin. If you want us to surrender, then let's see if you have the ability to do so." Looking at the aggressive Rog, Victigni and her sister didn't hesitate, and directly pulled out their respective weapons. The sword in Vigdini's hand was the two-handed greatsword that she had once lost to Loge, the Wrath of the Hurricane. As for the rapier in Weigelfa's hand, he never knew the name of it. He never had the interest to know the name of the weapon of his defeated opponent. After Victigni and her sister pulled out their weapons, Rog didn't immediately attack. Instead, he summoned 4 wood clones. The shadow clone's ability to resist attacks was too weak. They would disappear after being hit by a lightning bolt. So when facing Victigni and her sister, the wood clones would be more useful. "I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you've become a man who bullies others with numbers." After seeing Rog's 4 wood clones, Victigni said with a look of disdain. She had fantasized about fighting Loge again more than once, but she had never thought that Loge would use such a tactic to bully her with numbers. Bully others with numbers? No, you've misunderstood. These clones are not used to bully others with numbers, but to prevent you from escaping. After all, if tens of thousands of people escape, it's quite troublesome to catch them one by one. As soon as Rog finished speaking, the 4 wood clones beside him disappeared. Not good. He's planning to use a barrier. Before Victigni could react, Weigelf saw through Rog's plan. Weigelf's amazing intuition had left a deep impression on Rog. However, he wasn't worried that Weigelf would see through his plan. As long as he was still standing here, Weigelf wouldn't dare to leave Victigni's side, let alone chase after his wood clones. It didn't take long for his 4 wood clones to come to the designated position and cast barrier ninjutsu. 4 purple flame formation. The 4 purple flame formation that was once performed at the headquarters of the Avengers was once again performed, and the rectangular purple barrier completely enveloped the entire camp. "You're all surrounded by me." When the 4 purple flame formation was formed, Rog also achieved a new achievement. One person surrounded an army of tens of thousands of people. This feeling is very cool. After achieving this achievement, Rog, holding the Kusanagi sword, attacked Victigni and Kagura. His figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Victigni like a flash. The Kusanagi sword in his hand directly slashed at Victigni's delicate face. However, just as he waved the Kusanagi sword in his hand, Weigelf's rapier blocked the Kusanagi sword's attack in advance. At the same time, Victigni's hurricane's fury slashed at him with the power of thunder. Clang! Weigelf's rapier blocked the Kusanagi sword without any suspense, and the crisp sound of metal colliding suddenly sounded. In this regard, Rog didn't have any surprise. Lightning body flicker. With the power of thunder, The hurricane's fury directly crossed the lightning left by Rog's lightning body flicker. Boom! The power of thunder on the hurricane's fury slammed into the ground, leaving a several meters long sword mark on the ground. After dodging the attack of the hurricane's fury, Rog didn't immediately launch a second wave of attacks. Instead, he raised his left hand and slowly stroked the blade of the Kusanagi sword. After seeing Rog's slightly abnormal action, Weigelf, who had amazing intuition, frowned slightly. Her intuition told her that Rog was planning something. However, she couldn't guess what Rog was planning. For her amazing intuition, this was something that had never happened before. No need to guess. Although your intuition is amazing, it can even be said to have the effect of foreseeing the future. But unfortunately, your intuition isn't really foreseeing the future, so don't waste your energy. Chapter 441. The first time he fought with Weigelf, Rog found that her intuition was unreasonably accurate. At that time, he purely thought that this was a gift that Vigor was born with, just like the owl that he had met before who was born with divine power. However, as his strength and knowledge continued to grow, he found that he was wrong. Weigelf's amazing intuition was definitely not an external manifestation of divine power. The reason was simple. If Weigelf's amazing intuition was really an external manifestation of divine power, then it meant that she would awaken divine power in the future. It was a divine power related to time, such as predicting the future. However, any power related to time required an extremely high level of power to control. For example, a universal treasure like the time gem. Even the father of gods, Odin, who was a powerful existence at the level of a divine father, could only barely predict the future and slightly touch upon the power of time. And Weigelf did not look like she could surpass Odin in the future. Therefore, Rog could conclude that Weigelf's amazing intuition had nothing to do with the power of time or foresight. After eliminating the ability to foresee the future and the power of time, the only options left were prediction and mind reading. Prediction, mind reading, lightning. After combining these elements, Rog thought of a guy who called himself God. Although this guy was a character from another world, it didn't stop Rog from using him as a sample for his speculations. They both mastered the power of lightning and could predict the opponent's next move. The more he thought, the more Rog felt that he had found the truth. Of course, all of this was just his speculation. In order to prove this speculation, he planned to do a small test on the spot. When Rog's left hand strangely swept across the back of the Kusanagi sword, Weigelf's uneasiness became more and more obvious. She knew what Rog was planning and that the source of danger was the Kusanagi sword in Rog's hand, but she could not guess what Rog wanted to do with the Kusanagi sword. The only thing she could be sure of was that Rog would continue to attack with the Kusanagi sword. Without waiting for Weigelf to continue thinking, Rog launched another attack. This time he did not choose Vigtigny as his target. Instead, he went straight for Weigelf. In the blink of an eye, he traversed tens of meters and arrived in front of Weigelf. He instinctively struck with his Kusanagi sword. Clang! 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 The Kusanagi sword in Roger's hand was like a storm as it rained down on Weigelf, but Weigelf blocked it one by one. But even so, Rog didn't stop attacking. Even when Vigtigny attacked him with her Wrath of the Hurricane, he only dodged slightly before attacking Weigelf again. It wasn't the first time that Weigelf and Vigtigny fought with Rog, but they had never seen Rog like this. At this time, Rog was like a ruthless sword-wielding machine, crazily waving his Kusanagi sword. Although Rog's attacks were as dense as a storm, he never hit Weigelf. No matter how subtle his moves were, no matter how tricky his attack angle was, Weigelf's rapier was always able to block his Kusanagi sword. In just 10 seconds, Rog waved his sword hundreds of times at Weigelf. And then nothing. When Vigtigny couldn't help but use a large-scale lightning attack to force Rog back and prevent him from continuing to attack Weigelf, Rog took the initiative to give up the attack and quickly retreated, once again increasing the distance between them. After putting enough distance between them, Rog didn't do anything. Instead, he started counting down silently. 2, 1. At the moment when his countdown ended, Weigelf's rapier suddenly burst out a weak electric current, directly hitting Weigelf's right hand that was holding the rapier. It actually worked. For Weigelf, who has mastered the power of lightning, this sudden burst of electric current was nothing. It didn't even leave an obvious mark on her skin. But after being hit by this electric current, Weigelf's face showed a look of disbelief. How is this possible? When did he leave this electric current? Are you surprised to find that the intuition you are so proud of has failed? Unlike the shocked Weigelf, Rog was a bit calm at this time. When did you do it? Why didn't I notice it at all? Weigelf asked with a dignified face. It's normal that you didn't notice it, because I didn't know when this electric current was passed. Rog was telling the truth. He really didn't know when this electric current appeared on Weigelf's rapier. When his left hand swept the Kusanagi rapier, he wrapped the blade of the Kusanagi rapier with chakra. In this chakra, he deliberately left a thunder attribute chakra that will turn into electric current after 15 seconds. Every time the Kusanagi rapier collides with the rapier, a part of the chakra will be transmitted to the rapier. Whether the thunder attribute chakra will be transmitted to Weigelf's rapier, or when it will be transmitted, Rog himself didn't know. So before the 15 seconds were up, he took the initiative to end the attack, in order to see if the thunder attribute chakra was transmitted. It turned out that after he swung the rapier hundreds of times, the thunder attribute chakra was transmitted to the rapier. Whether the electric current could hurt Weigelf or not was not the main point. The main point was whether Weigelf could discover this move that even he himself didn't know if it worked or not. If Weigelf didn't discover it, then it meant that his guess was correct. Weigelf was the same as the guy who called himself God. She could only predict the enemy's conscious attack. As for how to defeat an enemy who could predict his own attack, the other guy who could freely stretch and rebound his body gave the answer with his own experience. Unconscious attack. As long as you don't know how you will attack, then of course, others can't predict it. This is the so-called king's prediction meets bronze's movement. Even if you are a peak king, you can't predict the bronze's movement. To a certain extent, this could be considered as a manifestation of the mutual promotion and suppression of all things in the world. Okay, the test is over, let's get to the point. Although Rog wasn't a bronze, this didn't stop him from imitating the bronze's movement. No, it can't be an imitation. Imitation is conscious, and the bronze's movement is a kind of unconscious behavior that even the user doesn't know the reason for. Chapter 442. It was extremely difficult for a bronze player to perform a king-level maneuver. Similarly, it was not easy for a king-level player to perform a bronze-level maneuver. Anyone who could reach the king level would not have any obvious shortcomings in terms of awareness, skills, experience, mentality, and other aspects. But bronze-level players were different. In terms of these basic skills, bronze-level players did not have any shortcomings, but all of them were shortcomings. Therefore, in order to perform a bronze-level maneuver, attack that Weigelf could not intuitively detect, Rog had to do something he had never done in a battle before. To put it nicely, it was called emptying the mind and giving control of the body to instinct, allowing the body to perform an attack that was completely out of the control of the mind. To put it bluntly, it was a dazed and absent-minded. Because the mind was already in a dazed and absent-minded state, the attack that the body would perform was something that even the person himself could not determine. When Rog completely emptied his mind, he fell into a philosophical state. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? At this moment, Rog seemed to have been possessed by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato. He began to think about the three ultimate philosophical questions in idealism that still had no answers. Of course, feeling that he was possessed by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato was just Rog's own opinion. As a member of the Warner Protoss, Vigtigny and Weigelf certainly did not know who Plato was. Therefore, from their point of view, Rog seemed to have been struck by a powerful mental retardation spell. He had turned from an invincible warrior to a village idiot who only knew how to chase after chickens and dogs. What's wrong with him? Looking at Rog, whose aura had undergone a drastic change in an instant, Vigtigny asked Wild, who was beside her. I don't know, it looks like he was hit by a mental retardation spell. But with his strength, even if he was hit by a mental retardation spell, he shouldn't have become like this. Weigelf couldn't understand how Rog could suddenly become such a fool. The Victigny sisters were worried that Rog was plotting something, so they didn't take the initiative to attack at all. They carefully guarded against his attacks. They did not take the initiative to attack, and Rog, who had already considered the 3 ultimate philosophical questions, could not take the initiative to attack. Thus, a slightly strange confrontation was born. Time slowly passed. When the Warner Protoss warriors in the camp couldn't help but whisper to each other, Victigny and Weigelf finally couldn't take it anymore. At this time, nearly 10 minutes had passed since Rog started thinking about philosophical questions. Victigny and Weigelf didn't know that Rog came alone, so they began to suspect that Rog was deliberately stalling for time to buy time for the troops behind. In the end, after looking at each other, Victigny and Weigelf made the decision to attack. Whether Rog really lost his mind or not, they didn't plan to continue the confrontation. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Rog with lightning wrapped around their bodies. The weapons in their hands attacked Rog one after the other. However, just as Victigny's Hurricane Fury and Weigelf's rapier were about to hit Rog's body, he suddenly moved like a fool. Lightning body blink. Rog, who was expressionless as if he was in a daze, suddenly disappeared. The Hurricane Fury and rapier lost their target at the same time. When Rog's figure disappeared again, Victigny and Weigelf were even more convinced that he was stalling for time. Without any hesitation, Victigny and Weigelf retracted their weapons and began to sense Rog's whereabouts. But at this time, Rog flashed behind Victigny like a ghost. Clang! Rog's Kusanagi sword was blocked by the Hurricane Fury, and it was directly sent flying by the Hurricane Fury. At the moment when the Kusanagi sword was sent flying, Weigelf's rapier once again appeared in front of Rog. In the past few years, Victigny and Weigelf have never slacked off, constantly honing their skills, in order to defeat Rog with their own hands one day. Stronger fighting techniques, more power of thunder, and more tacit joint attacks. Victigny and Weigelf's strength has indeed improved a lot, but in the past few years, it's not just the two of them who have improved significantly. Just when Weigelf's rapier was about to pierce Rog's throat, a large amount of chakra suddenly erupted from Rog's body. At the same time, his body spun at high speed like a top. 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven. A light blue hemispherical chakra energy shield instantly formed, and Victigny and Weigelf were sent flying. The chakra energy shield appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Almost at the moment when Victigny and Weigelf were sent flying, the high-speed chakra energy shield disappeared. Lightning body blink. Soft fist, 8 trigrams palm. Rog, who was still in the center of the energy shield, instantly flashed behind Weigelf, who was flying backward, and wrapped his hands around the light blue chakra. Before Weigelf could react, his hands hit Weigelf like bullets from a Gatling gun. Muda 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 muda. It took less than 2 seconds for Rog to strike all 64 palms of the 8 trigrams on Weigelf's body. He injected his chakra into her body, and sealed the thunder power in her body. Although Victigny wanted to rescue Weigelf, she was too slow. Even after Rog finished his 64 palms, she was still more than 10 meters away from Rog. Although 64 palms of the 8 trigrams palm was not steel fist, Weigelf, who was hit by Rog all over her body, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After sending Weigelf flying, Rog took out a flying Thor kunai and threw it at Victigny, who was rushing towards him. Clang! Although Rog's throwing technique was very good, his direct throwing attack was blocked by the wrath of the hurricane without any suspense. The flying Thor kunai that was sent flying by the wrath of the hurricane flew past Victigny's left shoulder. However, at this time, Rog's left hand held the flying Thor kunai that was sent flying. His right hand was holding a Super Jade Rasengan that was bigger than him. Flying Thor 2. Super Jade Rasengan. Boom. The Super Jade Rasengan in Rog's right hand hit Victigny like an intercontinental missile, and a terrible explosion sounded. Before Victigny could react, the Super Jade Rasengan in Rog's hand had hit her body. The huge explosion sound resounded through the entire camp, making the Warner Protoss soldiers who witnessed this scene could not help but feel nervous. From the moment Victigny and her sister attacked Rog until now, only a few seconds had passed. But in these few seconds, Rog used a set of not complicated ninjutsu and taijutsu combo to establish the victory in one fell swoop. Lightning body blink, 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. 8 trigrams palm 64 palms. Flying Thor 2, Super Jade Rasengan. Except for the Super Jade Rasengan, the other moves were not particularly powerful. But he used these small moves to defeat Vigtigni and her sister, who had obviously improved their strength. Chapter 443. Asgard's Golden Palace, inside the meeting hall. So you brought the two of them back? Thor, who was wearing his armor, sat at the head of the long table, and looked helplessly at Rog and Vigtigni sitting in a row. Let me correct you. I didn't bring them back. I escorted them back to Asgard. They are now Asgard's captives. Escorting them back to Asgard is a very normal thing to do. Rog explained silently. Vigtigni were also present. He couldn't tell Thor that the reason he brought them back was because the camp commanders were too weak. Imprisoning Vigtigni in the camp was no different from letting them go. Although he asked Rog to solve the problem in Warnerheim, Thor didn't expect that after solving the problem in Warnerheim, Rog would bring back an even bigger problem to Asgard. Vigtigni weren't ordinary people. Their mother was Gulwig, a powerful existence in Warner Protoss that was only slightly weaker than the sea god Njord. And this slight weakness wasn't just a slight weakness in terms of strength. If Warner Protoss wasn't a typical patriarchal society, the one sitting on the throne right now might not be the sea god Njord. Forget it. Since it's already like this, I'll let them stay in Asgard for a while. After saying that, Thor picked up a golden bell beside the table and shook it gently. As the bell rang, the closed door was pushed open by the royal guards. 2 royal guards wearing golden armor walked in. Take them to see Sif. Thor gave a simple order to the guards who came in. As a superior, he didn't need to give too many orders. The specific arrangements would naturally be handled by others. All he had to do was give out orders. After the guards led Vigtigni and Roland away, Thor continued to question Rog. How did you come up with the idea of bringing them back as captives? I thought you were just going to go on a killing spree, and then simply deal with the Warner Protoss provocation. They surrendered. Rog explained briefly. However, after seeing Thor's dissatisfied expression, he roughly explained what had happened. When he defeated Vigtigni with his unconscious battle instincts, the 2 sisters immediately chose to surrender. At that time, the problem in front of him changed from defeating the army of Warner Protoss to how to deal with the tens of thousands of surrendered soldiers. After a minute of serious consideration, he decided to be a friendly pacifist. He let go of this army that was basically undamaged. Then he took away the 2 main generals of the army. Although there were tens of thousands of people on one side and only 2 on the other, he was still clear on which was more important. As long as Vigtigni and Roland were still in Asgard's hands, the Warner Protoss wouldn't dare to act rashly. Unlike Njord, who had many descendants, Gulwig only had 2 daughters, Vigtigni and Wigelf. Therefore, even if some Warner Protoss had thoughts that they shouldn't have, Gulwig would make them completely calm down. After explaining to Thor what had happened and the situation of the 3 attacked camps, Rog left the meeting hall and returned to the room he had been staying in. The small episode in Warnerheim was over, so the only thing left was the matter of the goddess of death, Hel. He couldn't help much in the search for Hel's whereabouts for the time being. Therefore, before Hel's whereabouts were discovered, he would have a little leisure time. As for how long this leisure time would be, it would depend on how capable Heimdall, the guardian of Bifrost, and Asgard's intelligence personnel were. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and Rog had unknowingly stayed in Asgard for an entire week. Thor mobilized all of Asgard's intelligence forces, but in the past week, they had found nothing. Not only that, Odin's situation was getting worse and worse, and his divine power was collapsing to the point where he couldn't maintain his form. The news of Odin's impending death couldn't be hidden in the end. At the same time, the news of the goddess of death, Hel, was leaked by someone, causing the entire Asgard to be filled with the aura of a storm. Even Tani, a tourist who had just arrived at Asgard for a few days, noticed this unusual atmosphere. Normally, even if Odin was about to die, Asgard wouldn't be in such a state of panic. The old king had left, and the new king had ascended to the throne. This wasn't the first time in Asgard's history that something like this had happened. However, the appearance of the goddess of death, Hel, made the originally normal process become abnormal. Hel was the eldest princess of Asgard, although Odin tried his best to hide her existence. However, what had happened in the past wouldn't disappear completely just because it was hidden. Hel had once conquered the 9 realms with Odin, and was imprisoned by Odin because of her ambition. All kinds of hidden past were dug up one by one. Even the fact that Hel was the former owner of Thor's hammer, that the name of the weapon was Sword of the Night Sky, and that she had a giant wolf mount named Fenrir were spread out. After knowing that these news suddenly spread outside, Rog first suspected Loki. However, it turned out that this matter had nothing to do with Loki at all. After careful investigation, they found that the news originally came from Jotunheim, the kingdom of the frost giants, and Muspelheim, the kingdom of the flame giants. Like Warner Protoss, after knowing that Odin was about to die, these frost giants and flame giants became a little restless. Although the news was leaked by the frost giants and flame giants, they didn't take the initiative to start a war like Warner Protoss. Instead, they stayed in their homes. At least on the surface, that was the case. Golden Palace in the banquet hall. I've seen the design of the destroyer's armor. The operating principle is very unscientific, and there are also many problems with the performance design. Tani took a sip of Asgard's unique liquor and said with disdain, "The destroyer's armor uses magic and divine power, not science. You can't look at this armor with the scientific and technological eyes of Earth." Thor swallowed the barbecue in his mouth and answered silently. After hearing the conversation between Thor and Tani, Rog and Loki shook their heads helplessly. Since 3 days ago, Thor and Tani had similar conversations every night at dinner. The reason for these conversations was because of a commission from Thor. After knowing that Hel was the former owner of Thor's hammer, Thor found Tani, who was traveling in Asgard, and asked Tani to help him build new weapons and armor at the cost of fulfilling Tani's wish of interstellar travel. Chapter 444. Rog was not surprised that Thor had entrusted Tani to create new weapons and armor. To a certain extent, he even understood Thor very well. Although Thor had been very calm after knowing that the goddess of death Hel was the previous owner of Thor's hammer, as if he did not take this matter to heart at all. However, Rog knew that his mentality was starting to become unstable. As for the reason, it was very simple. In Thor's heart, Thor's hammer was the ultimate weapon that was tailor-made for him. It was his soul mate, his most reliable and trustworthy friend. Until now, Thor could still clearly remember what Odin had said in the Golden Palace during the ceremony when he almost inherited the throne. The Mjolnir is forged from the core of a dying star. Its divine power is incomparable. It can become a sharp weapon that can destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. It can also become a divine work of art that can split the heavens and earth. It is the best thing for a king to have. Although his inheritance ceremony had ended because of the invasion of the frost giants, he had never forgotten this sentence. Therefore, in his opinion, Thor's hammer was not only a weapon that Odin had prepared for the next king, but also a test that Odin had for the next king. Whoever could lift Thor's hammer would become the king of Asgard. Note 2. Odin was the king of Asgard, so Odin could lift Thor's hammer. Other than Odin, he was the only one who could lift Thor's hammer, so he was the most suitable person to become the king of Asgard. Although Rog had barely moved Thor's hammer in front of him once, he did not think that it was lifting, so he directly eliminated Rog. However, Hel was different from Rog. Firstly, Hela was Odin's eldest daughter and a member of the royal family of Asgard. Secondly, Hel was the former owner of Thor's hammer. In the end, Hela and Odin created Asgard's glory together, conquering the 9 worlds and making Asgard a powerful existence famous throughout the universe. Be it in terms of status, strength, or battle record, Hela was superior to him. What was even more troublesome was that when the news of Hela spread, many people started to discuss whether Hela was more qualified to inherit the throne. Furthermore, there were quite a lot of people talking about it, and there was no lack of people who supported Hela. Of course, these were not the main reasons why Thor asked Tani to forge new weapons and armor for him. According to Thor's performance in the past few days, Rog speculated that the main reason why Thor asked Tani to forge new weapons and armors was that Thor was jealous. The current Thor was a bit like suddenly finding out that his girlfriend had an ex that he had never known before. Not only that, this ex was taller, more handsome, richer, and more talented than him. It could be said that he crushed him in all aspects. Furthermore, this ex that he had never known before had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door. No matter which world a man was from, he would have a strong desire to possess the things he liked. This desire to possess was an instinct that was deeply imprinted in a man's DNA. It was an existence that transcended rationality. When they were young, this desire was reflected in the monopolization of toys. When they grew up, this desire was reflected in the desire for money and power. At this moment, Thor was deeply provoked by the ex of Thor's hammer, Hela. He would not give Thor's hammer to Hela, nor would he give Asgard to Hela, nor would he give Loki to Hela. Therefore he had to do everything he could to increase his strength. For example, let Tani create powerful weapons and armor that Hela had never seen before. As the first princess of Asgard and a former criminal official, Hela's understanding of dwarven weapons was not inferior to his, and might even be better than his. This was also why he did not go to the dwarf king Aitsue, but went to Tani instead. After all, before he was born, Hela had already completed the honor of conquering the 9 realms with Odin. While trying his best to increase his own strength, Thor did not forget to strengthen his teammates. He picked out a few magic letters from the top secret library that only the king was qualified to enter, and handed them to Loki, who was more like an assassin than a mage. At the same time, he also handed the corpse of the giant wolf Fenrir to Rog. As for why Rog made this request, he did not ask too much. After dinner, Rog did not participate in the discussion between Thor and Tani about the new weapons and armor. Instead, he went directly to the laboratory that Thor had specially arranged for him. In this laboratory of nearly 500 square meters, there were all kinds of Asgard's research instruments. In the corner of the laboratory, there was also a heavy ancient wooden desk. On the desk were magic books that were either opened or piled up together. In addition to these magic books, there was also a golden disc with a diameter of dozens of centimeters on the desk. In the center of the disc, there was a cluster of orange-yellow flames that seemed to never go out. The eternal fire. This cluster of flames, which was not much bigger than a palm, was the treasure that the flame giant Surtur was most proud of. The eternal fire that could increase his strength by a terrifying amount. This cluster of eternal fire was the deposit that Thor had paid to Rog in advance. If he could complete the task of defeating Hela together, then all the eternal fire in the palace's treasury would belong to him. Because there was only a small cluster, this eternal fire was not the most eye-catching existence in the laboratory. On the magic circle in the center of the laboratory, there was a huge corpse that was more than 10 meters in length. This was the corpse of the giant wolf Fenrir. Although it had been dead for more than 2,600 years, Fenrir's corpse was still generally intact. Only a little of its fur and flesh had disappeared. The goddess of death Hela was imprisoned in 639 BC. As her mount, even if Fenrir did not die in the same year, it would not have been too far apart. When Rog first saw Fenrir in the underground secret room of the Golden Palace Hall, he knew that this was the psychic beast that he had been looking for a long time. Although he had used the Punisher and Abomination as psychic beasts for a period of time, they were not real beasts after all, and it was inevitable that they did not live up to their names. However, Fenrir perfectly met his requirements for a psychic beast. After getting Fenrir's corpse, he began to study how to resurrect Fenrir with the eternal fire. He did not intend to use the Edo Tensei on Fenrir, because it would make the resurrected Fenrir no longer pure. Its fangs could bite through Hulk's skin. Its skin could resist the continuous fire of the spaceship's machine guns. What Rog wanted was the original Fenrir, not the modified Fenrir. Chapter 445. Resurrecting a creature that had been dead for more than 2,000 years was not an easy task. Even in a world with magic, this wasn't something that anyone could do easily. In the exchange page of the system, there were several ninjutsu related to resurrection. For example, Edo Tensei. as well as reincarnation and reincarnation that required the caster's life as the price. Although Rog really wanted a real psychic beast, he was not crazy enough to use reincarnation to resurrect the giant wolf Fenrir. Since he did not intend to use ninjutsu, he naturally put his eyes on magic. Although he did not look like a mage usually, he had received orthodox Kamartaj magic education, and was a real mage with the title of Ancient One's disciple. He did not know if there was any magic related to resurrection in Kamartaj's library, and he was not very interested. The reason was simple. He now had a resurrection method that had been successfully verified. The goddess of death, Hela, used the eternal fire and her own divine power to successfully resurrect the giant wolf Fenrir and her undead warriors. Although this scene could no longer be performed in this world, this did not prevent him from learning a little from Hela's method. He had the corpse of the giant wolf Fenrir. He also had the eternal fire. The only thing he lacked now was Hela's divine power of death. Rog did not intend to ask for Hela's help because this kind of request was destined to be fruitless. Compared to helping him, Hela would be more inclined to kill him directly. Therefore, from the beginning, he excluded Hela from the list of people to ask for help. Although Hela had the divine name of the goddess of death, and had awakened the divine power of death, but in this world, other than her, there were other existences who had mastered the domain of death. For example, the Lord of Hell Mephisto. Rog did not have the idea of asking Hela for help because he planned to directly seek Mephisto's help. No matter which angle he looked at it from, his plan seemed a little unreliable. But he was full of confidence in his plan. As someone who had fought with Mephisto in Hell and left Hell alive, he did not feel that his plan would be dangerous. They were all old friends, so Mephisto probably wouldn't mind doing him a small favor. After flipping through Asgard's books on necromancy and dark magic, he successfully found a magic ritual that pointed to the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. He had seen a lot of magic rituals like this in Kamartaj. However, most of Kamartaj's magic rituals were directed at the Weshan Emperor, not an evil existence like Mephisto. It wasn't difficult to set up a magic ritual that pointed to Mephisto. According to the records, there were many mages who had set up a magic ritual and successfully contacted Mephisto. However, there were not many mages who could successfully obtain Mephisto's help. However, he was confident that he could move Mephisto. After checking the magic ritual that had already been set up, Rog guided the eternal fire on the golden disc to his left hand. Then he came to Fenrir's body. After taking a deep breath for a few seconds, he raised his right hand and summoned the hellfire that he had plundered from Ghost Rider Johnny. When the orange-red hellfire completely enveloped his right hand, he did not hesitate as he slammed his right hand on the floor of the laboratory and used the hellfire to activate the magic ritual. Activating a magic ritual did not necessarily require the use of hellfire. Other types of energy could be used as well. However, in order to attract Mephisto's attention faster, he chose to use the hellfire to activate the magic ritual. When the hellfire flowed across the ground and ignited the magic array carved on the ground, a temporary spatial passage connecting to Hell was constructed. This temporary spatial passage was different from Ghost Rider Johnny's Hellfire Gate. It could not allow creatures on both sides to pass through freely, and could only barely transmit consciousness and energy. When the spatial passage was completely stabilized, the hellfire burning on the magic array slowly floated into the air and condensed into a demon's head with curved horns. "It really is you?" Before Rog could say anything, this demon's head formed by the hellfire and larger than his body took the initiative to speak. Mephisto. Although the voice was different from what he remembered, he knew that it was Mephisto himself. "That's right, it's me. It's been a long time." Rog replied calmly. "I don't think you contacted me just to meet me. Cut the crap and get straight to the point. What exactly do you want from me?" Mephisto did not intend to continue chatting with Rog, and asked directly. Of course, if the magic ritual set up by Rog could last longer, he would not mind chatting with Rog about his wonderful past experiences. "It's very simple. I hope you can do me a small favor and add some death and resurrection power to the eternal fire in my hands. I want to resurrect this fellow in front of me." Rog did not waste any time and directly stated his request. "So you want to resurrect Fenrir?" With the eternal fire, resurrecting Fenrir is indeed not difficult. But why should I help you? You rejected my good intentions the last time. Mephisto was still brooding over Rog's refusal to become his subordinate. Don't be so petty. No matter what, you're a lord of hell. There's no need to make things difficult for a small fry like me. Rog replied nonchalantly, and did not look like he was asking for help at all. Although he did need Mephisto's help now, he did not feel that he needed to act like a beggar. And strictly speaking, he was not here to ask for help, but to make a deal. There's no custom of helping others for free in hell. Show me your sincerity, and I might consider it. Mephisto said in a tone that said, "You know everything. Don't you just want a reward? No problem. Within 10 years, I'll take the initiative to go to hell once and spar with you again. How about this reward? Are you interested?" Ever since the last time they fought, Rog knew that this old pervert Mephisto had his eyes on his soul. However, as long as he did not take the initiative to go to hell, Mephisto could not do anything to him. Therefore, he intended to give Mephisto a chance to obtain his soul. Of course, going to hell did not mean that he would definitely hand over his soul. If he wanted to obtain his soul, he would need to have some real ability. Deal. Rog had just finished speaking when Mephisto agreed. At the same time, an ancient sheepskin scroll flew out of the skull formed by hellfire. Sign it, and I'll help you resurrect Fenrir. Chapter 446. The brownish-yellow ancient sheepskin scroll slowly floated in front of Rog and unfolded on its own, displaying the contents of the contract in front of him. The contents of the contract were basically the same as the remuneration he had mentioned earlier, written in English that he was familiar with. From the content, there was nothing wrong with the contract at all. There were no misleading words, nor were there any loopholes in the grammar. However, after reading the contents of the contract, Rog sighed helplessly. Although Mephisto seemed very easy to talk to now, he was ultimately a cunning demon who liked to hide loopholes in contracts. I say, can there be any trust between humans and demons? Rog raised his head and looked at the demon's head floating in the air with dissatisfaction. What do you mean by this? The contents of the contract were written according to the remuneration you mentioned. Are you going back on your word? Although the demon's head formed by hellfire was only a projection, it displayed an extremely realistic expression, just like Mephisto himself. Although I've only been to hell once, and rarely interacted with you demons from hell, you can't treat me like an idiot. If I'm not wrong, these decorative patterns on the scroll should be some kind of hell's language. At first glance, there was indeed nothing wrong with the contents of the sheepskin scroll. However, the real contents of the contract were not just what he had said. Those patterns and lines that looked like they were just used to beautify the scroll were also a part of the contract. As expected of the man I've taken a liking to, you're indeed cautious, Mephisto said in an appreciative tone. After that, the patterns and lines on the scroll completely disappeared, leaving only the English parts that Rog could understand. You should be able to relax now, right? No, I'm still worried. Supercilious Eye, activate. Rog ignored Mephisto's gaze and directly activated Supercilious Eye. Using Supercilious Eye's supervision, he scanned the sheepskin scroll with extreme seriousness. There were no words that could not be seen with the naked eye. There were no energy-based languages or spells. There were no hidden traps or structures. Rog carefully observed every part and corner of the sheepskin scroll, as if he was disarming a bomb. Indeed, there's no problem. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the scroll, he closed Byakugan, raised his right hand and condensed chakra on his index finger. No matter what method was used to sign the name on the scroll, it would not affect the effect of the contract. Ink could do it, blood could do it, and so could chakra. Just as Rog's index finger was about to touch the parchment, he suddenly stopped and said quietly, "I'm still a little worried." "What are you worried about again?" Mephisto's tone became a little displeased. Although the contract clearly states that as long as you resurrect Fenrir, I have to go to hell once within 10 years. However, resurrection for 1 second is still resurrection. That's why I think we need to discuss the time frame for Fenrir's revival. Rog said with a serious face, as if he was really considering this question. You. For the first time, Mephisto realized that Rog wasn't as good as he had imagined. At least, he was more talkative and neurotic than he had imagined. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Mephisto changed the contents of the contract again. The other terms were unchanged, but there was an additional sentence after the sentence about resurrecting Fenrir. Resurrect Fenrir and guarantee that Fenrir would have a natural lifespan of more than 100 years. 100 years of natural lifespan. Can I sign it now? No problem. Thank you for your generosity. Rog thanked him sincerely, raised his right hand again, and condensed chakra on his index finger. However, just as his finger was about to touch the parchment, he stopped again. What's wrong with you again? Although Mephistos tried his best to control his tone, the demon head floating in the air clearly displayed his dissatisfaction. Well, I thought about it again just now. You're a lord of hell. Logically speaking, I shouldn't doubt your ability. But Fenrir is a special life form after all. It's a little different from humans. So, before signing the contract, can you prove a little that you do have the ability to resurrect Fenrir? Of course, this doesn't require you to really resurrect Fenrir. I just want to confirm that you really have the authority related to death. If you don't mind, you can first add some death domain energy to the eternal fire to prove that you do have the ability to fulfill the contract. He raised his left hand and displayed the eternal fire in front of Mephistos. That's right, said Rog sincerely as he raised his left hand and displayed the eternal fire in front of Mephistos. Mephisto didn't expect Rog to be worried about this. To an archdevil of Bator, this was a humiliation. Isn't it just a stronger beast? As long as I want to, I can make this beast jump around at any time. Mephisto didn't say anything. He used his actions to prove his thoughts. The demon head floating in the air opened its mouth. An array of green energy flew out and into the eternal fire. With the entry of this green energy, the golden eternal fire suddenly changed color, turning into a strange green. Boy, do you see that? This is the death energy you want, the death energy that can awaken the dead. After the eternal fire had completely changed its color, Mephistos spoke again. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. So this is the death energy, as expected of a lord of hell. Rog exclaimed after sensing the eternity fire that was now completely different from before. Since you have proven your ability, then I will also prove my sincerity. As soon as his voice fell, Rog raised his right hand for the third time. Then he grabbed the parchment and rolled it up. Next, he threw the contract that he hadn't had time to sign into the summon scroll. You are deceiving me. After seeing Rog's actions, Mephisto finally reacted and roared angrily. Don't say it so harshly, I don't intend to deceive you. I am a ninja with good professional ethics and morals. I will fulfill the agreement, but not by signing a contract with you. Wait patiently, within 10 years, I will definitely go to hell to find you. After saying that, a burst of chakra erupted from Rog's body, completely destroying the magic formation on the ground. Very good. Haha. As expected of the person I chose. How dare you? Before Mephisto could finish speaking, the demon head made of hellfire shattered with a bang, and disappeared into the air like fireworks. Chapter 447. As an honest, optimistic, dedicated, friendly, and civilized ninja, unless his brain was eaten by zombies, he would never sign a contract with Mephisto. Previously, there was a young man who was ignorant of the world who signed a contract with Mephisto, and now his father's grave was several meters tall. Although what he did just now was not honorable, and was slightly despicable, not only did he not have any psychological burden, but he was also secretly happy. That was the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. For such an existence, not talking about martial virtues was the best martial virtue. After calming down the little excitement in his heart, Rog looked at the green eternal fire. Fenrir's corpse, the eternal fire that fused with the power of death. All the prerequisites for resurrection were met. Without hesitation, Rog came to Fenrir's huge head and pressed his left hand, which was wrapped in the green eternal fire, on Fenrir's head. Just like controlling chakra, he let the eternal fire in his left hand surge into Fenrir's head. When the dark green eternal fire entered Fenrir's head, a dark green light appeared in its empty eye sockets. After doing all this, Rog silently took a few steps back. The eternal fire that contained the power of death quickly flowed through Fenrir's body, awakening this terrifying beast that had been dead for more than 2,000 years. The rotten skin quickly recovered, and the black hair that had disappeared grew back. In just a few seconds, Fenrir, who had accompanied Hela to conquer one world after another, woke up. A monster that shook the earth. Note 1. The brutal demon wolf Fenrir was resurrected. When Fenrir stood up again, Rog finally saw its full appearance. It had green eyes, pitch-black fur, and a huge body that was more than 10 meters long. The more he looked, the more he felt that his decision to resurrect Fenrir was correct. Only an existence of Fenrir's level was qualified to be his psychic beast and mount. When Rog was looking at Fenrir, Fenrir's green eyes were also looking at Rog. Although Fenrir was a magical beast, its intelligence was not low. The moment it saw Rog, it was certain that this person had nothing to do with its master, Hela. Not only did he have nothing to do with Hela, but he was also not from Asgard but Midgardian. Other than the Asgard people, all other humans could be used as food. That was what Hel had taught it. Therefore, based on its past experience, it raised its right claw and swatted Rog like a fly. However, Fenrir soon discovered that Rog was completely different from the Midgardians in its memory. Before its sharp and huge right claw could land, Rog jumped onto its body and shone with a brilliant light. Before Fenrir could react, it had disappeared with Rog. Before reviving Fenrir, Rog had considered various possible scenarios. For example, the resurrected Fenrir treated him as food or an enemy. He was prepared for this and found a forest far away from the Golden Palace and the town. As for what this forest was called, he didn't know and wasn't interested, because he would only come to this forest once and only once. After using quantum teleportation to bring Fenrir to the center of the forest, Rog directly left Fenrir's back. Then he used the special ninjutsu to train psychic beasts. Mokuton Jutsu. Mokuton, Wood Dragon Jutsu. Fenrir, who stood up, was 4 or 5 meters tall. Its body and tail were nearly 15 meters. It was an out-and-out giant wolf. However, the wooden Arhut and the wooden dragon that Rog summoned at this time had a huge body size of more than 30 meters. Many times, a huge body meant a strong persuasive power. And Rog intended to prove this point again with facts. Arhut and the long hook-nosed wooden dragon surrounded Fenrir one after another. In Fenrir's puzzled eyes, Arhut and the long hook-nosed wooden dragon became the best dog trainers, using practical actions to prove what the most effective way to train a dog was. In the days when Hela conquered the 9 lands, Fenrir was a terrifying demonic beast that made countless enemies tremble in fear. It was synonymous with brutality and blood. But now, times had changed. Not long after, Rog, who was sitting on a branch, heard the miserable howling of wolves. As time passed, the howling of wolves not only did not stop but became more intense. Under the silent night sky, waves after waves of mournful wolf howls rang out, adding some extra feeling to the dark night. Rog knew that Fenrir had a certain wisdom, but he didn't intend to talk to Fenrir. He didn't even tell Fenrir why he let Arhut and the wooden dragon train it. From the moonlight to the scorching sun in the sky, the tireless wooden dragon Arhut and the wooden dragon worked together to train Fenrir for more than 10 hours before they finally stopped the training process that would be strongly condemned by wolf lovers. Fenrir was indeed a very powerful demonic beast, an existence that could play a wild battle face-to-face with Hulk. However, even Hulk couldn't withstand the combined training of more than 30 meters of wooden Arhut and the wooden dragon. When Fenrir stuck out its long tongue and lay motionless on the ground breathing heavily, Rog came to it again. Your master, Hela, is still alive, but you have no chance to return to her side. You have 2 choices now. The first is to refuse to be my psychic beast, and then be beaten to death by the 2 of them. A very cruel kind of death. At this point, Rog raised his finger and pointed at the wooden dragon and wooden Arhut. Then he continued, the second choice is to become my psychic beast, and follow me in the future. If there is a chance, I will try my best to find a suitable female wolf for you, so that you can start a family and pass on the bloodline. Of course, this kind of thing depends on your fate. If the heavens destined you to be a single dog in this life, then don't resist, just obediently accept your fate. Glancing at Fenrir's intensely undulating abdomen, Rog took out the blood contract scroll that he had only used once from the psychic scroll. Different from the psychic scroll that was only 20 centimeters wide, the blood contract scroll was nearly half a meter wide, enough to put down Fenrir's claws. After the psychic blood contract scroll, Rog opened the scroll and put it in front of Fenrir. You don't have to worry about being lonely after becoming my psychic beast. Do you see this green signature? He is my first psychic beast. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to write a name, just get some of your blood and put a claw print on it. I won't mind. Okay, you now have 10 seconds to consider. If you don't mind, I can start the countdown now. 10, 3, 2. When it heard that it had 10 seconds to consider, Fenrir really wanted to think seriously. However, it didn't expect that Rog's countdown was different from what it imagined. 1. Just when it was shocked by Rog's unexpected card, Rog ended the final countdown. Fenrir, who was half dead, couldn't help but widen its green eyes when it heard Rog say 1. It looked at Rog in disbelief. Then it looked up at Wooden Arhut and the long hook-nosed wooden dragon. What a pity. I thought you would be happy to become my psychic beast. While speaking, Rog shook his head regretfully, then reached out to the blood contract scroll on the ground. Chapter 448. Just when Rog's right hand was about to touch the blood contract scroll on the ground, Fenrir made a move that even it didn't expect. Fenrir, who was lying on the ground, raised its head slightly, then it stuck out its long red tongue and licked Rog's right hand. From the perspective of Fenrir's own intention, it actually didn't want to lick Rog's right hand. What it wanted was to prevent Rog from taking back the blood contract scroll. Fenrir's tongue was indeed very flexible, but for Rog, it was still too slow. He casually stepped sideways, easily avoided Fenrir's tongue, and took the blood contract scroll on the ground. Woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo. After seeing Rog put away the blood contract scroll, Fenrir didn't hesitate and immediately made a fawning whining sound. Its pair of green eyes looked at Rog pitifully. The so-called demonic wolf dignity was now completely thrown to the back of Fenrir's head. Compared to the untouchable dignity, it valued its own life more. Moreover, it was full of interest to Rog's proposal to find a suitable female wolf. After experiencing death, this brutal demonic wolf that was once the nightmare of countless enemies had a deeper understanding of the preciousness of life. At the same time, it finally understood why its demonic wolves with low intelligence were keen to do some meaningless exercises that wasted physical strength with little female wolves after adulthood. Looking at Fenrir, who had begun to develop into a qualified pet dog, Rog nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, very energetic, a demonic wolf worth training. After sizing up Fenrir with satisfaction, Log put the blood contract scroll back on the ground and said with satisfaction, "Seeing that you've come to your senses in time, I'll give you one more chance. Last chance." This time, Rog didn't count down. When he finished, Fenrir didn't hesitate and immediately used its sharp wolf claws to cut its skin, staining its right claw with green blood. Then, in the blank area of the blood contract scroll, pressed its paw print. "From now on, you're my wolf. In the future, whoever I ask you to bite, you will rush up and bite, even if it's your former master, Hela. Of course, if you encounter any trouble in the future, I will cover you and never let others bully you. As for the other psychic beast benefits, I'll tell you slowly later." Opening the system's attribute panel, Rog glanced at the psychic beast column. Psychic beast, Punisher Frank, Edo 2 reincarnation. Abomination Bronsky, Giant Wolf Fenrir. The Punisher was the only one among the 3 summoned beasts that didn't have a blood contract. Since it was summoned by the Eddy Earth, it was naturally a summoned beast, so there was no need for it to sign a blood contract. As for Abomination and Fenrir, they had both been trained and voluntarily signed the blood contract scroll, thus becoming Log's psychic beasts. You can rest here for a while to recover. You can go and grab whatever you want to eat. Of course, humans. When I need you, I'll find you again. You can now enjoy your new wolf life. After that, Rog threw the blood contract scroll back into the psychic scroll. then opened the portal back to the laboratory. After coming out of the portal that was shining with golden sparks, he glanced at the slightly empty laboratory. In addition to Fenrir, he actually had another psychic beast that he wanted. Devourer. One of the most terrifying creatures in the universe. Its stomach was connected to a parallel universe, and it could devour almost everything. After he crippled Fokker, he had asked Konoha's intelligence department to look for information about the devouring soul beast. He hoped that he could capture this orange cat that would never get fat from eating. But unfortunately, until now, he didn't get any information about Devourer. If he could turn Fenrir and the flapping Yuan beast into his own psychic beasts, then he would be considered a winner in life with both a cat and a dog. After a little fantasy in his mind, he left the laboratory, found the guards stationed near the laboratory, and asked them to send the magic books in the laboratory back to the Golden Palace Library. Those magic books were the collection of the Golden Palace. After reading them, of course, they had to be returned to the original owner. After instructing the guards, he happily walked toward Tani's laboratory. Resurrecting Fenrir was his pre-war preparation plan. After completing his plan smoothly, he couldn't help but be curious about Tani's progress. Although most of the Iron Man armors made by Tani were products of technology, in Rog's memory, Tani also made several sets of magic armors. Kami Assembly Armor, Sword in the Stone Armor, God Slayer Armor, Supreme Warlock Armor. However, Rog only saw these armors in manga. As for whether Tani in this world could still make these armors, he wasn't sure. It didn't take long for him to come to the laboratory that Thor specially prepared for Tani and saw Tani, who was designing a new type of armor. "Why are you here? Did your wolf cub come back to life?" Tony, who was sitting on the high-back chair, raised his head and glanced at Roger before returning his gaze back to the table. Rog didn't hide his plan to resurrect Fenrir, and there was no way to hide this kind of thing. Yes, it came back to life and volunteered to join us, intending to fight against its evil former owner with us. "I didn't expect you to really do it. You are really a madman." Tani stopped calculating data with his right hand and sighed. "It's okay, it's not particularly crazy." As he spoke, Rog's eyes involuntarily fell on the destroyer armor that had been beaten into scrap iron by the wooden man. Looking at the once majestic destroyer armor, now piled up in the corner like scrap metal, he couldn't help but miss the scene of the first time he used the wooden Arhut to perform the Gatling fist technique. After silently sighing in his heart, he picked up an armor design drawing on the table. This is an armor drawing that has been completed. The shape of the new armor is more than 80% similar to the destroyer armor. The rest of the design incorporates Tani's design concept. In short, the new armor that Tani designed for Thor is a bit like the destroyer armor that incorporates the style of Tani's Iron Man armor. This image looks a bit familiar. As soon as he saw the design of the new armor, Rog felt that he had seen something similar to it somewhere before. This is the anti-Thor armor. After carefully thinking about it, he finally remembered where he had seen this armor before. The new armor that Tani built for Thor turned out to be the anti-Thor armor that he had seen in manga. Thor's new armor is actually the anti-Thor armor, and he began to be a little confused. Chapter 449. What's the name of this armor? Rog put down the blueprint in his hand, and could not help but ask. "It's not confirmed yet. Anti-Hela armor or anti-death armor. It doesn't matter what it's called." Tani did not look up, and continued to calculate the data. "Luckily, it's not called anti-Thor armor. Otherwise, Thor would definitely suspect that you're on Hela's side." Rog complained in his heart. "What about the weapon? What new weapon did you design for Thor?" Rog continued to ask. "It's still a hammer, a bigger hammer." With that, Tani found the blueprint of a new weapon from a pile of blueprints and handed it to Rog. Just as Tani said, the new weapon was a hammer. However, compared to Thor's hammer, the new hammer designed by Tani was much bigger. How big was it? Rog looked at the standard numbers on it. The hammer was 1.2 meters long, 45 centimeters wide, and 60 centimeters tall. From the looks of it, the new hammer designed by Tani was a super enlarged version of Thor's hammer, directly using the design style of Thor's hammer. "Have you shown the blueprint of this hammer to Thor?" Although Thor loved hammers and even had the funny nickname of the Hammer God, it was still not enough. Rog still felt that the new hammer design by Tani was a little too big. I've seen it, and he likes it a lot. Alright, you win. Big hammer 80, small hammer 40. This sentence appeared in his mind involuntarily. After imagining the scene of Thor fighting with two hammers, one big and one small, Rog tactfully shut his mouth. Then he left Tani's laboratory and decided to return to his room to have a good sleep. Controlling the wooden Arhat and the long beak-nosed wooden dragon for more than 10 hours wasn't enough to exhaust his chakra, but it was still very tiring. Under the service of the maids of the Golden Palace, he enjoyed a relaxing bath service that made him feel both physically and mentally comfortable. This damned feudal society degenerate life. A week later, in the conference hall of the Golden Palace. This is a letter of challenge from Hela. With that, Thor, who was sitting at the head of the table, passed Hela's letter of challenge to Rog, who was sitting at the head of the table. After receiving the letter of challenge, Rog casually glanced at it. The content was very simple. There was only one sentence. 3 days later in Jotunheim, the two armies will face off. The goddess of death did not plan to sneak back to Asgard. Instead, she openly issued a challenge and set a date for the final battle. It had to be said that Hela's method was very domineering. Although her strength would increase significantly after she stepped onto Asgard, she was still a little weak. However, she did not do so. Instead, she directly challenged Thor and Asgard. What I lost, I will take back with my own hands. This might be Hela's true thoughts at this time. A battle between the two armies. She has organized another undead army? Rog said in confusion while looking at Heimdall on the left side of the long table. Hela doesn't only have an undead army now. She also has an entire frost giant army. She is now the queen of Jotunheim. At this point, Heimdall lowered his head in shame. He was the guardian of Bifrost and had the eye of the god that could perceive everything. He was the main force in searching for Hela's whereabouts. However, just as he was searching for Hela all over the world, Hela actually became the queen of Jotunheim right under his nose. To him, this was undoubtedly a slap to his face. If Hela had not taken the initiative to appear in Jotunheim and sent a frost giant to deliver the letter of challenge, he would not have known that Hela was in Jotunheim until now. Queen of Jotunheim? After hearing Heimdall's description, Tani, Loki, the three warriors of Sengoku, and Sif all looked puzzled. Tani was puzzled about what kind of place Jotunheim was. Sif and the others were puzzled about how Hela had subdued these frost giants. Although Loki had stabbed his biological father to death in the last royal family dispute, and had almost destroyed Jotunheim with Bifrost, bringing a fatal blow to the frost giants like a world-ending natural disaster. However, Jotunheim was still a kingdom that belonged to the frost giants. It had only been half a month since Hela had broken out of her predicament. It only took half a month to take Jotunheim's frost giant under his command. This efficiency could be said to be terrifying. Even if Asgard mobilized all his troops, he would not be able to completely take down Jotunheim in half a month. However, Hela had done something that Asgard's army could not do by herself. Although the battle had not yet begun, Sif and the others could already feel the immense pressure brought by Hela. Compared to Sif and the others, Rog and Tani were much calmer. One of them felt that it was still within the acceptable range, while the other did not know what this meant at all, so they were extremely calm. What do you think of Hela's letter of challenge? Looking at Sif and the others, whose expressions were getting worse and worse, Thor spoke. I have an immature suggestion that everyone can consider. Rog glanced around and continued. Although Hela has an undead army and a frost giant army, this is not particularly troublesome. As long as we aim the Bifrost at Jotunheim and launch at full power, when the time comes, not to mention destroying Hela's army, even destroying the entire Jotunheim won't be difficult. Thor and the others thought that Rog would have an exquisite plan, but they did not expect that Rog's suggestion was to directly destroy the entire Jotunheim. A full-power Bifrost could indeed completely destroy Jotunheim, but such an indiscriminate large-scale destructive attack had never been used even in the process of conquering the 9 worlds by Odin. This method had already gone beyond the scope of war, and had risen to the level of genocide. The last person who had such an idea was Loki when his ambitions were inflated. While Thor and the others looked at Rog in disbelief, Loki showed an expression of approval to Rog. Without a word of disagreement, he would directly kill him. Loki liked this character very much. After looking at Rog silently for more than 10 seconds, Thor sighed helplessly, shook his head and said, "No, we can't do this. Even if we destroy Jotunheim, it won't cause much harm to Hela. With her strength, she can leave before Jotunheim is destroyed." In the end, Thor rejected Rog's suggestion. "If we don't do this, then we can only sacrifice the lives of those ordinary soldiers. You and I can entangle Hela, but we can't deal with her army at the same time. You should know this very well." Although Rog's suggestion was crazy, it could prevent the deaths of ordinary soldiers to the greatest extent. Although using the Bifrost to attack Jotunheim was a very unfair thing for the Frost Giants, the Frost Giants still had the advantage. But war was never fair. Since they stood in the wrong position, of course they had to pay the corresponding price. No, Asgard won't do this, and Father won't want to see this. Thor did not want to sacrifice the lives of ordinary soldiers, but he still could not accept the suggestion of using Bifrost to launch an indiscriminate destructive attack. He knew that this was a very cruel thing for those ordinary soldiers. But for Asgard, he could only do this. Asgard must not be synonymous with tyrant and destruction, absolutely not. Chapter 450. Asgard Golden Palace Hall. Thor was wearing a silver-white anti-Hera armor, as he sat on the throne in the Golden Palace Hall, with a serious expression. On the left and right of the throne, there were 2 warhammers, one big and one small. The small one was Thor's hammer. The big one was the new weapon that Tani had created for Thor, the Thunder Titan's hammer. On the stairs on the side of Thor's hammer stood the Rainbow Bridge guardian Heimdall, Sif, and the 3 warriors of Sengoku. On the side of the Thunder Titan's hammer stood Loki, Rog, Tani and Hulk. Hulk was not originally on the list, and Thor did not specifically summon Hulk. The reason why he was here was purely because of Little Pepper. 2 days ago, when Tani returned to Earth and planned to bring Mark 46 to Asgard, he was stopped by Little Pepper. Note 1. Little Pepper did not agree with Tani participating in the war between Asgard and Hela. According to Tani, he used a strong attitude to reject Little Pepper because he did not want to abandon Thor and Rog. However, Rog heard a completely different version from Hulk's mouth. Tani did not convince Little Pepper. In order to reassure Little Pepper, Tani took the initiative to ask Hulk to accompany him. And in the end, Little Pepper agreed. Thor warmly welcomed Hulk's arrival. Loki, on the other hand, had been appearing and disappearing unpredictably since the day Hulk arrived. If it was not for the fact that everyone had to gather before going to war, Rog felt that he might not even be able to see Loki today. Outside the stairs were the generals of Asgard's army. As for the ordinary soldiers, they gathered in the square outside the Golden Palace, ready to go to war at any time. Thor, who was sitting on the throne, glanced at the people in the Golden Palace with a dignified gaze, and said slowly in a serious tone like Odin, "Let's go." At the same time, a grand horn sounded outside the Golden Palace. As the horn sounded, Thor slowly stood up, holding Thor's hammer and Thunder Titan's hammer in his hands, and walked step by step toward the Rainbow Bridge. The Golden Palace was quite a distance away from the Rainbow Bridge, and as the commander-in-chief, Thor, of course, it was impossible to walk to the Rainbow Bridge. At the entrance of the palace hall, there was a handsome Pegasus with its white fur white snow. This Pegasus was called Sleipnir, and it was Odin's mount. Note 2. Thor preferred to fly over with Thor's hammer instead of riding Thor's hammer. However, as the commander-in-chief of the army and Asgard's regent, he couldn't do as he pleased in this regard, and could only lead the army according to tradition. When Thor rode the handsome Pegasus that originally belonged to Odin, except for Rog and Hulk, everyone else rode the Pegasus that had already been prepared and slowly walked toward the Rainbow Bridge Hall. Rog didn't ride a Pegasus because he had a better mount, Fenrir. Hulk didn't ride a Pegasus because he didn't know how to ride one at all, and those Pegasus were instinctively afraid of him. As long as Hulk touched these Pegasus would instantly go crazy, as if they had been touched by their natural enemy. Under the leadership of Thor, Asgard's army started from the Golden Palace Square and marched all the way to the Rainbow Bridge Hall. Then, like dumplings, they walked into the entrance of the Rainbow Bridge one batch after another. The Rainbow Bridge was worthy of being a strategic weapon of war. It only took a few seconds for Thor, Rog, and others to arrive at the bone-chilling Jotunheim. Behind them were teams of Asgard's army. Cold. Very cold. Extremely cold. Rog's first feeling when he came to Jotunheim was like wearing thin summer clothes to the South Pole in winter. The ubiquitous cold wind blew from all directions and quickly took away the body's temperature. Without any hesitation, Rog directly covered himself with a layer of light blue chakra coat to completely isolate himself from the cold wind. When the warmth returned to his body, Rog glanced at Hulk, who was only wearing a pair of thin elastic shorts. The cold that was fatal for ordinary people was nothing to Hulk, whose physical fitness was so good that it was a cheat. He even liked this rare cold weather a little. Although Tani, who was wearing Mark 46, did not have a strong physique, he did not need to worry about the temperature at all with the armor wrapped around him. As time passed, Asgard's army continued to appear behind them, forming a phalanx. Several hundred meters in front of them, there were two large armies. Dark blue skin and blood-red eyes were the Frost Giant army. The ones with dark skin and green eyes were Hela's undead army. It had to be said that Hela had chosen a good place. In a cold world like Jotunheim, every corpse could be properly preserved, unlike other worlds where only skeletons were left. When Asgard's army was completely assembled, Jotunheim's new queen, the goddess of death Hela, rode a ferocious frost behemoth full of strong muscles to the front of the Frost Giant army and the undead army. She calmly looked at Asgard's army opposite her. However, in the next second, a trace of anger appeared on her face. Fenrir. Hela saw her old partner, Fenrir, and Rog, who was riding on Fenrir's back with a light blue glow all over his body. With just a glance, Hela saw the difference in Fenrir. The power of death. On Fenrir's body, she saw an extremely rich power of death. It only took a few seconds for Hela to recognize the source of this power of death, and roughly speculate on Fenrir's state. Fenrir died, and was resurrected by the power of death in hell. Although Hela had not been to hell, she was not unfamiliar with it. If she had not been imprisoned by Odin back then, she would have even led an army to hell and conquered the world that had never been conquered by anyone. Fenrir, come here. Hela ignored Thor, who was riding the eight-legged horse, Sleipnir, and said directly to Fenrir. The whistling cold wind not only did not cover Hela's voice, but it also clearly passed her voice into Fenrir's ears. Hearing Hela's call, Fenrir instinctively raised his right claw. However, just as his right claw was about to step forward, he suddenly realized something. He silently retracted his right claw, whined softly, and lowered his head. Although Rog did not understand what Fenrir was saying, he could understand Fenrir's meaning. My current master is Rog, and I will only listen to Rog's orders. Good attitude, I'm very satisfied. Rog patted Fenrir in a good mood. Chapter 451. Although Asgard was a universal civilization with a long history, Asgard's war culture was not much different from medieval Europe. To put it simply, both sides of the war would gather their respective armies, then choose a battlefield where no one had any objections, set up a formation, and finally, charge directly. Yes, Asgard's war culture was so simple, just like a street gang fight. The only difference was that the number of people fighting was a little more, the weapons were more powerful, and the individual combat power was a little stronger. When Fenrir refused Hela's summon, Thor, who was riding on the eight-legged Thor's hammer, directly raised the hammer of Thor in his right hand, and summoned a huge lightning bolt that cut through the cold wind. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder, Thor waved Thor's hammer and sword into the sky, flying straight toward Hela, who was on the frost behemoth. Without any orders, when Thor took the lead and flew toward the goddess of death, Asgard's army also rushed toward the Frost Giant army, and the undead army on the opposite side like a torrent. Stupid. Looking at Thor, who was flying toward her like lightning, goddess of death Hela snorted disdainfully. Then she slowly raised her right hand and gently waved it from left to right. The moment Hela waved her hand, Black swords appeared out of thin air and flew toward Thor and the Asgard army behind him like a rainstorm. However, just as these black swords flew out, a Rasengan wrapped in lightning took the lead and flew into the frost giant's army. Raidun. Spiral electromagnetic gun. Rog, who was riding on Fenrir's back, did not charge with Thor, but directly used ninjutsu. Since Thor didn't want Asgard to be known as bloody and cruel, then this bad name will be carried by me. Unlike Thor, Rog didn't care what others would think of him. Even on Earth, he dared to let Konoha maintain a strong and domineering style, and he didn't care what others would say about him and Konoha. Not to mention that he was now in an alien kingdom like Jotunheim, facing an alien race like the Frost Giants. Although the spiral electromagnetic cannon was not big, its speed and power were not small at all. Before the black sword that Hela shot out could reach Thor, the light blue spiral railgun had already landed in the middle of the Frost Giant army. Boom! A terrifying explosion that caused the earth to tremble resounded. A huge light blue ball of light soared into the sky, and a powerful energy storm and shockwave swept out in all directions like a hurricane, instantly engulfing everything. The terrifying shockwave produced by the explosion blew away the raging cold wind, causing the harsh cold weather to temporarily disappear. No one thought that Rog's first shot would be a large-scale attack ninjutsu. However, what surprised them even more was what he did next. Before the explosion of the first spiral electromagnetic gun had dissipated, he threw out the second spiral electromagnetic gun. Then the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth shots followed. Rog used the electromagnetic pulse gun 6 times before he ended the saturation attack. That's all I can do for you. Although Thor decided to follow the tradition of Asgard and use Asgard's army to face the Frost Giants and the undead army head-on. However, Rog was not willing to see these ordinary soldiers die in vain. The place where they were now was called Jotunheim, the place with the most Frost Giants in the universe. Coupled with the racial characteristics of the Frost Giants, the number of enemies facing Asgard's army was several times their own. For this decisive battle, Thor basically pulled out all of Asgard's main forces. But even so, Asgard's soldiers were less than 100,000. Opposite them were hundreds of thousands of Frost Giants, and an even more astonishing undead army. He respected the tradition of Asgard, but he also hoped that more ordinary soldiers could return to Asgard alive. After all, during this time, Asgard had provided him with a meticulous feudal life. If you respect me, I will return the favor tenfold. The 6 spiral electromagnetic cannons were his return to this feudal and depraved life. The 6 powerful electromagnetic pulse gunshots not only disrupted the formation of the Frost Giants and the undead army, but also significantly reduced their advantage in numbers. As for the rest, of course, it was up to Asgard's soldiers to deal with. Moreover, when Asgard's soldiers and the Frost Giants fought, Rog could not continue to use these saturation attacks, unless he wanted to take Asgard's ordinary soldiers with him. The goddess of death originally thought that she only needed to get rid of her brother Thor this time. However, it turned out that her thinking was a little too simple. If she wanted to return to Asgard's throne, defeating Thor was far from enough. At least in Hela's opinion, this guy called Rog was more troublesome than Thor. When subduing the Frost Giants, she did not forget to inquire about Asgard. She knew what Rog had done in Asgard in recent years, but what she did not expect was that Rog was stronger than the rumors said. Looking at the Frost Giants and the undead army scattered around, Hela put away her initial disdain and stroked her black hair with both hands. With a stroke of her hands, her long black hair disappeared. What replaced it was a black helmet with 10 sharp horns of different lengths. The goddess of death, Hela, had officially entered battle mode. As soon as Hela's black helmet appeared, Thor, who was holding 2 hammers, one big and one small, appeared in front of her. Then he held the Thunder Titan's hammer in his left hand and smashed it at Hela. Thor did not leave and used Thor's hammer to attack Hela. This was because he knew that as the previous owner of Thor's hammer, Hela definitely had the ability to block Thor's hammer's attack. Facing Thor's Thunder Titan's hammer, Hela, who was sitting on the frost behemoth, did not dodge. She casually stretched out her right hand. The huge Thunder Titan's hammer fell with the power of thunder and smashed into Hela's right hand. Then nothing happened. Thor's Thunder Titan's hammer was like a floating balloon, easily blocked by Hela, and did not cause any damage to her. Not only that, when Thor tried to pull back the Thunder Titan's hammer, he suddenly realized that he could not. With Thor's hammer as a sample, the Thunder Titan's hammer, which Tani had painstakingly created, seemed to be nailed to Hela's hand. No matter how hard Thor tried, the Thunder Titan's hammer did not move at all. Thor had seen this scene before when others tried to lift Thor's hammer. Kneel. Hela, who was holding the Thunder Titan's hammer, looked at Thor calmly and said like a queen. Chapter 452. When Hela said kneel, with an expressionless face, Thor felt as if he was looking at a female version of Loki, just as arrogant, just as insufferably arrogant, as the Thor of Asgard and the Regent. Of course, Thor would not choose to kneel. He raised Thor's hammer and summoned a huge bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket from the cloudy sky toward Hela. The bolt of lightning from the sky arrived before Hela at an unimaginable speed and accurately hit her body. Boom! The sound of a huge explosion rang out, and tiny electric snakes scattered like fireworks. He had succeeded. Saul's heart surged with joy. However, in the next second, the joy in his heart disappeared. What replaced it was shock and disbelief. The messy electric snakes quickly dissipated in the air, and Hela's figure appeared before him once again, unharmed. Not only was Hela not injured as Thor had imagined, but even the frost behemoth under her was also unharmed. How is this possible? Although it was a last-minute move, Thor was very clear about the power of the lightning he summoned. Has Odin gone senile? To actually choose a weakling like you to inherit the throne? With Hela's strength, she could have dodged the lightning before it hit her. However, she did not do so because she wanted to see what kind of strength the air that Odin had carefully cultivated had. She was very disappointed. Very disappointed. With the strength that Thor had shown so far, he was far from being able to compete with her before she was imprisoned, let alone the current her. Thinking of this, Hela's disdain for Thor became even more obvious. She had originally thought that the heir that Odin had carefully cultivated would be a top expert that could look down on the 9 worlds. But reality proved that she had thought too much. After personally experiencing Thor's attack, Hela did not intend to continue playing with Thor. She grabbed the Thunder Titan's hammer with her right hand and exerted force. Bang! The Thunder Titan's hammer, which was made of URU metal and other metals from the Divine Palace, shattered under Hela's grab, turning into pieces of scrap metal of different sizes. Shattering a hammer with her bare hands. Although Hela did not crush Thor's hammer this time, but the Thunder Titan's hammer that Tani had created, the scene was still shocking. The most shocked one was Tani, who had personally created the Thunder Titan's hammer. He knew that Hela was very strong, or they would not have brought tens of thousands of troops here. However, he did not expect Hela was to be this strong. If even the Thunder Titan's hammer could not withstand a casual grab from Hela, then Mark 46 would definitely not be able to. It took less than a second for Tony to make the decision to stay away from hell. Saul's entire family was a monster. Of course, monsters could only be dealt with. Tani began to look for traces of the other monster, Rog. After using 6 spiral electromagnetic cannons, Rog used super light rock to leave Fenrir's back, allowing Fenrir to freely attack the frost giants and the undead army. As for himself, he was floating above the battlefield, looking down at the battle between Thor and Hela. Hela was very strong, undeniably strong. Especially after witnessing Hela block the lightning with the divine power of death, he was even more certain. It was not difficult to use the divine power of death to protect oneself from lightning. As long as one was slightly proficient in energy control, they could do this. However, what Hela did was far more than that. Not only did Hela use the divine power of death to protect herself, but she also protected the frost giant under her and the surrounding ground. What was even rarer was that Hela controlled the output of the divine power of death to an extremely precise degree, making the divine power of death just enough to offset the power of the lightning, creating a scene as if nothing had happened. If one were to describe it in terms of figure, then one would be fat if one were to add a bit more, and one would be thin if one were to add a bit less. Perfect. Perfect in the truest sense. Although Rog's control of chakra could be considered exquisite, compared to Gila's control of the divine power of death, he was not just a little bit behind. As expected of the goddess of death who had once made Odin feel troubled. Just as Rog was admiring Gila's exquisite control, a black sword suddenly appeared in Gila's left hand, directly piercing toward Thor, who was still in a state of shock. Clang! The black sword that Gila casually summoned hit the anti-Hela armor on Thor's body, creating a crisp sound of collision. Different from the Thunder Titan's hammer, the anti-Hela armor did not disgrace Tani's reputation as a genius inventor, easily blocking Gila's sword. It was only when the tip of the black sword hit the anti-Hela armor on his body that Thor finally reacted, quickly waving Thor's hammer, increasing the distance between him and Gila. The image of Gila blocking the lightning without any injury, and crushing the Thunder Titan with her bare hands brought immense pressure to Thor. At the same time, it also made him feel a little fortunate. Fortunately, it was the Thunder Titan's hammer that had smashed toward Gila in the beginning and not Thor's hammer, or he would have lost more than just a weapon. After Thor increased the distance between him and Gila, Rog, who was floating in the air, quickly flew to Thor's side. Your mind is a little unstable right now. Let me deal with her first, you go deal with the other enemies. If anyone else had said this to him at this time, Thor would definitely have rejected without even thinking. However, the person who said this to him was Rog. Be careful. She's very strong, much stronger than we thought. After giving Rog a reminder, Thor waved Thor's hammer and flew toward the area with the most frost giants. After Thor left, Rog took a deep breath and calmed his mind completely. 3 Tomo Sharingan open. With the opening of the Sharingan, his aura also changed, becoming as sharp as the cold wind around him. Lightning body blink. Rog, who was glowing with a light blue light, instantly disappeared. Lightning body blink had already become a habit for him. No matter what kind of enemy he was facing, using lightning body blink to launch a surprise attack or test the waters was a good method. In just an instant, Rog appeared in front of Gila, as if he had teleported. He jumped high into the air and slashed at Gila's neck with his Kusanagi sword. Clang! Gila, who was sitting on the frost behemoth, did not change her expression. She casually raised the black sword in her left hand and blocked the incoming Kusanagi sword. At the same time, she summoned a black sword with her empty right hand and stabbed it at Log, who was in midair. Chi! The black sword in Gila's right hand instantly pierced through Rog's body. Blue blood spurted out, and a 2-meter-tall frost giant painfully gripped the black sword that had pierced through his body. Substitution technique. Chapter 453. Rog had not used the substitution jutsu in a battle for a long time. As he mastered more and more ninjutsu, there were fewer and fewer battles where he needed to use the substitution jutsu. Even so, when he used this ninjutsu that he had not used for a long time, he did not feel unfamiliar with it. When the black sword in Gila's right hand stabbed towards him, he randomly picked a target from the frost giants around him, and let this unlucky guy take the hit for him. In Naruto's world, the substitution jutsu was one of the 3 entry-level ninjutsu. Those who did not learn the substitution jutsu were not even qualified to graduate from the ninja academy. However, in this world, the substitution jutsu was definitely a godly technique for dodging attacks. Even if there was a limit to its range, it did not affect this point at all. Compared to when he first learned the substitution jutsu, Rog's range was now several times larger, enough to allow him to dodge most attacks except for large-scale ones. For example, at a time like this, when she blocked Rog's Kusanagi sword, Gila did not feel that there was anything praiseworthy about his attack this time. However, when Rog used the substitution jutsu that she had never seen before and could not even see through, Gila's expression appeared as if she had seen a new prey. In an instant, he replaced her position with the frost giants and let them take the hit that should have been taken by her. Interesting. Gila did not pay attention to the frost giants that were still struggling in pain. She released her right hand and directly abandoned the black sword. For Gila, this black sword was a consumable that she did not need to care about at all. However, when she released her right hand and threw away the black sword, Rog, who had disappeared, once again appeared in her sight. She saw him stepping on the frost giant's head, and when the frost giant fell due to gravity, he swung the Kusanagi sword that was wrapped in lightning. Lightning release, Chidori blade. After testing it out, he roughly understood the strength of the black sword. Since the Kusanagi sword under normal conditions could not cut through it, then he would try the more lethal and sharper Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade. While Hila had plenty of combat experience and exquisite techniques, she had never met an opponent like Rog, who did not play by the rules. Normal people would choose to pull away after their first attack failed, and redeploy a second attack. However, Rog did not do so. Although he had used the substitution technique, and let the unlucky frost giant take the blow for him, the frost giant's body was still very weak. However, he did not distance himself from them. Instead, he hid in the blind spot created by the frost giant and the frost behemoth. Because of the angle, Hila, who was sitting on the frost behemoth, did not notice his little action immediately. Instead, she thought that he had chosen to distance himself from her like everyone else. When Hila let go of her right hand and tried to find him, he instantly appeared above the falling frost giant from her blind spot. When she saw Rog stepping on the frost giant's head, Hila's right hand once again summoned the black sword, and the black sword in her left hand immediately attacked him. However, to Rog, Hila's movements were too slow. In this kind of high-speed close-range combat, even a delay of 0.01 seconds would cause irreparable consequences. The Kusanagi sword in Rog's hand drew a beautiful arc, and under Hila's gaze, he instantly appeared in front of her. Chi. The Kusanagi sword with lightning wrapped around it slashed through Hila, cutting off one of the sharp horns on her helmet. It was not that Rog did not want to directly cut off Hila's head, but he did not have such a chance. While the black swords in Hila's hands could not stop him in time, her strangely shaped black helmet with 10 sharp horns managed to block his unexpected attack. At the start, Rog was still curious as to why the goddess of death would choose such a strange helmet. Now he knew. This black helmet was not only a decoration that made Hila look more domineering, but it was also a protective equipment with good defensive effects. At the very least, when Hila was wearing this helmet, Rog would definitely not choose to attack her head with his bare hands. Lightning blink. While the final result was a little different from what he had imagined, he did not hesitate and directly used lightning blink to leave the frost giant's head. When the frost giant with the black sword in its chest fell heavily in front of the frost behemoth, the black horn that was cut off by the Kusanagi sword, Thousand Birds' blade fell onto the frost behemoth's body, then bounced up slightly and fell onto the thick frozen ground. You're good, at least much better than Thor. Looking at the black horn that had fallen to the ground, Hila's expression did not change as she spoke to Rog, who was dozens of meters away. Then, under Rog's gaze, Hila raised her right hand and gently touched the horn that had been cut off by Rog. When Hila's right hand touched the smooth surface of the cut, a ghostly green light lit up, and the black horn that had been cut off quickly returned to its original state. At the same time, the black horn on the ground turned into a bundle of black hair. It's actually hair. Seeing this scene, Rog revealed a look of doubt. All this time, he had thought that Hila was wearing a strange helmet. However, now it seemed that it was not a helmet at all, but hair that had been changed by the god of death. This way of using energy was very imaginative. Using energy to strengthen parts of the body was a relatively common and orthodox method. For example, Rog often used chakra to strengthen his body, giving him more strength and speed in battle. However, Hila's method was completely different. She used the god of death's power on her hair, turning it into a strange helmet. When the helmet that had turned into hair returned to its original state, Hila, who was holding two swords, jumped down from the frost behemoth and slowly walked toward Rog. When she was only 20 meters away from Rog, she stopped and said to Rog with the arrogance of a queen, "Submit and be loyal to me, and I will give you the position of Asgard's executioner." Although Hila's tone made people feel very unhappy, and her arrogant attitude was even more annoying than Loki before he was beaten up, for some reason, when these words came out of Hila's mouth, it made people feel as if it was natural. "Sorry, I have no intention of becoming someone else's subordinate." Rog did not hesitate and directly rejected Hila's suggestion. Then she continued, Also, you do not have the authority to appoint Asgard's executioner. Appointing an executioner was a power that only the king of Asgard had. Putting aside the fact that Hela did not have such authority, even the current soul did not have it. Chapter 454. After being rejected by Rog, Hela did not say anything else and only looked at him coldly. Then, she threw the black sword in her hand directly at Rog. Clang! Clang! Hela's throwing attack was no threat to Rog, who had activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. He casually raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand, and deflected the 2 black swords that were flying at him like bullets. Throwing attacks in front of me, who has activated his Sharingan. Aren't you looking down on me a little too much? Just as Rog looked at Hela with dissatisfaction, Hela suddenly disappeared from his sight. In just an instant, Hela had crossed the distance of 20 meters, and was directly in front of him. So fast. Hela's sudden burst of speed gave Rog a slight shock. The speed that Hela displayed at this moment was not any slower than Rog, who had used lightning body blink. Before he had time to marvel at Hela's speed, Hela's hands once again summoned the black swords. Rog did not know if these black swords that Hela summoned were the so-called swords of the night sky. But he was certain that the quality of these black swords was not low at all. From a certain perspective, they could even be called high-quality weapons. The weapons that Asgard's Golden Palace guards carried with them were clearly inferior to these black swords. Clang clang clang. After summoning the black swords with both hands again, Hela did not hesitate and launched a barrage of attacks at Rog. Hela's swordsmanship was very good. It was sharp, deadly, and extremely fast. If Hela's opponent was not Rog, who was using the Kusanagi sword, but Thor, who was using Thor's hammer. With just this superb swordsmanship, Hela could easily control the rhythm of the battle in her hands. However, it was a pity that she was facing Rog, who was also skilled in swordsmanship. In terms of swordsmanship, he had never been afraid of anyone. Hela, who held the sword with both hands, attacked like a machine that would not tire, and the sharp blade continuously attacked Rog's vital parts. Heart, throat, head, even Log's lower body was one of Hela's targets. Log did not dare to be careless in the face of Hela's attacks, which could severely injure him even if he did not die. He had no intention of dying in Jotunheim, nor of risking the happiness of the rest of his life. With his 3-tomo Sharingan, he was able to block all of Hela's attacks with his Kusanagi sword. At this time, although Hela and Rog did not use any powerful attacks, the surrounding frost giants and Asgard's warriors all silently distanced themselves from the two of them. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but they couldn't help at all. While Hela and Rog were only competing in swordsmanship, their competition had already exceeded the scope of what ordinary people could understand. Simply put, it could be described with one word: fast. It was faster than the limit of what the naked eye could capture. In the eyes of others, Rog and Hela seemed to be shrouded in endless black and white sword shadows. Not only could they not see the black sword and the Kusanagi sword, but even the figures of Rog and Hela were blurry. On the other side of the battlefield, when Tani saw Rog and Hela competing in swordsmanship, he tried to ask Friday on Mark 46 to analyze their fighting style. However, within a few seconds, Friday gave a reply that exceeded the system's capture and analysis. Monsters. They're all monsters. Although Tani knew that Rog was a monster, every battle with Rog would refresh his understanding of monsters. In addition to Tani, Hulk, who was beating up the frost giants, also had the intention of helping Rog. However, after seeing their dazzling attacks, Hulk wisely gave up the idea. Although Hulk was not as smart as Dr. Banner, his combat IQ was much higher than Dr. Banner's. With just a casual glance, Hulk knew that he could not keep up with the rhythm and speed of Rog and Hela's battle, let alone intervene. While the people around them were shocked by their rapid attack and defense, Rog became calmer and calmer. In the past few years, he had fought many opponents. However, he had never met an enemy like Hela. Hela's melee fighting style was extremely similar to his, and it could even be said that they came from the same philosophy. That was, in the world of martial arts, there was nothing that could not be defeated, only speed could not be defeated. Both of them were the kind of people who gave up on fancy moves and focused on speed. Faster attack speed, faster attack speed, faster reaction speed. Although this method of attack seemed simple and crude, in a real battle, it could play an unbelievable effect. As time passed by, Gila and Rog's rapid attack and defense did not show any signs of slowing down. Instead, it began to develop in an even more extreme direction. They both knew very well that once one of them could not hold on, it would be a one-sided crushing situation. If they were slower by one sword, they would completely lose the initiative. Because he was holding the sword with one hand, Rog began to slowly fall into a situation where he was more defensive than offensive. The attack frequency of the one-sword style was naturally slower than that of the two-sword style. Damn it. As Gila's attacks became more and more intense, Rog finally took out the flying Thor kunai from his ninja bag and held it in his left hand. He originally thought that his one-sword style would be enough to resist Gila's two-sword style attack. However, it turned out that he had overestimated himself and underestimated Gila. When the flying Thor kunai also joined the battle, the tilted balance became balanced again, and Rog and Gila fell into a situation where neither could do anything to the other. Double sword style Rog versus double sword style Gila. Just as the battle was about to reach a stalemate, Rog suddenly made a move that Gila did not expect. After blocking a wave of attacks from Gila, Rog threw the flying Thor kunai in his left hand up and took the initiative to end the two-sword style. However, in the next second, Rog, who was crazily fighting with Gila, disappeared. Not retreating, not dodging. Instead, he had truly disappeared. What's going on? Gila's attention had always been on Rog, so she was very sure that Rog definitely did not have the time to play any tricks. Just as Gila subconsciously stopped attacking with both hands, Rog, who had disappeared, appeared in front of her again. Flying Thor. A normal blink would not be able to make him disappear in this situation. However, the flying Thor could. Rog, who had reappeared, bit the handle of the flying Thor kunai that had been thrown away, and his left hand had also grabbed a flying Thor kunai. Three-sword style Rog enter. Chapter 455. Whether it was using his mouth to bite the kunai or fighting with three weapons at the same time, none of them were Rog's original ideas. However, this did not stop him from using these techniques in battle. When it came to imitating physical techniques, the Sharingan could be said to be omnipotent. Taking advantage of the moment when Gila stopped attacking, Rog, who had returned from the Flying Thunder God, quickly entered a berserk state. Previously, Gila had initiated the attack, so she had a certain advantage. Now this advantage was in Rog's hands. In his right hand was the Kusanagi sword, in his left hand was the flying Thor kunai, and in his mouth was a flying Thor kunai. This was Rog's three-sword style. He did not hesitate at all when he reappeared and immediately attacked Gila. Clang 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 clang. The sound of weapons clashing rang out like a Gatling gun, playing the prelude to Rog's battle. In terms of swordsmanship, Gila was definitely the strongest among Asgard's people. Even Fandral, who was also famous for his swordsmanship among the three warriors of Sengoku, was far inferior to Gila in this aspect. However, now Rog had shown Gila what a swordsman from Earth was like. Gila, who was originally on par with Rog in swordsmanship, was quickly forced into a defensive situation when Rog suddenly used the three-sword style that no one had ever used before. The flying Thor kunai was far shorter than the black sword and the Kusanagi sword. However, under Rog's ingenious attacks, the flying Thor kunai was useless. This proved what it meant to be an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Gila did not expect that Rog would use the factor of disappearing as a factor to win the battle. When the enemy disappeared, anyone would stop immediately. No one liked to fight with the air. This was especially true for those who were good at close combat and could control their own attacks at will. However, Rog used this combat mentality to negate Gila's advantage and completed the transition from two-sword style to three-sword style. This was a beautiful move. Even though they were enemies, Gila still felt that Rog had played this move beautifully and could not help but praise him in her heart. If it weren't for the fact that they were on different sides, this guy named Rog would be a good opponent to spar with. After confirming that she could no longer turn the situation around, Gila's thoughts became more and more scattered. Even though she was unwilling, she had to admit that she had lost in this battle of swordsmanship. Although her defense was still impenetrable, she could clearly feel that she was losing the rhythm of the battle. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Rog would be able to completely break through her defense and cut her with his Kusanagi sword and flying Thor kunai. She was not someone who could not afford to lose. After confirming that she had no chance of winning, she decisively mobilized the divine power of death in her body. The moment she activated her divine power, Rog, who was in the midst of his frenzied attacks, immediately sensed that something was wrong. Lightning body flicker. Without any hesitation, he decisively used a ninjutsu, and his entire body disappeared in an instant. The moment he left his original spot, black blades that were several meters long surged out from the ground like the spikes of a hedgehog, covering an area of more than 10 meters. F***CK. Gila, you don't have any morals. Seeing this, Rog cursed in his heart. Even when the first and second sword style was more defensive than offensive, he did not choose to use fire extinguisher or water wave breaker on Gila. That was because he did not want to destroy the purity of this swordsmanship competition. However, he did not expect that just as he saw the hope of winning with his three-sword style, Gila would start to disregard her morals and use an area of effect attack. If not for the fact that he was more sensitive to the flow of energy, he might have already become a human skewer on those black blades. We agreed to have a pleasant swordsmanship competition, but you secretly used an area of effect attack. Even though he cursed in his heart, Rog did not take this matter to heart. After all, he and Gila were fighting with their lives on the line, and this was not a friendly exchange between swordsmanship enthusiasts. Would release, Descent of the Tree World. When Gila took the initiative to use an area of effect attack, Rog did not hold back and directly used a super large area of effect ninjutsu that could change the terrain. On the barren frozen plains, huge trees grew rapidly, adding a touch of green to this monotonous ice field. If it was just to attack Gila, Rog did not need to use such a large area of effect ninjutsu. In addition to attacking Gila, Descent of the Tree World had other uses. It increased the home field advantage, and to guard against Gila's Heavenly Maiden scattering flowers. Until now, Rog still had not figured out how Gila was able to summon weapons out of thin air without any restrictions. However, he did not want to have to pay attention to the rain of swords that Gila casually threw out in the following battle. The dense forest formed by Descent of the Tree World covered most of the plains. In this dense forest, the rain of swords thrown by Gila would be blocked to the greatest extent. Unless Gila was like Rog, throwing out the incomprehensible Uchiha Jutsu. The moment Descent of the Tree World took shape, Gila saw through Rog's intentions. This also caused her to have a doubt. For some reason, she felt that Rog seemed to be very clear about her fighting style and what kind of ability she had, as if he was an opponent who had fought with her before. However, Gila was very sure that today was the first time she had met Rog. Did he see the battle footage I saved in Asgard? Other than that, Gila did not understand how Rog could be so clear about her fighting style and be able to make arrangements to counter it. On this point, Gila was completely wrong. Not to mention her battle footage, even her name was considered a top secret in Asgard. If not for Odin's impending death, news about her would not have appeared in Asgard at all. The fact that Rog knew her fighting style was purely due to his prophetic aura as a transmigrator. Just as Gila was thinking about how Rog knew about her fighting style, Rog put away the flying Thor kunai and Kusanagi sword and summoned 4 wood clones. These 4 wood clones were not used to attack Gila, but to create an undisturbed battlefield. Without any arrangements, these 4 shadow clones rushed to the north, south, east, and west respectively. Then they used the same ninjutsu. 4 purple flame formation. A rectangular purple barrier rose into the sky, creating a small battlefield separated from the main battlefield. Chapter 456. When the 4 purple flame formation was completely formed, Rog, who put away his weapon, took a deep breath. Then he put his hands together and clapped hard. Shikatsu Forest Sage mode. In just a moment, the chakra in his body turned into Senjutsu chakra. At the same time, A simple red arc eyeshadow appeared around the Sharingan, and a red circular pattern appeared in the center of his forehead. Although the intensity of natural energy in Jotunheim was not as strong as Asgard and Warnerheim, it was much stronger than Earth. Moreover, using immortal mode here wouldn't be as painful as in Hell. 30 minutes. After the chakra and sage mode were further improved, the duration of sage mode was also increased. Although 30 minutes was not particularly long, it was enough for Rog to solve most of the battles. As for those that he couldn't solve, he would give up. Of course, this was just a joke. In addition to Sage Mode, he now had a lot of trump cards. For example, Susanoo and Tailed Beast. So even if the time limit of Sage Mode was reached, he still had the strength to continue fighting. The moment Rog entered Sage Mode, Hela immediately noticed that he was different. Previously, Log barely had the qualifications to challenge her, but now, Log was no match for her. Then the current Rog was an opponent of the same level that she needed to go all out and take seriously. As an Asgard and the goddess of death who had awakened the divine power of death, Hela's perception of energy was not weak. If she couldn't even sense this energy, she wouldn't be able to operate the divine power of death so exquisitely. After entering Sage Mode, Rog did not hesitate and immediately used the Senjutsu that had been significantly improved. Note 1: Senjutsu Mokutan, Woodman Technique. Senjutsu Wood Dragon Technique. These two ninjutsu that Rog had used to train Fenrir and Abomination were upgraded to the level of Senjutsu under the buff of Senjutsu Chakra, and he used it as a starting move to attack Hela. Arhut, who was tens of meters tall, climbed out of the ground with the hook-nosed wooden dragon, and immediately became the most eye-catching existence in the entire forest. Then Rog, who was standing on the huge branch, flashed to Arhut's head. Although standing on the branch didn't affect his control of Arhut and the long-nosed wood dragon, in terms of observation, it was still inferior to the top of Arhut's head. More importantly, standing on top of Arhut's head made him look even more domineering. The goddess of death was indeed very strong, and the divine power of death in her body was bottomless. However, like Loki, Hela did not know how to fly. Therefore, standing on top of Arhut's head, Rog did not need to worry about Hela suddenly flying in front of him. When everything was ready, Rog directly controlled the wooden Arhut and the long hook-nosed wooden dragon. Although Arhut's build was simple and honest, its attack speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, its huge right fist was right in front of her. Boom! A huge impact sounded, and with Hela as the center, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground dozens of meters around her. Arhut's punch could not be said to be weak. However, this titan-like punch did not land on Hela's body as expected. 5 or 6 sharp black blades suddenly surged out from the ground and pressed against the wooden Arhut's right fist like spears, piercing deeply into his fist. Before Rog could control Arhut to retract his right fist, Hela waved her right hand, and 3 black swords 6 to 7 meters long appeared out of thin air, attacking him like ground-to-air missiles. With the flying speed of the black swords, it would take less than 1 or 2 seconds to reach Rog. At this time, the long-nosed wood dragon jumped up from the ground like a viper hunting its prey and directly bit the 3 black swords, neutralizing Hela's attack. Taking advantage of the time when the long-nosed wood dragon bit the black swords, Rog had Arhut retract his right fist. Then he punched with both fists. Yula 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 yula. Since one fist was not enough, he would add one more. The praised Namo Gatling Bodhisattva fist technique, which had once destroyed the Immortal Palace Guardian Destroyer and Mephisto's demon puppet, was performed once again. 3,600 revolutions per breath. Saved the world with great compassion and compassion. Although Rog had used the 4 purple flame formation to isolate himself and Hela from the main battlefield, the terrifying momentum caused by Arhut's Gatling fist still shocked both sides. Looking at Wood Arhut's fists that were about to turn into afterimages, the frost giant who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel a chill. The frost giants had an extremely high resistance to cold, but for some reason, when they saw the wooden Arhut, who looked like an ancient titan, frantically throwing punches, they felt a chill that originated from their biological instincts. From the start, the frost giant had not taken the initiative to stand on Hela's side. Although they hated Asgard, they also knew that Asgard was not an existence they could easily provoke. Even when the previous Frost Giant King, Luffy, was still in power, they could only do some sneaky tricks. Not to mention that they hadn't even chosen a new Frost Giant King yet. If Gila hadn't forced them to join this war with unrivaled strength, they wouldn't have appeared here at all. After seeing Wood Arhut's frightening and violent attacks, they felt more and more that they shouldn't have joined this war. This was the family affair of Asgard's royal family, and it had nothing to do with them, the Frost Giants. The last time they intervened in Odin's family affairs, their king died, and the whole family was almost wiped out by Bifrost. After such a painful experience, they had planned to live a peaceful life in Jotunheim. They didn't expect that Hela, the goddess of death, would come. They were now beginning to wonder if any family disputes would happen in Odin's family, and they, the Frost Giants, would die with them. Although they were very reluctant, they knew one thing very well. And that was, before Hela completely failed, they had better not choose to give up easily. Otherwise, their ending might be even worse than the last time. From the looks of it, Rog now had the upper hand. However, he was the only one who knew the real situation. Although Wood Arhut was doing well now, he still couldn't break through Hela's defense. It was as if Hela's black blades were free of charge. After one was broken, a few more would appear. It was as if there was no end to them. What was even more troublesome was that behind these black blades, there was an energy barrier built by the divine power of death. Chapter 457. Compared to Thor, who could only summon lightning to attack, Hela's use of divine power was clearly several levels higher. Strengthening the body, creating weapons out of thin air, awakening the dead, energy barrier. This was only the ability that Hela had displayed so far. As for whether she had any other hidden methods, only she knew. When Wood Arhut broke the black longsword that Hela summoned again, Rog stopped this seemingly powerful praise of Namo Gatling Bodhisattva fist technique that did not hurt Hela at all. Without his control, the huge Wood Arhut quickly returned to the form that Wood should have, turning into a huge wooden sculpture that was dozens of meters tall. The moment Wood Arhut stopped moving, 4 or 5 black blades that were dozens of meters long shot out from the ground where Hela was, piercing through the motionless Wood Arhut. Rog did not care that Wood Arhut was pierced. When the black blades shot out of the ground, he flashed from the top of Wood Arhut's head to the head of the long hook-nosed wood dragon. At the same time, he controlled the wood dragon to fly directly toward Hela on the ground. Although the wood dragon's size was not as shocking as Wood Arhut's, the slimmer long hook-nosed wood dragon had a speed that far exceeded Wood Arhut's. Almost at the same time that Wood Arhut was pierced, the wood dragon had already arrived in front of Hela. Looking at the wood dragon and Rog that were only 10 meters away from her, Hela's expression did not change at all. She waved her right hand gently from left to right. The moment Hela waved her hand, dozens of black swords of different sizes quickly appeared in the originally empty air. These black swords were like bullets, shooting towards the wood dragon and Log at lightning speed. Although the wood dragon was larger and easier to hit, Hela's attack was not limited to Hela. Under Hela's invisible control, most of these black swords attacked Rog, who was standing on the wood dragon's head. To catch bandits, first catch the king. As a commander who had led Asgard's army to conquer the 9 worlds, Hela was not unaware of this. In the blink of an eye, these dozens of black swords from different directions arrived in front of Rog. Then they completely pierced through his body. No, this is not Rog's original body. As soon as the black swords hit Rog, Hela felt that something was wrong. Although she did not understand Rog's fighting style, she knew one thing. That was that Rog, who had almost defeated her in swordsmanship, would definitely not be so easy to hit. Just as Hela expected, the moment the black sword pierced through Rog's body, Rog, who looked no different from a real person, suddenly turned into a 3-legged giant black crow with 3 black magatama in its red eyes. It screeched and flew in all directions. Sharingan reality illusion. 8 crow clone. Normal illusions would not work on her at all. Even the more powerful Sharingan illusions had a high risk of failure. Unless you use Manjikyu Sharingan to cast Genjutsu, or break the boundary between reality and illusion, and use Genjutsu that is similar to reality. Sharingan reality illusion. This was not a part of the Sharingan illusion system, but a brand new illusion that combined the Sharingan illusion and the reality gem. Using the reality gem, Rog turned the illusory Sharingan illusion into something real, creating this strange and realistic scene. Dozens of three-legged Yagata crows screeched as they flew in all directions, circling around Gila like hawks trying to catch their prey. At the same time, the wood dragon that had been hit in the eyes and face by the black swords crossed the last 10 meters, opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth, and swallowed Gila on the ground. Gila did not care about the attack of the wood dragon. With her speed, if she wanted to avoid the long hook-nosed wooden dragon's beast-like attack, she could leave before the wooden dragon opened its mouth. However, she did not do so. With the energy barrier built by the divine power of death, not to mention that the wood dragon was just a wooden creature. Even if the long hook-nosed wood dragon was a real dragon, she wouldn't take it to heart. At this time, she was more concerned about Rog, who had just turned into 8 crows. Although Gila was not a mage, she was no stranger to illusions. To some extent, she could even be regarded as proficient in Asgard magic. It was precisely because of this that she was so concerned about the Sharingan reality illusion that Rog had just cast. The reason why illusions were called illusions was because it was an illusory existence. And the reality illusion that Rog had just cast clearly broke the most basic essence of illusions. End this quickly. Use the fastest speed to defeat this strange earthling. Then find out what method he used to break the boundary between reality and illusion. As the princess of Asgard and the goddess of death, there were not many things that could interest Gila. For example, the throne of Asgard or the reality illusion that Rog had just cast. Of course, what Gila wanted was not Rog's method of turning into 8 crows. What she was interested in was what was behind this illusion. What she wanted was Rog's method of breaking the boundary between reality and illusion. As long as she mastered the mystery, she could make the underworld that she longed for appear in this world. Thinking of this, Gila did not hesitate. The energy barrier protecting her instantly turned into a terrifying energy impact. Boom! The wood dragon's huge head instantly exploded. Gila, who was wrapped in the dark green divine power of death, slowly landed on the ground, her eyes constantly sweeping across the 8 crows flying in the air. Although Gila did not know how Rog did it, she knew that Rog's real body was one of the 8 crows. Finding Rog's real body among dozens of identical 8 crows might be a very difficult task for others. However, 2 to 3 seconds was enough for the goddess of death, Gila. Although these 8 crows flying and screaming in the sky looked exactly the same, Gila soon discovered the difference. Most of the 8-foot crows had 3 black tomo in their eyes. In the eyes of one of them, there was a triangular dart-shaped pattern. Found you. Gathering the divine power of death in her legs, Gila gently leaped and arrived in front of this 8-foot crow with completely different eye patterns. Just as she was about to slash the black sword in her hand at this different 8-foot crow, this 8-foot crow suddenly spoke. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." This was Rog's voice. Gila instinctively sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late. Before Gila could react, the flying 8-foot crow spoke again. "Welcome to my Tsukuyomi world." Chapter 458. A huge crimson moon hung in the deep night sky. Other than the occasional crow screams in the distance, this place was as quiet as a dead world without any life. Gila immediately realized the abnormality of this world. However, just as she was about to mobilize the divine power of death in her body, she was shocked to find that she could not feel any divine power of death. At the same time, she realized that she had been tied to a cross more than 2 meters tall. Looking at the hemp rope tying her hands and feet, she snorted disdainfully. "You want to tie me up completely with these hemp ropes?" Without any hesitation, Gila's limbs suddenly exerted force. After that, nothing changed. "This is impossible? This is absolutely impossible?" The moment she could not sense the divine power of death, Gila knew that she was in an illusion. She knew that her mind was trapped in the illusion space called Tsukuyomi world. However, she did not take this illusion to heart. For an existence like her, even if her mind was trapped in an illusion space, it was not a big deal. However, When she found that she could not even break free from the hemp rope that was not even as thick as a finger, she realized that something was wrong. This was not a simple illusion space. Although Hela was not a mage, her mental power was not weak at all. It was even stronger than Loki, who had the title of mage. If it was an ordinary illusion space, she would definitely be able to break free. I told you just now that this is my world, so don't waste your energy. Just as Hela was thinking about how to get rid of the Tsukuyomi world, more than 10 three-legged Yagata crows flew in front of her. Then they condensed into Rog's appearance. I have to say, I underestimated you. Come on, let me see what kind of ability a ninja from Earth has. Although she had completely lost the initiative, Hela still maintained her arrogant attitude. All the attacks in the illusion space would only be reflected on the mental level. And Hela was confident in her mental power. Although more than 2,000 years of imprisonment had seriously slowed down the growth of her divine power of death, it had greatly increased her mental power. If she did not have a strong enough mental power, she would not have been able to stay awake for more than 2,000 years in captivity. Rog did not care about Hela's provocation. Instead, he looked at Hela from head to toe. He didn't say anything, nor did he do anything else. However, this seemingly simple sizing up caused Hela's dissatisfaction. This was the look of someone sizing up prey and a defeated opponent. Of course, some fallen nobles would also have such a look in their eyes when they looked at beautiful young slaves in the slave market. You. To the prideful Hela, Rog's gaze was much more serious than any verbal or physical insult. This was blatant disregard. Ignoring her identity, ignoring her strength, ignoring everything about her. Ever since she was born, no one had ever dared to look at her like that. Never. Are you still a man? If you want to do it, then do it quickly. Don't dilly-dally. Hela taunted again. However, Rog remained indifferent. I know what you're thinking. You want to use the pain on the mental level to forcefully break through the illusion and return your consciousness to your body. But you don't have to waste your energy. After I pull your consciousness into the Tsukuyomi world, it's unlikely that you can escape. If he used Tsukuyomi in a normal state, Rog would indeed need to worry about whether Hela could forcefully get rid of Tsukuyomi's effects. After all, Hela's mental power was not weak, and her divine power of death was so dense that it was enough to take on the entire Asgard alone. However, he was now casting Tsukuyomi in immortal mode. Although Sage mode was not 100% compatible with Manjikyu Sharingan, it was undeniable that Sage mode greatly increased the power of ninjutsu's genjutsu. Tsukuyomi was a unique genjutsu of Manjikyu Sharingan. But in the end, Tsukuyomi was still a genjutsu, and it would also be enhanced by Sage mode. If Hela could still forcefully get rid of his Tsukuyomi in this state, he would kill himself without Hela needing to do anything. He didn't want to continue embarrassing Tsukuyomi and Shikatsu Forest's Sage mode, who had the strongest mental attacks. Not to mention, he had made so many arrangements to get Hela into Tsukuyomi. First, he used the reality gem to combine with the Sharingan's genjutsu to cast a reality ninjutsu that broke the boundary between reality and illusion, thus piquing Hela's interest. Then he deliberately let Yakata, where his true body was, reveal the Manjikyu Sharingan's patterns, allowing Hela to discover his true body and take the initiative to come in front of him. Finally, he used Tsukuyomi when they were less than a meter apart. After doing so many tricks, if he still allowed Hela to get rid of Tsukuyomi, he could really gouge out his left eye. It's not up to you to decide whether I can or not. Hela's tone was as arrogant as ever. From her point of view, it was beneficial for her whether Rog attacked her here or did nothing and allowed time to pass. If Rog attacked her, she could try to use mental pain to stimulate her consciousness. If Rog didn't attack her, she could slowly wait for the illusion's effects to disappear. Therefore, no matter what Rog planned to do, she had a certain level of initiative. Before we attack, let me tell you something. Odin's actions back then might have caused you great harm. However, the premise for him to do so is that you made a mistake first. When he entrusted me with the task of stopping you from returning to Asgard, he told me earnestly that if possible, I should try my best not to kill you. 3 times. That night he said it 3 times, as if he was afraid that I would forget it. I don't know why he thought so highly of me back then, and felt that I had the ability to stop you. But I have to say that he still cares about you. Back then, you were indeed very strong. But don't forget that Odin was also at his peak back then. If he really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have survived until now. Alright, that's all. It's time to put an end to this. Just as he said that, a Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword appeared in Rog's right hand, as well as 9 of him holding Kusanagi no Tsurugi swords. Next he repeatedly drew his sword, drew his sword, drew his sword, drew his sword, drew his sword. Time passed bit by bit. After this unskilled attack and retraction lasted for half a year, Rog took the initiative to dispel Tsukuyomi. Half a year in Tsukuyomi, 1 second in reality. Immortal Rog versus Goddess of Death Hela, Rog wins. Chapter 459. Although the battle on the main battlefield was not over yet, the second family dispute in Odin's family had already come to an end. Whether the Frost Giants and the undead army chose to resist to the end, this war would end with Asgard's victory. Hela had lost. The Frost Giants and the undead army were destined to lose. I will fulfill my promise with Odin and spare your life. As long as you don't return to Asgard, you can go wherever you want. Rog looked at Hela, who was half kneeling on the ground, and said indifferently. Then, he closed his Mangekyo Sharingan and removed Sage Mode and would clone. Hela still had a large amount of divine power of death in her body, but her mind was severely damaged, and it was impossible for her to continue fighting. If she wasn't Asgard and had used the divine power of death to strengthen her body, she wouldn't even be able to half kneel. The attack lasted for half a year before Hela's mind was completely destroyed. Both of them were hit by Tsukuyomi. Hulk lasted for 3 days, while Luonan lasted for 5 days. Hulk had the strongest body, but his mental power was the weakest among the 3 of them. Therefore, his resistance time was the shortest among the 3. When the 4 violet flame formation completely dissipated, Rog used quantum teleportation and came to the other side of the forest. After confirming that Hela could no longer see his figure, he sat on the ground without caring about his image and closed his eyes. Maintaining the Tsukuyomi for half a year was also a great burden on his mind. If he hadn't deliberately improved his immortal body before, his mind might not have been able to last until Hela collapsed. In terms of willpower, Hela was definitely the strongest he had met so far. As expected of someone who hadn't broken down after being locked up alone for more than 2,000 years. Her willpower was tenacious. Ordinary people would be at risk of a mental breakdown after being locked up for a few days. And Hela had been locked up by Odin for more than 2,600 years. If he remembered correctly, Europe was still in the ancient Greek period, and China was still in the spring and autumn period. No wonder Loki looked down on Earthlings so much. The average lifespan of Asgard people was as high as 5,000 years. Other than the Wuxia civilization that had not been cut off, the average lifespan of the other civilizations on Earth was not as long as the Asgard people. After the 4 violet flame formation disappeared, the Frost Giants and Asgard's warriors knew that the battle between Rog and Hela had ended. However, because Rog and Hela did not appear, they could not be sure who the victor was. Although the 4 violet flame formation was no longer blocking them, they all tacitly chose to wait for the result instead of entering the forest to personally confirm it. Time passed slowly, and half an hour after the 4 purple flame formation disappeared, they still did not see Hela and Log. Could it be that they had perished together? This conjecture appeared in everyone's mind. After some serious consideration, Thor waved the Thor's hammer in his hand, intending to take a look himself. If Hela had won, then he would inherit Rog's unfulfilled wish and fight with Hela to the end. At the same time, he would avenge Rog. Just as he was about to fly into the forest created by the tree world's descent, a figure slowly floated up from the forest and flew hundreds of meters into the air. It was Rog. The winner was Rog. After seeing that the person floating in the air was Rog, all the Asgard people, including Thor, let out an excited roar. Although they did not know how Rog had done it, they knew that this time, Rog had won. They had won. Long live Asgard. It was unknown which Asgard soldier took the lead to shout this sentence. Then, one soldier after another followed suit, converging into a huge wave of cheers that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Compared to the Asgard army whose morale had reached its peak, the Frost Giant's expressions were extremely ugly. Lost. He had lost once again. Although they were forced to join Hela's side, a loss was a loss. They had once again lost to Asgard. Amidst the cheers of the Asgard soldiers, the Frost Giants put down the weapons in their hands and sat down on the bone-chilling ground as if they had accepted their fate. The Frost Giants used their actions to prove their surrender, while the undead army continued to charge toward the Asgard soldiers without a care for their own lives. Just as the morale of the Asgard soldiers had reached its peak and were about to send the undead back to where they belonged, these brave undead soldiers were like wheat that had been blown by the wind. One by one, they fell down, and the death energy in their bodies quickly dissipated into the air. In less than a few seconds, not a single undead soldier could be seen standing on the battlefield. Hela had made her move. She had personally ended her own undead army. Asgard's Golden Palace, Odin's bedroom. After returning from Jotunheim to Asgard, Rog, Thor, and Loki immediately went to Odin's bedroom. Odin, who was shrouded in a pale golden energy shield, was at the end of his life. Although he was nourished by Asgard's energy, Odin had still reached the end of his life. When Thor half-knelt in front of Odin's bed and reported the results of the battle to Odin with a choked voice, Rog slowly came to the other side of the bed. "I have fulfilled our bargain, and she has left Jotunheim alive. She asked me to give this to you and tell you something. Asgard's eldest princess and the goddess of death died the day you sent out the Valkyrie army. The dead will never appear in Asgard again." With that, he put the black sword in his hand beside Odin. Sword of the night sky. This was the weapon that had accompanied Hela the longest. It was also a gift from Odin on the day she awakened the divine power of death. After putting down the sword of the night sky, Rog did not say anything else and silently left Odin's bedroom. The rest of the time belonged to Thor and Loki. That night, the king of Asgard, the father of gods, Odin, passed away. A legend of a generation had come to an end. One day later, Asgard held an Asgard-style funeral for Odin and the soldiers who died in Jotunheim. After attending Odin's funeral, Rog and the others left Asgard and returned to Earth. The moment they stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge with the Eternal Fire and the giant wolf Fenrir, Rog went to Thor, who was sending them off, and gave him a serious order. "Protect Asgard well. If you need anything, contact me at any time. Also, be careful of Thanos." Chapter 460. Although the current timeline was becoming more and more different from what he remembered, and even began to develop in a direction that no one knew. But no one knew if Thanos, the crazy titan, would directly take the space gem after Odin's death. In order to prevent Saul from truly becoming a loner, Loki had specifically instructed him to take care of himself. Be careful of Thanos? However, Thor did not understand Rog's meaning at all. Although Asgard was a universal civilization, it was different from the Kerry Empire and Xander. Asgard was the kind of existence that did not like to deal with the outside world. Except for the Nine Lands, Asgard did not care about other things that happened in the universe. Yes, be careful of Thanos. If you meet him, remember to contact me immediately. Don't try to be brave. Because of himself, the current Thor was weaker than Rog's memory. According to the original timeline, Thor should have completely awakened the power of thunder, instead of still foolishly thinking that he could only control lightning through Thor's hammer. What's more, even if Thor was truly awakened, there was still a long way to go before Thanos. Without relying on foreign objects, Thor after awakening was still not as good as Thanos with his bare hands. Although this comparison was a bit cruel, it was true. "Okay. I know." Thor did not continue to ask. After knowing Rog for so long, he knew that Rog had many unknown secrets. Since Rog did not take the initiative to mention it, he would not continue to ask. After instructing Thor, Rog walked into the Bifrost with the giant wolf Fenrir, and left Asgard. Although Asgard rarely dealt with the cosmic civilizations outside the Nine Lands, the news of the death of Odin, the father of all gods, would soon spread throughout the universe. At that time, Who knew how many ambitious guys would target Asgard? Although he had a good relationship with Thor, Rog could not replace Thor to protect Asgard. Protecting Asgard was the duty of the king of Asgard. It was also the first test after Thor inherited the throne. Hulk and Tawny returned directly to the headquarters in the suburbs of New York through the Bifrost, while Rog returned to Konoha's headquarters in Washington with Fenrir. When Fenrir, with a shoulder height of 4 or 5 meters and a body length of more than 10 meters, walked out of the transmission beam of the Bifrost, a harsh alarm immediately sounded in the Konoha headquarters. However, this alarm only sounded for a few seconds before it was turned off by Hinata. This was because Rog had also walked out of the Rainbow Bridge. Although Fenrir was larger in size, it walked out of the Bifrost earlier than Rog. The reason was simple. When it knew that it was going to the Earth, it became like a husky going to the wild and entered a state of excitement. Even in the fully automatic transmission beam of the Bifrost, it couldn't help but run forward for a distance, trying to reach the Earth earlier. However, when it really walked out of the transmission beam, its excitement immediately disappeared. In Fenrir's memory, the Earth was a country full of food. However, the scene in front of it was completely different from what it remembered. There was no grassland, no forest, no food. The air was also filled with an unpleasant smell. "What are you doing? Let's go." Looking at the motionless Fenrir, Rog turned his head and urged. "Woo!" After letting out a disappointed whimper, Fenrir lowered its head and followed behind Log listlessly. Although Fenrir didn't look like a creature from the earth, since it was a pet brought back by Rog, the people of Konoha were not surprised. In the hearts of the people of Konoha, Rog was not only a synonym for strength, but also a synonym for mystery. Even if he said one day that he was a god from ancient times, or an alien from other planets, they wouldn't think he was joking. Because of its huge size, there was no room suitable for Fenrir to live in Konoha. Therefore, Rog took Fenrir directly to a fighter hangar in the headquarters of Konoha. "You live here for the time being. I will ask people to transform the environment here later to make it slightly more in line with your taste. In the headquarters of Konoha, as long as you can get in, you can go. In addition, I will ask Hinata to introduce you to the people in the headquarters of Konoha. The guy called Abomination is your spiritual beast senpai. If there is anything you don't understand, you can..." At this point, Rog finally realized what was going on. Although Fenrir could hear them, they couldn't understand Fenrir's wolf language. "Well, I will try to make you speak as much as possible so that you can communicate with them in the future. Remember, without my permission, you can't leave the headquarters of Konoha, understand?" After Rog finished, Fenrir nodded weakly, and then directly lay on the concrete floor of the hangar. Looking at the disappointed look on Fenrir's face, Rog also sighed helplessly. It was indeed not appropriate to let Fenrir live in the hangar, but this was also something that couldn't be helped. Although summoning jutsu can ignore the distance to a certain extent, and directly summon the beast to the caster's side, but summoning jutsu is not omnipotent. It is impossible to really ignore the distance and summon the beast from anywhere. If Fenrir stays in Asgard, it is basically no different from completely abandoning it. Although there is no rigorous calculation, the limit of summoning jutsu should be almost the distance of a planet. As long as it is on the same planet, it will not fail. But as long as it exceeds this distance, the probability of failure is greatly increased. Don't be so listless. When the people outside know that you are my wolf, as long as you don't enter the city where humans live, you can go anywhere you want. Touching Fenrir's huge wolf head, Rog comforted it. After comforting Fenrir, Rog used quantum transmission to return to his office. He doesn't need to do this kind of thing himself to introduce everyone in Konoha to Fenrir. Hinata will naturally arrange everything. Hinata, Project Dr. Connor's recent research report. As soon as the voice fell, a virtual display screen appeared in front of Rog, which recorded the latest research progress of Dr. Connors. Before he left the Earth, Dr. Connors had already begun his research on Super Skrull. Counting the time, more than half a month has passed. After browsing Dr. Connors' recent research report in detail, Rog frowned. Although Dr. Connors is the most proficient expert in the field of biology in Konoha, it is a pity that he is still a long way from the super geniuses like Tani and Banner. Even with 3 living Super Skrulls, Dr. Connor's progress is still not optimistic. Chapter 461. It can't go on like this. Konoha must train a team of scientific talents. At this moment, Rogue once again envied Orochimaru. In Naruto, some people believe in bloodline, some believe in will, some believe in innate inheritance, and some believe in acquired effort. Only Orochimaru believes in science. Because of this, when all the villains died in various ways, only Orochimaru succeeded in surviving. And if there is no accident, he will even live longer than those destined protagonists. Science changes life. Science changes fate. Orochimaru is a living example. Hinata, help me search for a scientist. His name is Reed Richards. By the way, where are Susan Stone, Johnny Stone, and Ben Graham and his team? In this world, there are many genius scientists, but there are very few who can really reach the level of Tani and Banner. And Reed Richards happens to be one of them. Reed Richards is currently conducting experimental research on the effects of high-energy cosmic storms caused by the coronal solar wind on the evolution of early planetary life on the space station in outer space. Susan Stone and the other 2 are also in the research team. Within a few seconds, Hinata projected the relevant information on the display screen. The effects of high-energy cosmic storms on the evolution of early planetary life? Rogue was not surprised that Hinata could find Reed's whereabouts. What he wondered was how Hinata knew that Reed was working on this project. This kind of project is a research project that needs to be strictly confidential at first glance. How do you know about their research project in the space station? Rogue asked curiously. A week ago, Reed Richards submitted a related project application to Konoha, hoping to get financial support and equipment support from Konoha. Hinata quickly explained. At the same time, she displayed Reed's application report. Glancing at Reed's application report, Rogue had more and more questions in his mind. This kind of research has always been the research scope of biological research institutions and NASA. Why did he apply to Konoha? If Rogue remembered correctly, Konoha should be a military group, not a scientific research institution. Half a year ago, when you were practicing in Konoha, I synchronized the research data of number 2. From the second database, I integrated the contents of weapons research, biological research, civilian technology, and so on. Combined with Dr. Connor's research results, I established a research institute affiliated with Konoha. While Hinata was explaining, an institution named Konoha Science and Technology Laboratory appeared on the screen. Konoha Science and Technology Laboratory? Looking at this familiar name, Rogue remembered something that he had neglected. When he was training in Konoha's hidden village, Hinata mentioned to him the proposal to establish a laboratory to improve the research and development level of Konoha's technology. At that time, he agreed to the proposal, but he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. Show me the current research projects in the laboratory. Then the display in front of him changed again. There were many ongoing projects in the laboratory, covering mechanical engineering, quantum physics, new energy, artificial intelligence, biology, genetic engineering, medicine, and many other fields. In addition to the research carried out with the data and equipment he brought back from the Carey Empire and Xander, the laboratory also sponsored a lot of private research. After quickly browsing through the dozens of research projects being carried out in the laboratory, Rogue sighed. Then he said in a serious tone, "Hinata, you are playing with fire." Hinata, who had always answered his questions, suddenly became quiet at this time. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that she replied, "Hinata wants to try it." What Rogue said about playing with fire was not referring to Hinata's further research on the alien technology and data, but the research that Hinata was conducting in secret. On the surface, there was nothing wrong with the research being carried out in the laboratory, but from these studies, Rogue saw some unabashedly related projects. And after all these related projects were integrated, it was a taboo research that challenged the laws of nature. Androids. The project that Hinata was secretly researching was androids. Not clones, nor artificial intelligence robots like Ultron, but androids in the true sense. Rog thought that Hinata should be the most obedient of all his subordinates. However, he didn't expect that Hinata's madness was far beyond that of others. After 2 or 3 minutes of silence, he spoke again. "End these research projects." Rog-sama. Hinata's electronic synthetic voice, which had always been emotionless, showed obvious fluctuations. "These things can't be studied on Earth. All of them will be transferred to Konoha's hidden village. I will give you the highest authorization authority. You can mobilize all of Konoha's resources." The calculation matrix data of Genjutsu, Dr. Banner's plan to implant artificial intelligence into organic creatures, Dr. Zhao Hailuan's Cradle of Regeneration project data. I will find a way to get these materials to you. Since you want your own body, then I will help you. In terms of madness, Rog was the craziest one in Konoha. "Thank you, Sama." Hinata replied immediately. "Don't thank me. Whether you can study the results you want depends on you. I only have one requirement. Your new body can only be the same as the holographic image. As for which one to choose, you choose." After instructing Hinata, Rog put his thoughts back on Reed. Reed just went to the space station to study the space storm, so there is a high probability that he hasn't mutated yet. Of course, it is not ruled out that he won't become Mr. Miracle at all in this world. Whether he becomes Mr. Miracle or not, it won't affect Rog's plan. What he wants is just Reed's brain that is so smart that it seems to have been turned on. As for whether he mutates or not, whether he can become Mr. Miracle or not, it doesn't matter. Compared with Mr. Miracle, Rog cared more about the man named Doom. Dr. Destruction. Victor Von Doom. In this world where superheroes either relied on superpowers or advanced technology, Deity Doomu was the only man who believed in science and practiced magic. He has no superpowers, but he used his super smart brain to invent various high-tech equipment and learn magic. He was born in the poor and backward small Eastern European country of Ladovinia, but he overthrew the feudal rule here with his own ability, and turned the small agricultural country of Ladovinia into a high-tech modern country. Doom may not be a good person in the conventional sense, but he is definitely a very charismatic person. Chapter 462. If there was a chance, he must meet this magic and technology dual cultivator, Lord Doom. It was no less than Iron Man's high-tech armor, and his magic level could compete with Dr. Strange's. It would be too much of a pity if such an ambitious and ruthless person did not meet him. If Rog remembered correctly, Lord Doom had a similar experience as himself. Victor Von Doom, Doctor of Destruction, was one of the few Earthlings on Earth who had fought with the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, and returned alive. And in terms of the number of times he had fought against Mephisto, Lord Doom had fought against him more than Rog. Lord Doom's mother, Cynthia, was a gypsy witch. In order to rebel against King Vladimir, who ruled Ladovinia at the time, she prayed for power from Mephisto. The result was no different from the previous supplicants. Lord Doom's mother was deceived by Mephisto, and her soul was imprisoned in hell, becoming Mephisto's plaything. After overthrowing the old king's rule, Lord Doom summoned Mephisto and accepted Mephisto's bet. Every year, Mephisto gave Lord Doom a chance to fight for his mother's freedom. If he won, his mother's soul would regain freedom and ascend to heaven. If he lost, the people of Ladovinia would despise him. Every time he lost, his people would despise him even more. If he lost too many times, Doom would become the most useless and incapable ruler in the history of Ladovinia. Lord Doom set the town where his mother, Cynthia, died as the new capital of Ladovinia. When the blizzard came, he would come to the deepest dungeon of Ladovinia to fight for the freedom of his mother, Cynthia. In Rog's memory, Lord Doom finally joined forces with Dr. Strange and successfully deceived Mephisto, allowing his mother to be redeemed and ascend to heaven. However, this was only his memory before he transmigrated. As for whether this future would develop like this, he was not sure now. After all, his legendary junior brother, Dr. Strange, had yet to go to Kamartaj, let alone inherit the title of Ancient One Sorcerer Supreme. Although Lord Doom was a villain, to be honest, Rog still admired him. Except for deceiving the US military once, he didn't do anything outrageous. Note 1. From the perspective of the people of Ladovinia, He could even be regarded as a wise ruler who liberated Ladovinia. Rog wasn't sure what others thought of Lord Doom, but from his point of view, he admired Lord Doom's behavior of fighting against Lord Mephisto in order to save his mother's soul. After temporarily putting aside his appreciation for Lord Doom, he opened the information he had collected by the intelligence department. Although Sir Goddum basically didn't leave Ladovinia, Rog didn't forget to ask the intelligence department to collect information on him. After browsing through the information collected by the intelligence department, he found that Sir Goddum's life experience was basically not much different from what he remembered. Doom was 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 doom. When he resisted the rule of the old king, some of his small inventions attracted the attention of the U.S. military, which brought him to the United States. During his days in the United States, he received professional scientific education and invented many new weapons for the military. It was also during this period that Lord Doom met Mr. Fantastic Reed, who was also studying in the academy. In the end, he was expelled from the school because of an experimental accident, and he was disfigured. Although the military didn't mind the little accident he caused, he had no intention of continuing to stay in the United States. He destroyed all the inventions he left for the military and quietly left the United States. Lord Doom's information in the United States was the most complete. Even the dormitory he lived in at the time, and the girl he almost had a relationship beyond friendship with were recorded. However, the detailed records ended there. Following that, there were some scattered pieces of information. For example, Lord Doom, who was disfigured, returned to Ladovinia at some point, and then relied on the destruction robots and magic he invented to overthrow the rule of the old king. At the end of the information, there was also the internal structure and programming algorithm of the destruction robots specially collected by the intelligence department. Although Konoha's intelligence department is not weak, it is not strong enough to inquire about the top-secret information of other countries at will. The reason why they can get this information about the destruction robots is purely because Lord Doom used this information as a compulsory subject for high school students in Ladovinia, and as a graduation exam content. According to the information collected by the intelligence department, this is a decision made by Lord Doom in order to raise the next generation's awareness of danger in times of peace, and to improve the ability of Ladovinia's citizens to protect themselves and fight back in times of national disaster. Note 2. One had to admit that Sir Goddum's way of doing things was very unique. But Rog appreciates his approach. This is what it means to be a formidable person. If there is a chance, Rog really wants to have a drink with this Lord Doom. Time passed day by day. Because he had just completed the commission of Thor, Rog didn't have much interest in wandering outside these days. He stayed at Konoha's headquarters to digest the reward he just received. Plus the 350 ninja coins reward he got from the commission, he now has 660 unspent ninja coins. Although the number is a lot, he doesn't have anything in particular to exchange for now, so he didn't exchange any new ninjutsu or Kekkei Genkai for himself. In the past few days, his main focus has been on the Eternal Fire. Like the Infernal Fire, the Eternal Fire is also a supernatural special flame. And in terms of energy level, the Eternal Fire is a little higher than the Infernal Fire. However, unlike the Infernal Fire that can perfectly match humans, the Eternal Fire's compatibility with humans is not high. The Eternal Fire is the most powerful treasure of the flame giant Surtur. After combining with his crown, it can grow to the point where he can destroy Asgard with a single sword strike. Although Rog got the Eternal Fire that Surtur dreamed of getting back, now there is an awkward problem in front of him. He is not the flame giant Surtur. He can't perfectly match the Eternal Fire. It's not difficult for him to simply use the Eternal Fire. But if it's just simple use, it will undoubtedly be a great waste of the Eternal Fire. As a careful ninja, he absolutely can't tolerate this kind of wasteful behavior. After studying it carefully for 3 days and confirming that he can't exert the power of the Eternal Fire to the maximum by relying on his own ability, he remembered his cheap teacher, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. The strongest sorcerer on Earth, no one can compare to him. Even if the scope is expanded to the entire universe, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, is one of the strongest peak existences in the magic domain. At this time, Rog once again understood why his fellow travelers were keen to bring an old man with them. If you have difficulties, find your teacher. Without further ado, Rog used quantum teleportation to come to Fenrir's new home, and woke it up from its afternoon nap. Get up and come with me to see my teacher. Before Fenrir was completely awake, he opened the portal to Kamartaj, and then rushed the confused Fenrir into the portal. If it's just to see Ancient One, Rog can go by himself. In order to avoid Fenrir being attacked by Kamartaj sorcerers as a different world's magical beast in the future, it's necessary to introduce Fenrir to Kamartaj's people in advance. Although most of the sorcerers in Kamartaj can't be Fenrir's opponent, the process still has to be followed. At least after doing this, Kamartaj's people will know that Fenrir is his wolf and enjoys his protection. Of course, if Fenrir causes any trouble, he will also take full responsibility. It's a very irresponsible practice to only enjoy the pleasure brought by pets and not be responsible for the behavior of pets. Before crossing, he was extremely disgusted with those irresponsible poop picker. Just like when he returned to Konoha headquarters, when Fenrir appeared in Kamartaj, it immediately put Kamartaj into a state of alert. But when they saw Rog riding on Fenrir's back, these sorcerers quickly calmed down as if nothing had happened. You stay here and don't go anywhere. If someone wants to come and touch you, you have to bear with it first. After that, Rog left Fenrir alone in the square and quickly disappeared in front of him. It didn't take long for him to come to the familiar reception hall and saw Ancient One, who was still making tea. He didn't know if it was his own illusion, but when he saw Ancient One again, he felt that his cheap sensei seemed to be different. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. It was just a pure intuition. "Sensei," Rog said respectfully, and then sat on the futon opposite Ancient One. Life and death are one of the basic laws of the world. It's not a good habit to bring a dead life back to the world. Ancient One's tone was as calm as ever, but Rog could hear that she was hinting that his practice was a bit over the line. Only this time, there won't be a next time. After taking the honey tea handed over by Ancient One, Rog silently explained, "Tell me, what did you encounter this time?" After taking a sip of the freshly brewed honey tea, Ancient One spoke again. "Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to ask Sensei if you have any information about the eternal fire." As soon as his voice fell, Rog summoned a small cluster of eternal fire to his right hand and displayed the eternal fire in front of Ancient One. After he summoned the eternal fire, Ancient One's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she picked up the folding fan on the table with her left hand and forcibly guided the eternal fire burning in his right hand onto the folding fan. This works too? Although he watched Ancient One use the folding fan to guide away the eternal fire in his hand, Rog didn't feel anything strange at all. He couldn't even see what kind of technique Ancient One had used. An expert is an expert. Any casual move is mysterious and unpredictable. Rog sighed silently in his heart, and then patiently waited for Ancient One's answer. "The last time I saw the eternal fire, it was in Odin's treasure house. In the blink of an eye, things have changed." Ancient One, who has always been calm, showed a rare look of regret. "This is the treasure of the flame giant Surtur, which you should know very well. Looking at you, you should want to know how to fully exert the power of the eternal fire." Ancient One glanced at Rog, and then continued. "The eternal fire is a treasure that is bound to Surtur's soul. Except for him, no one can exert the power of the eternal fire to the limit. Odin can't do it, and I can't do it either. To some extent, you can understand the eternal fire as Surtur's exclusive weapon. Although you can't exert the eternal fire to the same extent as Surtur, it's not impossible to exert its power as much as possible." Having said that, Ancient One paused for a moment and let the eternal fire on the folding fan fly back to Rog's hand. To explain it in scientific terms, you can think of the eternal fire as controllable nuclear fusion, which is the so-called artificial sunday, but when using this artificial sun, you need to prepare the corresponding instruments in advance. For example, Surtur's Twilight Sword. Of course, if you just want to find more ways to use it, there are a lot of corresponding books in the library. You can borrow them. After that, Ancient One stopped talking and tasted the honey tea in front of him seriously. Thank you, teacher. I will visit you next time. Rog did not continue to disturb Ancient One, and left the reception hall directly, and returned to the square outside. I'm going to stay here for a while. Do you want to go back to the headquarters? Or do you want to stay here with me? In the short term, he doesn't plan to leave Kamartaj. At least before the initial integration of the Eternal Fire into the existing combat power system. He won't leave. Woo woo woo. Okay, I see. I'll tell the people here that you can go outside and play, but only if you don't hurt anyone. Can you do that? Woo woo. Fenrir answered excitedly and tried to shoot out its tongue to lick Rog. But before it had time to stick out its tongue, Rog disappeared in front of it. After talking to the sorcerer, who was in charge of dealing with the creatures from another world, he returned to Fenrir and opened the portal to the Himalayas. Without needing his instructions, when the portal opened, Fenrir ran in like a runaway husky. Looking at Fenrir, who looked like a mad dog, Rog sighed helplessly. While he was talking to Ancient One, Fenrir saw the Himalayas in the distance, and then could no longer suppress its yearning for nature. Out of respect for Fenrir and for its psychological health, Rog agreed to Fenrir's little request. As for whether the appearance of Fenrir will attract the attention of the outside world to the magical creatures of the Himalayas, he didn't care. He has already considered that if Fenrir is discovered by the outside world, he will announce Fenrir's existence to the public on the grounds of capturing a prehistoric mysterious creature. If it is not discovered, it is even simpler. Fenrir is a brand new pet dog breed recently improved by Konoha. Docile and loyal, warm and friendly, smart and alert. It is the most loyal and reliable friend of people in the future. As for whether people will believe this, with Konoha's current reputation among people, it is not difficult. After releasing Fenrir, Rog came to the room where he lived and changed into the Kamartaj standard robe. Although whether he changes his robe or not, other sorcerers know that he is a student of Ancient One. But when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since he plans to study in Kamartaj for a while, it is best to follow the customs of Kamartaj. This has nothing to do with strength and status, it is purely a kind of respect. In this way, Rog once again started his learning journey in Kamartaj. Unlike the last time he had Ancient One to teach him personally, this time, he can only learn by himself. Outer space, private research space station. The cosmic storm is accelerating, and it will come in a few minutes, not a few hours. Reed Richards, who was wearing a light blue uniform, said nervously to Susan Stone, who was next to him. We have less than 6 minutes left. After checking the latest observation data, the blonde Susan said anxiously, "Damn it." After getting the latest data, Reed cursed and then ran quickly to the other side of the space station. "Ben, come in right away." While running to the observation room, Reed used his portable communicator to contact Ben, who was working outside the space station. "I've just finished half of my work, top student." Ben, wearing a spacesuit, turned his head to look at the observation room and replied with a smile. "Ben, come back right away," Reed said again. Ben heard Reed's anxiety. After working with Reed for so many years, it was the first time he heard Reed's anxious tone. Although he didn't know what was going on, Ben decided to follow Reed's reminder and return to the space station. However, at the moment he turned around, he saw a cosmic vision that he had never seen before. In the orange-red cosmic storm, energy beams flashed like golden lightning. This cosmic storm, more gorgeous than the aurora, quickly approached the space station at a terrifying speed. "Brothers, I can't go back," Ben said with a bitter smile in a resigned tone. "Ben, jump over here, this is the only way." At this time, Susan's younger brother, Johnny, gave his own advice. At the same time, Susan in the main control room ignored the reminders of the other staff and ran to the observation room. However, she didn't expect that just as she ran out of the door of the main control room, the staff inside activated the protective shield and completely isolated the main control room. In terms of safety procedures, these staff's approach was not wrong. However, at a time like this, their choice was a little too inhumane. Susan ignored the gradually closing protective shield and continued to run to the observation room. Reed and Ben were Susan's classmates and friends. The real reason why she risked her life to run to the observation room was because of her brother, Johnny. As a sister, she couldn't do nothing when her brother was in danger. While Susan quickly rushed to the observation room, Ben, wearing a heavy spacesuit, also made the craziest jump of his life so far. At the moment when Ben took off, the cosmic storm caused by the coronal solar wind came to the space station and surged through their bodies like a wave. Ben in outer space, Reed and Johnny in the observation room, and Susan on the runway were all completely swallowed by the cosmic storm at this moment. Rog's boring learning process in Camartage lasted for more than half a month. After he finished reading dozens of magic books that were 5 or 6 centimeters thick, he finally ended this boring magic learning journey. The more he learned about magic theories that were completely different from the scientific and technological civilization, the more he admired Lord Doom. Compared with the mainstream scientific and technological civilization of the Earth, magic explains the existence of this world from another perspective. The collision of two different civilizations brought about a subversive change in understanding. Even with the magic foundation laid by Ancient One and the ninjutsu theory he mastered, the learning of these magic theories still gave him a headache. After saying goodbye to Ancient One, Rog returned to Konoha's headquarters in Washington alone. Although he didn't bring Fenrir back, he wasn't worried that Fenrir would disappear. With summoning technique, there is no possibility of Fenrir going missing. After returning to his room, he took a comfortable bath and enjoyed a comfortable afternoon nap before coming to his office again. During the time when he was learning magic, Hinata moved all the research projects about androids in the Konoha Science and Technology Laboratory to Konoha's hidden village on Tatooine. In order to complete the research as soon as possible, Hinata even transferred her main program over and changed its position with number 2 in Konoha's hidden village. Now Hinata number 2 is in charge of Konoha's headquarters. Number 2, is there any recent news about mysterious creatures in the Himalayas? Yes. As soon as the voice fell, number 2 projected the relevant news in front of Rog. Although there are few people in the Himalayas, there are still many mountaineers and indigenous people who found traces of Fenrir. In addition to the pictures taken by these mountaineers and indigenous people, Fenrir's traces were also discovered by reporters from some news channels. Giant wild wolf in the Himalayas, suspected to be a prehistoric ancient creature. Prehistoric behemoth appears. Top biologists gather in the Himalayas. The mythical wolf? The view of Norse mythology researchers. The sign of the end. The countdown to the destruction of human civilization. Unlike the previous news about unknown creatures, the news published recently, without exception, took clear photos. One of the most intuitive pictures was when Fenrir came in front of a photographer and ate the photographer's transportation, a pack horse that had just reached adulthood. The picture of Fenrir opening its mouth and quickly swallowing the pack horse was completely captured by the photographer, letting the audience around the world understand a fact they should have known long ago. Wolves in the wild are dangerous. Giant wild wolves in the wild are even more dangerous. Number 2, prepare a press conference in the name of Konoha, including the following 3 points. First, for the sake of public safety, Konoha captured this prehistoric giant wild wolf. Second, after communication, this giant wolf named Fenrir expressed the desire to join Konoha's intelligence agency. Third, Konoha agreed to the application of the giant wolf Fenrir and reached a consensus on friendly cooperation and joint maintenance of the world's security. Although this is a statement that can't stand up to scrutiny and can even be regarded as very deceptive, Rog doesn't care about this at all. He just needs an opportunity to publicly announce Fenrir. As for whether other people believe it or not, it's their problem. If they have any dissatisfaction, they can ask Fenrir's wolf in person. However, he estimated that no one would dare to do this, and Fenrir would never pay attention to them. Okay, the time of the press conference is scheduled at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The location is in the headquarters square. Number 2 quickly gave a reply. Reed Richards and the others have not returned to the Earth. If they come back, send them an invitation letter from Konoha, and invite them to come to Konoha. After solving Fenrir's matter, Rog turned his attention back to Reed. A week ago, the space station where Reed Richards was located was hit by a cosmic storm, and the research was forced to be suspended. At present, they are being observed in isolation in the hospital to check whether they have been exposed to radiation from the cosmic storm. The test results are normal, and they can be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. This is their physical examination report. After that, Number 2 projected the examination report of Reed and the others. Send them an invitation letter first, and arrange a team of special forces to pick them up. I hope to see the 4 of them after the press conference. Rog didn't look at the examination report given by Number 2. Since Reed and the others suffered from the cosmic storm, their fate was doomed. The Fantastic Four. Whether they want to or not, this is their next life. As for why the hospital's examination report shows normal, the reason is very simple. Because the radiation impact of the cosmic storm has not yet begun. They are now in the final stage of normal human beings. After a while, they can completely say goodbye to the identity of normal human beings. The next afternoon, the press conference about Fenrir was held on time, and Rog also summoned Fenrir, who was playing in the Himalayas, back in advance. He did not attend the press conference, but gave the task to Frank the Punisher. As he guessed, when Frank seriously said the excuse he casually made up yesterday, the reporters present showed an expression of, "Are you kidding me?" Although they knew that this was an excuse to fool people, after seeing Fenrir lying next to Frank, they wisely chose to shut up. The press conference ended smoothly according to the established process, and Fenrir officially became a Konoha agent with a legal establishment. Not long after the press conference, Rog saw the future Fantastic Four in the conference room. Just as he remembered, the man who looked like a researcher was Reed Richards, the future Mr. Fantastic. The bald, brawny man was Ben Graham. He used to be a pilot in the Marine Corps. Now he was a NASA astronaut and a future Stone man. The youngest and most handsome one was Johnny Stone. He was an arrogant and unruly mechanic-cum-racer who did things his own way. He was the future Thunderfire. As for the last one, it was the future Invisible Woman, Susan Stone. Like her younger brother Johnny, Susan has a good appearance, a beautiful face, a curvy figure, and an amazing career. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Rog, the current director of Konoha Intelligence Agency. After seeing Reed and the others come in, Rog, who was sitting on the sofa, took the initiative to stand up and introduce himself. Hello, my name is Reed. Reed introduced himself with a puzzled look on his face. He then shook hands with Roger in a daze. With Reed taking the lead, the other 3 introduced themselves one after another. Sit anywhere, you don't have to be so nervous, I'm not a bad person. People who know me know that I'm a very kind person. Rog said with a smile, and then sat on the sofa opposite the 4 of them. However, his explanation did not ease the tension of Reed and the others, but made them more nervous. Reed and the others couldn't be blamed for being too nervous. After all, Rog's image in the outside world was a bit too domineering. Coupled with his superhero identity, this made Reed and the others, who were ordinary people, involuntarily feel a pressure and nervousness that seemed to come from their biological instincts. The 4 of you are professionals in your respective fields. This time I invited you here in the hope that you can join Konoha and help Konoha better maintain world peace. Rog did not tell them about the Super Skrull, but directly invited the 4 of them to join Konoha. Rog-san, I'm sorry, we all have our own research. It may not be convenient for us to join Konoha. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Reed cautiously expressed his opinion. I don't object to you having your own research, but what I want to say is that joining Konoha will make it more convenient for you to carry out your own research. Whether it's equipment, funds, or personnel, Konoha can provide you with everything you need. If the information I got is correct, Reed, the 4th installment of your Baxter Building payment is almost overdue, right? Normally, a genius scientist would not be short of money, especially in a capitalistic society like America. However, not every genius scientist could go through the initial stage of accumulation. The higher the level of the research project, the more resources it required. Science and technology required financial support. Can we really get everything we need? The one who spoke wasn't Reed, but the youngest, Johnny. That's right, everything. Including your little hobbies. Konoha can satisfy you. Among the four of them, Johnny was definitely the easiest to tempt. Greedy, lustful, doing things his own way, hedonistic. I'm in. After receiving Roger's confirmation, Johnny didn't even think about it before agreeing to it. A wise decision. Welcome to the team. With Johnny's good start, the rest of the matter became much simpler. Since Johnny joined, Susan would naturally join as well. As for Reed and Ben, after a few minutes of serious consideration, they finally agreed to Rog's invitation. The future Fantastic Four now belonged to Konoha. Chapter 463. Other than Johnny, the other three didn't seem to be very willing to do so. But Rog didn't take it to heart. Although in web novels, there was never a lack of protagonists who would join in regardless of life and death. But he never felt that this kind of thing would happen to him. You encountered a sudden space storm in the space station last week. Although you have done a detailed examination and received normal test results. But I see something different in you. If you don't mind, you can stay in Konoha for a few days. After you stabilize a little, you can consider whether you want to live in the Konoha headquarters. Rog didn't directly tell the four of them that they were going to mutate soon. Instead, he said it like a fraud. Something different? If the person who said this wasn't Rog, Reed wouldn't believe a word. As a super genius with a doctorate in engineering, mathematics, physics, and other fields, Reed didn't have any doubts about the results of scientific tests. In this regard, Reed was very similar to the former Tani. They both felt that everything in the world could be explained by science. However, the facts proved again and again that science was not the only truth in the world. Tani has further expanded his thinking and vision, while Reed stayed at the stage before Tani. Sorry, is it convenient to ask what it is? For some reason, Susan always felt that Rog seemed to know something, but he didn't want to disclose it to them. I just saw something from you that doesn't belong to Earth. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe we just need to wait a few days, and we will know the final answer. Rog continued to speak in the tone of a charlatan. There is nothing to be afraid of. Didn't we do a comprehensive physical examination? We are healthy. Unlike Reed and Susan, who had solemn expressions, Johnny had an indifferent look on his face. He could even be said to be a little happy. Golden thigh. A golden thigh thicker than he imagined. Johnny now began to fantasize about his good life after joining Konoha. Although Konoha didn't have a good reputation in the outside world, it wasn't a problem for Johnny. If he cared about other people's opinions, he wouldn't have become the arrogant and unruly person he was today. Under the lead of a female assistant with a good figure, Reed and the other three left the reception room and went to the room arranged for them by number 2. When the door of the reception room closed, Rog activated Byakugan. The words just now were purely made up based on his previous memory. He didn't see anything abnormal in Reed and the other three, but with his normal vision just now he couldn't see anything abnormal. However, when he activated Byakugan and used his unreasonable supervision to look at them, he saw what he wanted to see. The radiation mutation brought about by the cosmic storm had begun. He looked away from Susan, closed Byakugan, and began to organize the things he had to deal with next. First, he had to help the Fantastic to adapt to the superpowers as soon as possible. Even if he did not intervene, the four of them would be able to completely adapt to the changes in their bodies. However, this would take a lot more time. And time was the cost. After dealing with the four of them, he would take the time to go to Ladovinia, which was ruled by Lord Dumb, to meet this supervillain, who was both good and evil. He also wanted to see if he could cooperate with Lord Doom, such as joining forces to deal with Lord Mephisto. Finally, he had to wait for the results of Dr. Connors and Reed's research on the Super Skrull's cloning ability. Of course, while waiting for the results of the research, he wouldn't be idle. After all, no one knew how long it would take the two of them to study the best results. In addition to these things, there were basically some routine activities such as daily training and executing commissions. If everything went well, This should be his next arrangement. If it didn't go well, for example, if Thanos suddenly had the idea of Asgard without Odin, then it was hard to say what would happen next. On the first day of Reed and the others' stay in Konoha, nothing special happened. Although the mutation in their bodies continued, it had not developed to the point where it was obvious. On this day, Rog basically took them around Konoha and introduced them to the people of Konoha, so that they had a preliminary understanding of Konoha. As he guessed, when Reed saw the Super Skrull research being carried out by Dr. Connors, he was completely attracted. The reason why Reed went to the space station for research was to study the impact of the cosmic storm on the early life of a planet. But now, there were 3 Super Skrulls that did not belong to Earth in front of him, showing him another possibility of planetary life. For Reed, this was like a scene that would only appear in his beautiful imagination, suddenly appearing in reality. It was difficult to impress a genius scientist, but it was also easy to say the same thing. As long as you can provide him with a research topic that he is interested in, and do not restrict his research, he will not hesitate to take the bait. Rog did not deny that Reed was a super genius, otherwise he would not have the idea of pulling him into Konoha. But Reed's genius was only reflected in scientific research. If only 1/10 of his genius could be reflected in interpersonal communication, he would not have been unable to get Susan, who he had been secretly in love with since college. Reed was attracted by Dr. Connor's research, and Johnny was completely fascinated by Konoha. There were too many things in Konoha that could impress Johnny. Rog simply agreed to take him out for a ride in a Quinjet, and he had a feeling of meeting a confidant. He almost called Rog a brother directly. Unlike Reed and Johnny, who had a strong preference, Susan and Ben were much calmer. Especially Ben, who had served in the Marine Corps, was as calm as his future superpower. Throughout the day, he was like a tourist visiting Konoha, always keeping calm. As the only woman in the team, Susan was not particularly interested in the existence of research and equipment in Konoha. However, after she met Daisy and Wanda, everything was different. Both women, Susan had a natural sense of intimacy with Daisy and Wanda. More importantly, she was obsessed with Daisy's and Wanda's superpowers as if she was a superstar. It was not only men who had hero worship when they were young, but women also had it. In less than a day, the 3 of them became best friends who had been together for many years. Daisy and Wanda did not have a happy childhood, and Susan had a good childhood, which happened to be the existence they had fantasized about. For Susan, Daisy and Wanda with superpowers were the future she had fantasized about when she was a child, but she could not have it. Especially after listening to Daisy's story of leading Konoha's special forces to hunt down Hydra and fight the Skrull. Susan had an inexplicable worship for Daisy. The friendship between women was born so quickly. The first day of Reed's group of 4 in Konoha passed peacefully. Except for Ben, the other 3 were well integrated into Konoha's life. Reed went to Dr. Connors' lab early in the morning to study the Super Skrull with Dr. Connors. Johnny, who had just finished driving the Quinjet yesterday, had his eyes on Rog's limited edition sports car in Konoha's garage today. After getting Rog's permission, he drove the sports car out of Konoha's headquarters and began his hunting trip in Washington. As for Susan, Rog did not know where she went today. According to Number 2's report, Daisy, Wanda, and Susan quietly left Konoha's headquarters at dawn. Rog did not ask Number 2 to confirm their whereabouts. With Daisy and Wanda's abilities, even if they encountered trouble, they had enough ability to solve it. The only thing he had to worry about was whether or not Susan would suddenly awaken her superpower outside. However, with Daisy and Wanda, even if Susan really awakened her superpower outside, it would not be a particularly troublesome matter. Both Daisy and Wanda had experienced the awakening of their superpowers and had enough experience to deal with this kind of thing. It was night in an instant. Just when Rog thought that today would be peaceful, Number 2 suddenly took the initiative to project in front of him, interrupting his preparation to fall asleep. At this time, Number 2 projected the image of Hinata after her marriage. And the projected image was the kind that Rog had never seen before. Although Number 2 still looked like Hinata, it was Hinata wearing a classic kimono. Rog clearly remembered that he had never seen Hinata in this image before. Before he could ask no. 2 reported, "Sir, there's an abnormal energy fluctuation in Ben Graham's room. Should we arrange for guards to go over?" Abnormal energy fluctuation? After hearing number 2's report, Rog did not hesitate and immediately gave the order. Immediately seal his room and inform Reed and the other 2. No need to arrange guards. I'll go there myself. As soon as his voice fell, Rog's body shone with a brilliant aurora-like light, and then completely disappeared from the room. At the same time, Reed and the other 2 also received number 2's notice, and went to Ben's room. The moment they walked out of the door, they saw Rog already at the door of Ben's room. "What's wrong with Ben?" Reed immediately ran to Rog and asked anxiously. "If I explain it in a way that you're familiar with, then Ben is now mutating. A mutation at the DNA level," Rog explained calmly. At this time, Reed and the other 2 noticed that the veins around Rog's eyes were bulging. This made his white eyes, which were already different from ordinary people's, become even more strange. "Mutation? How did he mutate? How did you know?" Reed retracted his attention from Rog's Byakugan and asked 3 questions in a row. "I saw it with my eyes. My eyes can see some things that ordinary people can't." Rog did not explain the Byakugan's ability in detail. "Cool. Can I have this kind of eye too? Johnny would always be the most indecent of the Fantastic Four." "No." Rog looked at the 3 of them, and then turned off the Byakugan. He used the Byakugan to confirm the situation of Johnny and the other 2, and found that they had also reached the critical point of complete mutation. Perhaps in a few seconds, they would be like Ben in the room and display their respective superpowers. "Then what are we waiting for? We need to." Seeing that Rog had no intention of entering the room to help Ben, Reed's face showed some dissatisfaction. However, before he could finish, there was a series of loud crashing sounds in the room. Dong. Dong dong. Dong. The dull crashing sounds, like rocks hitting the wall, made Reed and the other 2 involuntarily take a few steps back. They looked at the door that was only a meter away from them with hesitation and panic. This is the reason. Mutation is not eating or sleeping. Changing from one form to another is not an easy process. Of course, if you want to go in and persuade Ben, I can ask number 2 to open the door for you. Just as Rog finished speaking, an even more intense crashing sound came from the room. Boom. Along with the sound of the collision, the automatic metal door in the room also shook violently. Ben began to attack the door. "Ben, is he going to be okay?" Susan asked Roger with a nervous look on her face. "No. It's just a little painful the first time. It won't happen in the future." Rog's expression was as calm as ever. Although Ben made a lot of noise, he was not worried at all. Even if Ben mutated, it was nothing more than turning from a normal human into a stone man. Not to mention Ben, who was less than 2 meters tall. He had even killed 2 stone golems that were 4 or 5 meters tall. Seeing Reed looking at the metal door with a worried face, Rog sighed slightly. Did the 3 of them forget something? "Let me ask you a question. What do you think is the reason for Ben's mutation?" In the first few seconds, Reed and the others were still seriously thinking about why Ben suddenly mutated. Then they finally reacted. Rog was not asking them why Ben mutated at all, but reminding them. "Fuck. I told you a long time ago, don't study things outside the Earth, you just don't listen." Although Johnny is the least serious of the Fantastic Four, it doesn't mean that he is really brainless. You knew about this from the beginning, so you called us all to Konoha? Unlike Johnny, who complained and scolded, Susan was so calm at this time that she didn't look like a woman. "No. I just guessed this possibility, but I don't have any substantial evidence." Rog certainly wouldn't say that he saw their future in other worlds, so he knew that they would become the Fantastic Four in the future. Although his explanation is not perfect, it is very consistent with his identity. He is the current director of Konoha's intelligence agency, and the superhero 4th Hokage. It was completely reasonable for him to be able to guess some things. It must be that the cosmic storm fundamentally changed our DNA. Susan expressed her opinion. "Let's not rush to conclusions. Before we come to a conclusion, we need to have a lot of evidence." Reed replied with the rigor of a scientist. "Oh, look." Just as Susan and Reed were about to continue to express their opinions, Johnny suddenly spoke. Turning around, Rog and the others saw Johnny with his left hand burning. The scene in front of them was completely beyond the scope of Susan and Reed's understanding. Just as they were about to say something, the flame on Johnny's left hand suddenly soared and completely engulfed him. "Johnny!" Susan instinctively shouted as she looked at Johnny, who was completely engulfed by the flame. However, in the next second, a waterfall-like water appeared out of thin air above Johnny's head and poured down. Johnny, who was hit by the water, staggered and directly fell to the ground. The orange-red flame burning on his body completely disappeared. What disappeared with the flame was his clothes. Johnny's mutated flame superpower was very cool, but unfortunately, he mutated into a natural flame. Without oxygen, it will extinguish. It will also be extinguished by a large amount of water. What Rog just used was not a newly developed water release ninjutsu. He just turned chakra into water. This kind of chakra manipulation skill is not very useful against other enemies, but it is very suitable for Johnny, who can only produce natural fire. "Did you see that I can produce flames? Haha, I also have superpowers." Johnny, who was washed down by the water, directly got up and excitedly gestured with his hands open. "Not only did we see the flame, but we also saw your..." Rog pointed to Johnny's unusually cool lower body with his finger. Johnny looked in the direction of Rog's finger, reaching out, turning around, all in one breath. When Johnny's back was facing them, Reed leisurely said, "You are right, the cosmic storm changed our DNA." In the next second, Reed made a request to Rog. "Rog, I need to borrow Konoha's laboratory now immediately." "No problem." After getting Rog's approval, Reed did not stop. He directly pulled Susan and quickly walked in the direction of the laboratory. "They have left. Don't you want to go back and put on some clothes?" Looking at Johnny's classic naked butt, Rog warmly reminded him. Note 1. Johnny did not say a word. He lowered his head and returned to his room. A few minutes later, Ben's room was completely quiet. When there was no sound coming from inside, Rog signaled number 2 to open the door and walked into the devastated room. The originally clean and tidy room now looked like it had been bombed by a bomb. There was no complete furniture in the room. It was all broken furniture and electrical corpses. In the corner of the room, Rog saw Ben's completely changed appearance. At this time, Ben was like a bullied child. He hugged his knees and squatted in the corner. "Take it easy, fate is not as bad as you think." Ben served in the Marine Corps before. According to common sense, his will was stronger than the average person. But unfortunately, what he encountered now was a mutation that completely subverted the state of life. "I want to see Debbie. We agreed that no matter what happens, we will always be together. Can you help me?" Ben said in a low tone. "Buddy, I don't think this is a good idea." Debbie was Ben's fiancée. Rog saw information about Debbie in Ben's information. "Help me, okay?" Ben made another request. "I will arrange a plane to take you there, if you need. I can let the special force go with you." "No thank you." More than 10 minutes later, a Quinjet took off from the hangar and flew to New York with Ben, who had simply changed his clothes. Over the next few days, Reed and Dr. Connors thoroughly examined Susan, Johnny, and Ben from top to bottom, inside and out. Of course, Reed did not forget to test himself. In the process of the examination, Reed and Susan's superpowers also awakened one after another. Reed was responsible for studying the cause of the mutation, and Dr. Connors was responsible for testing their superpowers. Reed had obtained a super elastic body. He could extend his body substantially like rubber, and he could also change his shape through super elasticity, turning into various shapes such as cylinders, cubes, parachutes, and so on. Johnny gained the ability to create and manipulate flames. After testing, he could maintain his flames for 17 hours and achieve supersonic flight while burning his whole body. In addition, he could also burst out a flame explosion as high as 550,000 degrees Celsius, like a new star. Note 2. However, this flame explosion would exhaust all his energy and make him lose his superpowers for a short time. Susan could make herself, others, or objects invisible. However, her invisibility ability was not real invisibility, but it blocked the light and created an invisible effect on the naked eye. In addition, she could also create an invisible force field. The superpowers awakened by Reed and the other two did not cause any changes to their appearance. As for Ben, the only one who changed his appearance, he became extremely depressed after seeing Debbie. He had obtained a rock-like body and great strength, but his heart had become incomparably fragile and sensitive. Strong on the outside and soft on the inside, this was the true portrayal of Ben now. After reading the reports submitted by Reed and Dr. Connors, Rog arranged the hero titles that originally belonged to them. Mr. Fantastic Reed, Susan the Invisible Woman, Johnny the Thunderbolt, Ben the Stone Man. As for their team name, of course it was the Fantastic Four. While Reed and the other three developed and trained their superpowers, Rog did not inform anyone and quietly left Konoha's headquarters. The matter of the Fantastic Four came to an end for the time being. He was now going to see the good and evil Lord Dumb, whom he admired very much. Ladovinia is located in Eastern Europe between Hungary, Romania, and Serbia. It is a small country with a population of less than 1 million. Although the population is small and the land area is small, with the help of the high-tech invented by Dumb, Ladovinia successfully developed from a backward agricultural country to a developed country without hunger and war. Rog, wearing ordinary clothes, strolled around the capital of Ladovinia like a tourist at this time, enjoying the scenery of Ladovinia. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe that this was a backward agricultural country more than 10 years ago. Rog did not pay a visit to Lord Dumb immediately. Before meeting this ambitious and ruthless man, he intended to find out what the people of Ladovinia thought of him. In a seemingly casual conversation, he obtained the information he wanted from the mouths of these ordinary people. The ordinary people have two different views on Dumb overthrowing the rule of the old king and freeing Ladovinia from war and hunger. They can be simply divided into the young people and the young people. The young people's evaluation of Dumb is more of praise and gratitude. They even have a fanatical worship of Dumb. The middle-aged people, on the other hand, have a completely different evaluation. In their view, Dumb is an out-and-out dictator, a tyrant who controls all the power in Ladovinia. Dumb decides everything. His softest breath is also the law. This sentence came from a public speech by the current Prime Minister of Ladovinia. And now, this sentence has become a catchphrase for these middle-aged people to mock Dumb. These two completely different evaluations reminded Rog of the secret bet between Dumb and Mephisto. These middle-aged people who assisted Dumb in overthrowing the old king's rule back then are now his biggest opponents. It has to be said that this is a kind of irony. But then again, even without the help of these people back then, Dumb could have overthrown the old king's rule. In a situation where strength is no longer in the same dimension, numbers are meaningless. At this time, Rog was tasting a Ladovinia specialty snack, called the Whole World, and looking at the magnificent castle in the center of the capital from time to time. This is a special skewer made by skewering cooked fish balls, meatballs, bird eggs, as well as fresh green peppers, onion slices, and small tomatoes, and then roasting them for a second time. In general, the taste is moderate, and the cooking method is not particularly rare. It's just that the name The Whole World is a bit interesting. The castle in the center of the city is Dumb's residence and the center of power in Ladovinia. Although Dumb has all the rights in Ladovinia, not many people in other countries know about him. He doesn't come out to deal with public affairs. These things that need to be seen are all left to the puppet prime minister. After finishing the Whole World in his hand, Rog didn't continue to waste time. He directly used quantum teleportation to enter the castle. He didn't hide his aura, and with Dumb's ability, it wasn't difficult to discover his arrival. Not to mention his magic, just his high-tech inventions were enough to let him discover an uninvited guest who entered the castle without permission. Not long after entering the castle, Rog waited for Dumb's guards. A team of guards composed entirely of robots. These robot guards, which didn't look like the style of Ladovinia at all, didn't attack him. Instead, they said unhurriedly in an electronically synthesized voice, "Mr. Rog, Lord Dumb is waiting for you in the reception room." Under the guidance of these robots, Rog entered the interior of the castle. In an antique reception room that exuded the aura of nobility everywhere, he saw the legendary Doctor of Destruction, Victor von Dumb. He was wearing a green imperial robe, a rough-looking metal mask, and a full body armor of the same color as the mask. The imperial robe that Dum wore was taken from the old king, symbolizing the status of the monarch of Ladovinia. The mask on his face was obtained when he was learning magic in the Himalayas. It could enhance his magic ability. Because he was too eager, he put the mask on his face before it cooled down, which made his already disfigured face even more serious. However, with the mask, others couldn't see his true appearance. Therefore, there was no substantive difference between disfigurement and more serious disfigurement. As for the armor on his body, it was the best proof of his integration of technology and magic. This set of armor can not only absorb and manipulate a variety of energy, giving him complete control of machinery, but also use all the magic he has learned. On the armor, there are even fragments of the true cross, which can resist the attacks of Dracula and other vampires and other undead creatures. Ladovinia has no intersection with Konoha. I can't think of any reason why the fourth Hokage of Konoha would come in person. Although Dum's tone was calm, the aura exuding from his body was not calm at all. It could even be regarded as oppressive. The purpose of my visit has nothing to do with Ladovinia. I came here specifically to find you. After taking a sip of the coffee brought by the robot maid, Rog said slowly. Find me? If I remember correctly, today is the first time we've met. If it weren't for his scruples about Rog's strength, Dum wouldn't have wasted any time on him at all. With this kind of energy, he might as well study a few more magic spells or research a few more new inventions. We can cooperate even if it's the first time we meet, and I can guarantee that you will be very interested in my next proposal. Looking at Rog's confident look, Dum pondered for more than 10 seconds, and then continued. Tell me your proposal. I can rescue your mother, Cynthia, from Mephisto. Rog directly showed his trump card. The moment he finished speaking, Dum, who was sitting across the long table, suddenly stood up, and his body exuded strong magic fluctuations. Along with the magic fluctuations, there was also a murderous intent. Chapter 464. The secret that had never been known by anyone was exposed by Rog, who had just met him. This made Dum, who was used to having everything in his hands, feel an instinctive threat. When Dum stood up and exuded a strong magic wave and killing intent, Rog's body also shone with a light blue light. Of course, Rog knew how his words would affect Dum. Although this would make Dum wary of him, it was the only trump card that could move Dum at the moment. In order to get Dum to cooperate with him, he could only choose to take the risk and try. Moreover, even if Dum really wanted to kill him, he had enough power to protect himself. Dum looked coldly at Rog across the long table, as if he was considering his final decision. Who are you? Dum spoke again. Although it was Dum's first time meeting Rog, he was no stranger to Rog. In fact, he knew him very well. Since Rog appeared as the masked man, Dum had been paying attention to his existence, and had even quietly investigated his past. However, like everyone else, Dum's investigation of Rog could only be traced back to the time when Rog was a private investigator. As for who he was before he became a private investigator, and what kind of past he had, Dum did not obtain any useful information. In the beginning, Dum even suspected that Rog was an alien from another planet, just like Thor from Asgard. However, it did not take long for him to overturn this conjecture. A person who was greedy and lustful on Earth, who did whatever he wanted, and who was also extremely domineering, could not be an alien from another planet. An alien from another planet could not be so interested in the existence of Earth. Even if it was a disguise, it was impossible to disguise so thoroughly. Through the analysis of Rog's actions and the various signs shown in his daily life, Dum could be 100% sure that Rog was a pure Earthling who had lived on Earth since he was a child. After overthrowing the theory that Rog was an alien, Dum had also suspected that he was one of those supernatural cultivators with long lives. However, this conjecture was quickly overturned by him. From Dumu's point of view, although Rog was powerful enough, he wasn't steady at all. He didn't have the calmness and indifference of someone who had experienced the world. If he was not an alien, Nor was he a cultivator who had lived in seclusion for many years. Then it was very suspicious where Rog's strength came from. Doom knew that there were some geniuses in this world who were born far beyond ordinary people. He himself was a very obvious representative. However, Doom did not sense the aura of a genius from Rog. Coupled with the secret Rog had just revealed, Doom increasingly felt that he had signed a contract with the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Because he had signed a contract with Mephisto's, his origins were a mystery, and he displayed great strength the moment he appeared. It was precisely because of this that he knew that his mother, Cynthia, had been imprisoned by Mephisto, and that he had a bet with Mephisto. Rog had publicly announced at the Thunder Secret Team's press conference that he was from a place called Konoha, and that he was the fourth Hokage of that mysterious hidden village. However, Doom didn't believe a single word of it. If there really was such a mysterious village on Earth, it was impossible for there to be no news of it at all. Even an existence like Kamartaj was more or less connected to the real world. Doom didn't think that the Konoha hidden village that Rog was talking about would be more mysterious and powerful than Kamartaj. You don't have to look at me like that. I know you'll think I'm suspicious, and even wonder if I have something to do with Mephisto, and if I'm someone he specially arranged. I do have something to do with him, but it's not the kind of relationship you think. With that, Rog summoned the contract that he hadn't signed with Mephisto. You've had a lot of dealings with Mephisto. You should be able to recognize his things. Under Rog's control, the unsigned parchment contract slowly floated in front of Doom. Then the living room fell completely silent. Doom carefully checked the contract that floated over, and confirmed its authenticity. In the end, Doom let the parchment contract float back to Rog. The magical fluctuations and killing intent emanating from his body completely disappeared, and he sat back on the high-back chair. Although I don't know how you did it, you didn't sign a contract with Mephisto. You have no reason to return to hell. Doom said calmly. Of course I have a reason to return to hell. You've also cultivated in the Himalayas, so you should have heard of the term inner demon. I don't want a crack to appear in my cultivation state, so I have to go to hell. Rog explained. He didn't make up the term inner demon. It really existed. Even if it wasn't an extraordinary person like them, it was possible for an ordinary person to have inner demons. Among them, the most common was the so-called eternal second place in sports competitions. The Himalayas? What's your relationship with Kamartaj? As a mage, it was impossible for Doom not to know about Kamartaj's existence. Ancient One is my teacher. With that, Rog stretched out his right hand and opened a small portal that only allowed one's arm to pass through. This portal magic was one of Mage Kamartaj's signature spells. Just like the ninja school's triple body technique, a mage who hadn't learned the portal magic couldn't be considered a real Mage Kamartaj. After hearing that Ancient One was his teacher, and confirming the portal magic with his own eyes, Doom dispelled his suspicion that Rog was Mephisto's subordinate. Although he was still wary of Rog, one thing he could confirm was that Rog was a student of Ancient One, and couldn't be one of Mephisto's men. The name of the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, was still very convincing in the extraordinary world, especially the magic world. Tell me about your plan. If it's reliable, I don't mind going to hell with you once. Doom took the initiative to ask about Rog's plan. Rog didn't hide anything and told him about the plan that originally belonged to Doom and Dr. Strange in his memory. But this time, the person who joined forces with Dr. Destruction Doom was no longer his junior brother, Dr. Strange, but himself. The plan sounds feasible, but the specific implementation steps still need to be carefully thought about. After listening to Rog's plan, Doom suddenly felt like his train of thought had been completely opened. All this time he had only been thinking about how to defeat Mephisto, win the bet, and regain his mother's freedom. However, he didn't expect that there would be such an alternative way to save his mother. I agree to your plan. What do you want in return? Doom had investigated Rog, and of course he knew about Rog's strange commission obsessive-compulsive disorder. It's very simple. I want all your magic cultivation information. In the beginning, Rog intended to get a promise from Doom. For example, he wanted him to promise that when Thanos attacked Earth, he would go all out against Thanos once, so as to achieve the tactical effect of using supervillains to fight supervillains. However, this reward was quickly rejected by him. Although the system will recognize the commission reward of the promise type, the problem is that the promise is a kind of reward with no fixed time. If Thanos never comes to Earth, he won't be able to receive Dumb's promise, and he won't be able to get the commission reward given by the system, and he will always occupy the only commission slot. So he directly changed his goal, and changed the reward to Dumb's magic cultivation information. Although Kamartaj doesn't lack this content, most of Kamartaj's magic belongs to the category of white magic. But Dumb's magic is different. He is the kind of magic that doesn't refuse. Whether it is white magic or black magic, he has a lot of it here. And the commission reward is just a bonus. What he really wants is the ninja coins given by the system. He now has 660 unspent ninja coins. If he completes Dumb's commission, he won't be too far away from 1,000 ninja coins. After he saves 1,000 ninja coins, he can exchange the Yin Kyubi in the system, and let Yin and Yang Kyubi reunite as one. You have a big appetite. Aren't you afraid of eating too much? Dumb didn't doubt Rog. In his opinion, if Rog's reward was too low, then there would be a problem. He wasn't afraid of Rog's appetite. He was only worried that Rog wouldn't try his best. Although the plan proposed by Rog just now is very feasible, there is only one chance. If it fails this time, Mephisto will never be fooled a second time. A man should have a big appetite and a big dream. Rog replied with a smile. No problem, I agree, sign the scroll. As soon as Dumb finished speaking, Rog threw the commission scroll that he had prepared long ago. More than 10 seconds later, a new commission appeared in the system's commission page. Commission content. Assist Professor Dumb and let Cynthia's soul regain freedom. Commission status. Incomplete. Commission reward. 250 ninja coins. Dumb's commission passed the judgment smoothly, and the system also gave a very reasonable commission reward. In a month, we will set off for Hell. Throwing the completed commission scroll back to Rog, Dumb set the date of departure. Going to Hell is not a trivial matter. Even Dumb needs to be prepared in advance. And unlike the previous gambles, Mephisto won't be as easy to talk to as before. No problem. After putting away the commission scroll, Rog opened the portal back to Konoha's headquarters and left Dumb's castle. After returning to Konoha, he first went to see the Fantastic Four who were adapting to their superpowers, and then teleported from the headquarters to Konoha's hidden village. Dumb is not the only one who needs to prepare in advance. Before going to Hell, he also needs to prepare well. And there is one thing he didn't disclose to Dumb, that is, he plans to take something from Mephisto. Chapter 465. The last time he fought with Mephisto, he fully realized the gap between him and the Heavenly Father. Especially when this Heavenly Father was still on his home turf, he showed absolute dominance. Although he didn't go there to fight Mephisto this time, in order to ensure that his soul does not fall into the hands of Mephisto, he needs to make himself a little stronger. This time, Mephisto won't be as casual as the last time. Not to mention that Rog had just cheated him not long ago. In fact, strictly speaking, he didn't cheat Mephisto. Because in another month, he will go to Hell again. After returning to Konoha, Rog went to see the progress of Hinata's android project. He had already received the Illusions operational matrix data, and the Cradle of Regeneration engineering data, from Tani and Dr. Zhao Hailuan, and he had already asked number 2 to send it to Hinata. The only thing that hasn't been obtained yet is Dr. Banner's plan to implant artificial intelligence into organic creatures. Rog has a good relationship with Hulk, but his relationship with Dr. Banner is very average. And with a brutal case like Ultron in front of him, Banner was not very willing to give the plan to Rog. In Banner's view, Rog is more dangerous than Ultron. Rog didn't force Dr. Banner. When Dr. Banner clearly expressed his reluctance, he gave up the idea of getting the plan from Dr. Banner. The reason is simple, because he now has Mr. Fantastic Reed, who is no worse than Dr. Banner. Although Reed's awakened superpower is not very good, Reed's most precious thing is his cheat-like brain. Unlike Dr. Banner, Reed is proficient in almost all fields of science and technology. Some of the inventions he made can even compete with the gods. The smartest person on Earth, the #1 genius in the Marvel world, God Reed. Although these titles haven't appeared on Reed's head yet, as long as he doesn't die early, these titles will fall on his head sooner or later. Therefore, Dr. Banner's refusal will not affect Rog's next plan, and it won't even affect his mood. Men were creatures who would forget their old love once they had a new one. Dr. Banner is Rog's old love, and Reed is his new love. After Hinata put most of her energy into the androids project, the progress of the project improved significantly, especially after obtaining the Illusion Vision's calculation matrix data and the Cradle of Regeneration's engineering data. The difficulties in the project were solved one after another. Rog didn't disturb Hinata for too long. After roughly understanding the progress of the android project, he went to his exclusive Naruto training room. Because he only had a month's time, he didn't plan to continue improving his bloodline and immortal body. His purpose this time was very simple, that is, to completely master the third form of Susanoo, that is, the form with black Tengu armor. The third form of Susanoo is also the final form mastered by Itachi. Compared to the second form, which had flesh and meridians, the third form, which had the black Tengu armor, not only had its defense greatly increased, it could also use more weapons. For example, Totsuka sword, Yada no Kagami, Kagami sword, and so on. Rog has always been curious about whether he, who has a similar Mangekyo pattern to Itachi, can awaken Totsuka sword and Yada no Kagami like Itachi? As long as the target is stabbed, the target can be sealed forever. In the dreamlike world of Genjutsu, Yada no Kagami can change its attributes according to the attribute of the attack, reflecting or defending all attacks. As long as one of them can be awakened, the strength of Rog's Susanoo will skyrocket. If he can awaken two at the same time, his Susanoo will be almost invincible like Itachi's Susanoo. Note 1. Although in this world, the so-called forever and everything of Totsuka sword and Yada no Kagami is unlikely to become a reality. But even if it's not so absolute, it's enough to make his Susanoo's strength qualitatively improve. Coming to the exclusive training room, Rog didn't hesitate and directly opened his Sharingan and began to practice the third form of Susanoo. A month passed in a flash, and when Hinata projected the message from Doom, Rog left Konoha Hidden Village and returned to Earth. After returning to Konoha's headquarters, he didn't stay at the headquarters for too long. He opened the portal to Doom's castle and came to the meeting room where he met with Doom last time. "You're a little different?" Although Doom didn't know what Rog had done in the past month, he could clearly feel the obvious change in Rog's aura. "I went to make some preparations to face Mephisto." Rog gave a simple answer. He didn't need to explain his training to Doom. Doom was just his client, and the relationship between them wasn't good enough to reveal details to each other. "This is my latest plan. You can take a look at it first. The way to go to hell is also on it, but I believe you have your own way to go there." After saying that, Doom pointed to the document that had been placed in front of Rog for a long time. Rog opened the document and looked at the plan that Doom came up with after detailed research. The theme of the plan was similar to what he said before. He went to hell with Doom to face Mephisto, and then Doom sacrificed him to Mephisto for Cynthia. With Doom's understanding of his mother, Cynthia, he knew that Cynthia would definitely refuse him to help her regain her freedom in this way. Although when Cynthia died, Doom was still very young. But he knew that his mother, Cynthia, was a gentle angel. As long as Cynthia refused the freedom that Doom sacrificed Rog for, then Cynthia's soul would be redeemed and fly to heaven, thus escaping from Mephisto's clutches. When the soul is redeemed, it can fly to heaven. Most of the items in the dungeon had been removed. In the dungeon, which was the size of a football field, there was only a circular door made of metal, and those densely packed lines that covered the entire ground like a spider web. This portal will close after it opens, and reopen after 10 seconds. I've calculated the flow of time between Hell and Earth. This time is enough for us to finish everything in Hell. If we can't finish it, we'll probably be dead in hell already. The last time Rog went to hell with Ghost Rider Johnny, he didn't pay special attention to the flow of time between the hell dimension and Earth. They hadn't stayed in hell for long, so they didn't feel anything when they returned to Earth. But Doom was different. Apart from being a mage, he was also a scientist who was very sensitive to data. The details that Rog and Ghost Rider Johnny hadn't noticed were important for him to figure out. As long as you're sure there's no problem. We're not in a hurry anyway. Rog stood a meter behind Doom and watched him operate this hell portal that was a combination of technology and magic. Ghost Rider's Hellfire portal was more convenient. He could just drive the ghost motorcycle in, and there was no need to prepare so many things. Although that was what he thought, Rog knew that Ghost Rider's ability to freely travel to hell wasn't something that could be found everywhere. In the field of magic, this kind of teleportation had a special term: dimensional teleportation. Chapter 466. Dimensional teleportation was different from ordinary teleportation. It was a teleportation that directly crossed worlds. Although dimensional teleportation did not necessarily require more energy than ordinary teleportation, it was definitely several levels more difficult than ordinary teleportation. In order to perform dimensional teleportation, the first problem to deal with was how to break the world wall between the two worlds. The world wall was an invisible and untouchable existence. Not to mention breaking it, even sensing it was not an easy task. Rog stood quietly behind Doom and watched him operate the teleportation device that he could not understand at all. After Doom set all the data, this extraordinary-looking teleportation portal emitted a lava-like red light. As the red light lit up, a glass-like red light curtain appeared in the middle of the teleportation portal. On the other side of the light curtain was a dry yellow desert. Let's go. After activating the teleportation portal, Doom did not look back. He walked straight into the portal and arrived at Hell, which was completely different from Earth. After Doom entered the portal, Rog activated the infinite mode that he had developed and followed him in. Hell was not a place where the living should come. Everything here did not welcome the living, such as the poisonous air and the will of Hell. When Rog also entered Hell, the red teleportation portal behind him immediately closed and disappeared as if it had never appeared. Just like how Rog had added infinite mode to himself, Doom had also added a magic effect that Rog could not understand, giving him the right to move freely in Hell. After arriving at this Hell that was like a death planet, Rog and Doom did not speak, and quietly adjusted their state. They were not rookies who had gone to Hell for the first time, so they both knew that they did not need to look for Mephistos at all. As they had expected, not long after they arrived in Hell, they saw their old friend, the Lord of Hell Mephistos. At this moment, Mephistos did not reveal his demon true body, but maintained the demeanor of an old British noble that Rog had seen before. He was wearing a slim black classical suit, meticulously groomed silver-white hair, and a black cane inlaid with a silver skull. Looking at Mephistos, who looked like a British aristocrat, Doom frowned slightly. He had fought Mephisto many times, but he had never seen Mephisto in a human form. In the past, Mephistos had shown him the typical image of a demon with red skin, curved horns and bat wings. I didn't expect that we would meet in Hell so soon. I thought that you would only appear at the last moment. Although 10 years is only equivalent to sleeping for a demon, I'm still gratified to be able to see you so soon. Mephistos glanced at Doom, then turned his gaze to Rog. To him, Rog and Doom were toys that could make him happy. The only difference was that Rog's toy was slightly more expensive, while Doom's was slightly more ordinary. Of course, this did not mean that Doom was much weaker than Rog. It was just that according to Mephistos' standards, Rog's soul was an extremely rare limited edition, or even the only one that had gone out of print. I said that I would definitely fulfill my promise. Don't underestimate a ninja's promise. Although this was Hell, Mephistos' home ground, Rog's mind was as calm as ever. Mephistos was indeed very powerful, but it wasn't as if he couldn't fight back at all. Furthermore, he had Professor Doom by his side. Good. Very good. Mephistos said with great relief as he looked at Rog with even more admiration. He originally thought that Rog planned to continue cultivating for 10 years before coming to meet him in hell. However, Rog's actions once again exceeded his expectations. Mephistos liked people who were unpredictable. This would make him feel the small surprises in life. When everything was under control, life would become especially boring. Why did Mephistos, a mighty lord of hell, always like to tempt ignorant ordinary people on earth? It was because he wanted his life to not be so boring. Seeing those souls struggle in pain and regret in his hands would give him a rare sense of satisfaction. Mephistos, let's start this year's bet. Doom did not wait for Rog and Mephistos to continue talking and directly said to Mephistos, "This year's bet? No problem. I don't mind having a small appetizer before I want to eat the delicacies." As soon as he finished speaking, Mephistos's aura became completely different. If the previous Mephistos more or less gave off a friendly and amiable feeling, then the current him was like a high and mighty king who ruled over all things. In fact, in hell, Mephistos was indeed a high and mighty king. However, the Rog and Doom in front of him now were not the demons of hell who would tremble when they saw him and choose to submit from the bottom of their hearts. Mephistos displayed his aura as a lord of hell, but he did not change his human appearance. He still maintained the appearance of an old British noble. "Come, let me see what kind of abilities you have after joining forces." Whether it was Rog or Doom, Mephistos was no stranger to them. Mephistos didn't know their strength 100%, but he knew it very well. As soon as Mephistos finished speaking, a strong holy aura erupted from Doom's body, making him look like an angel who had descended from heaven. Doom had many spells, but what he was using now was not the magic he had mastered, but the ability of the fragment of the true cross on his armor. Golden light instantly enveloped Doom's entire body, making him look extremely holy. Then, a laser-like holy beam of light descended from the sky and arrived in front of Mephistos like lightning. Although Mephistos was not an undead creature, the holy energy provided by the fragment of the true cross could still restrain his power of hell to a certain extent. Heaven was the nemesis of hell. The holy energy of heaven was also one of the energies that could restrain the power of hell the most. Doom had fought with Mephistos more than 10 times. Of course, he would not overlook this. When Doom summoned the holy beam of light to attack Mephistos, Rog did not hesitate and directly summoned the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword. The moment the silver-white Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword appeared in his right hand out of thin air, his figure also disappeared. Byakugan open. Lightning release chakra mode. Unlimited mode could only give Rog the ability to move safely in all kinds of environments. It was not a battle-type ninjutsu, so the moment he attacked Mephistos, Rog gave himself the first layer of battle-specific buffs. The moment Rog disappeared like lightning, the holy beam of light summoned by Doom also hit Mephistos, completely devouring the thin and weak Mephistos. To be precise, it devoured the afterimage left behind by Mephistos. Facing the attack of the holy beam of light, Mephistos did not use any magic or energy moves. He dodged the holy beam of light with just his physical strength, and left behind an afterimage. As a lord of hell, Mephistos' physical strength could not be weak. He rarely used melee combat, not because he didn't know how, but because there was no need. Rog and Doom were not surprised that Mephistos could easily dodge the attack of the holy beam of light. If Mephistos could not even dodge such an attack, he would not be qualified to be a lord of hell. Mephistos, who had dodged the holy beam of light, appeared more than 10 meters behind him again. At the same time, Rog, who had entered lightning release chakra mode, also appeared in front of him. Lightning release. Thousand Birds Blade. In just an instant, the silver-white Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword was wrapped with light blue lightning as it stabbed directly at Mephistos' chest. Although Mephistos was a lord of hell, he also had a fatal weakness like the other demons of hell, his heart core. Through the Byakugan, Rog saw the fist-sized heart core in Mephistos' chest that looked like a solidified red sun. Clang. Unlike the previous battle, Mephistos did not use an energy barrier to block Rog's attack this time. Instead, he raised the black scepter in his hand. The black scepter that looked like it was made of ordinary wood blocked the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword with great precision. and the crisp sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard. Before Rog could retract his Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword, Mephistos held the tip of the scepter in his hand and turned it into a sharp sword, stabbing at Rog repeatedly. Clang, 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 clang. At this moment, Mephistos displayed exquisite swordsmanship. Just with one stab after another, he forced Rog to retreat continuously. As expected of a Lord of Hell, he had a way. Rog had no intention of competing with Mephistos in swordsmanship, so he immediately retreated. However, the moment he pulled away, Mephistos stuck close to him like a shadow. Before the Earthlings even had civilization, the demons were already masters of close combat. Playing with swords in front of me, aren't you looking down on the demons of hell too much? The swordsmanship that Mephistos displayed now was not inferior to that of the goddess of death, Hela. Although his swordsmanship was only fast, accurate, and ruthless, in his hands, even the simplest of moves could turn into a storm of death that could take away one's life. Holy Halo! Holy Oath! Just as Rog was being forced back by Mephistos, Dum cast 2 more holy spells in the distance. Rog, who was enveloped in lightning release chakra, suddenly shone with a golden light that was like the sun. At the same time, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword in his hand was wrapped in holy flames that contained holy energy. Holy Halo gave Rog the holy energy to resist the power of hell, increasing his strength and speed for a short period of time. Holy Oath gave the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword in his hand the ability to deal holy damage. Professor of Destruction Dum became a reliable healer, giving Rog 2 holy buffs. You're tuning in to the Lime's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.